Fair enough.
We light again.
Nobody knows.
Behold the atheist's nightmare. Now, if you
This is
study
so
a
funny.
well-made
Have you
banana,
seen
you'll
this?
find on the
No.
far side, there are 3 ridges. On the close side, 2 ridges. If you get your hand ready to grip a banana, you'll find on the far side, there are 3 grooves. On the close side, 2 grooves. The banana and the hand are perfectly made one for the other. You'll find the maker of the banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface. It has outward indicators of inward contact.
Pause whenever you detect the problem here.
Yellow.
What do you mean?
You got whenever you come up with a hole in it, Almighty God designed the perfect thing. Proof God exists because of this banana.
Uh-huh. I mean,
It's not what a fucking banana looks like, bro. We made that. We made that. You
yeah.
fucking idiot.
Oh, you mean because the banana is not what it looked like 1,000 years ago? or
God did
even
not
10,000
design that
years ago?
fucking banana, you fucking moron.
That's human design.
Just right, black, too late.
Idiot.
Now, if you go to the top of the banana, you'll find, as with the soda can makers, they placed a tab at the top. So God has placed a tab at the top. When you pull the tab,
Also, that's the wrong way to
contents
open the
don't spread
banana.
Yes. Watch a monkey. They know how to open them.
Monkeys, that's a myth that they open it from the other end. Monkeys just crack them open and slurp.
Yeah, they
both
split
ends.
them open. Yeah, it's great.
But if you just got to pinch the other end
Mm.
and it breaks open,
Huh.
it's so much easier.
face. You'll find the wrapper, which is biodegradable, has perforations. Notice how gracefully it sits over the human hand. Notice it has a point at the top.
This
for ease
is
of
so
entry.
funny.
It's just the right shape for the human mouth. It's chewy, easy to digest, and it's even curved toward the face to make the whole process so much easier.
And
Seriously,
show
folks,
us how
the
you
whole
eat a
creation
banana.
Testifies to the genius of God's creative hand.
Please.
It absolutely does.
I just have one question.
Why are you gay?
The Banana Man's partner, and they explained that he was the banana.
No, this is the response, bro. Why are you skipping ahead?
No,
Just
I'm
explain.
not.
Banana Man's sidekick. You study a well-made banana.
If you study a well-made banana,
It's got a tab at the top for ease of opening.
you may know him as the banana man.
This pair, Ray Comfort. You study a well-made banana, you'll notice.
By Ray Comfort, who will be known to many people as the Banana Man.
Aha! What do you say now, atheist boy? You shaking in your knickers, huh?
Actually, I love a banana. But your color code is telling me this one isn't quite right.
Whatever, the point is...
Is this like an intro for an actual thing, or is this just a minute
I
video?
have no idea.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I know. But it's Sony's fault. Blame Japan. That's it. No more Chinese Helldivers.
At 10, word of a gang wreaking havoc in Maryville.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so it's been there the whole time. The grace period expired, so you have to have like a PlayStation account linked to be able to play the game.
Oh.
And so there's no PSN in China or the Philippines.
Oh.
So like they're like be like, well, at least give us refunds.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like,
But they're like,
let's
no,
do-
because it was there the whole time in the fine print. Like the devs are actually being like shitty about it. It's weird.
That's
It's like
very
it was there in the fine print the whole time. You can go change your Steam review, is literally what they said.
That's hilarious.
It was in there. It's been there the whole time. The community manager said so himself.
There.
Yeah, not a gang of thugs, but a gang of chihuahuas.
stuck on the streets without a place to call home. ABC 15 Sarah Goldenberg joins
That's
us now
hilarious.
on why they're becoming such a growing problem.
Yeah, they're kind of small, but at the same time, residents are pretty concerned.
Yeah, well, they're running loose, and that's really worrying residents. Animal Control tells us the big issue here is overpopulation, and it's going to take the help of neighbors to curb it. Now, we've talked about
I
the
got an
overflow
idea.
of Chihuahua.
I got an idea.
Wolves.
I was gonna say import hawks.
Sure.
You know?
Sure. Maybe. But then it gets them trained to take out dogs. That's why I'm saying wolves, because then wolves are just wild animals. Foxes even. Foxes will fuck up a chihuahua. Just get a fox.
Was in our shelters before,
They make
but now
anti-hawk
they're on our
gear for your
streets.
chihuahua.
Maricopa
Okay,
County
so
Animal
the
Care and
ones that
Control
can't
says if you
afford it.
compare the Maryville area with similar sized area in Glendale, the number of calls they're getting about stray chihuahuas is twice as high, 3 times as high compared to Chandler and Gilbert. Now, Animal Control says it's had thousands of calls, but they
It's so funny that it's in the desert part of California. Because, like, that's basically where they're from and where they're, like, perfect for. So they're literally in the wild where they should be.
also say they need
Leave
a
'em
little
be.
help.
If at all possible, if you see a stray, if you can safely contain him in your yard and then call us, that makes a big difference. Because what's happening is people are calling and saying, hey, I see a stray. By the time we get there, it's long gone.
Now, Animal Control tells us
What a
they're
funny
too
story.
busy to patrol the area. And if you're interested in adopting a Chihuahua, those won't be too hard to find. You know, Katie and Steve, they're one of the most common breeds in the
Just
shelter.
get in that, go out there and find
Yeah,
one.
just go find one and catch it.
In a big old
Problem
comical
solved.
net.
Now, reaching for some medicine or cream in the first aid kit to treat an injury is fairly common for us, but it is not something we expect animals to do. For the first time, scientists in Indonesia have spotted a wild orangutan treating a wound on his cheek by applying a paste from a medicinal plant. Our reporter Georgina Ranard has more.
This is
Shut up,
Rattles.
Ranger.
He's just been injured, probably after fighting with other
quiet.
male orangutans. Now
Where's he
he's
talking?
preparing to do something we are all familiar with, trying to heal a wound. That's what scientists in Indonesia believe he was doing when they saw him putting medicinal leaves on his injury.
He was eating on it for 13 minutes and then repeatedly applied the plant juice from his mouth directly onto the wound.
That's
This
so
looked similar to a
interesting.
wound plaster. It healed also quite fast.
You know what's funny is I saw this and added this about 10 minutes before you sent me the one that you sent me.
Within a couple of days, it was already fully closed.
A month later, the injury was completely gone.
That's so
Scientists
crazy.
had never before
Like, a
seen
month
a
is
wild
wild.
animal apparently healing its own wound.
It's a big
It's another
wound.
sign of how close we are to great apes.
We humans, we treat our wounds, but also forms of active wound treatment can be found in the African great apes. It's possible that our last common ancestor already showed similar ointment behavior.
And maybe
Interesting.
Horse riding apes invaded San Francisco today. Not really. They're actors doing a promo shoot for the upcoming film Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. The movie is set after the events of War for Planet of the Apes, which was released in 2017.
Bro, the
There's a man
promo
vacationing
trailers
here
for
from
this
India.
is so funny because like I know the Hollywood speak enough that it's like, oh yeah, it's just fucking awful. And you know, if you like the other Planet of the Apes movies and you're a really
You'll
big
like
fan, you'll
this.
probably like this. But if not, I mean, boy, what a stinker. Hey,
Yeah,
you
up
turn
close
right
look,
around.
You could not believe how realistic.
You
the
turn
apes
right
look.
around.
They even have their eyelids and stuff moving, so which
No,
was
no.
something I didn't expect
You
because
turn around.
usually in a mask you wouldn't expect eyelids to move, right? But yeah, it was
Do you see 'em?
quite a nice experience.
Yeah.
The film is being distributed by Disney and 20th Century Fox, the parent company of ABC7, and will hit theaters May 10th. They do look very real.
The parent company of ABC7. I wonder why this is being covered. Dislike. Enjoy your free. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this Al Jazeera documentary into the protest first,
Uh-huh.
and then we'll look at the awful takes because this is not necessarily news, because I think it's because it says exploring the protests and talking about the generational gap, which kind of piqued my interest a little bit. So I think this may possibly be interesting, but we can veto.
Free speech.
The US House Speaker faces anti-war protesters at Columbia University. Polls suggest an increasing number of young Americans are siding with Palestinians. So what's behind this? Only 41% in the age program. I'm Nick Clark. For decades, the United States has been Israel's biggest ally and military partner. Successive US administrations right across the political divide have backed it since it was created in 1948. Businesses, academia, and the public have also largely supported Israel. The polls suggest that unequivocal backing now appears to be waning, especially among the young. A Pew Research study 2 years ago indicated only 41% in the age group of 18 to 29-year-olds had a favorable view of Israel. And many from this generation are now protesting in university campuses against the war on Gaza, which has killed nearly 35,000 Palestinians. This report from Katia Lopublic-Horia.
There's been a generational divide in America's response to the war on Gaza. From college campuses to politicians in Washington, differences are emerging and widening a political rift among voters.
So, in essence, I think that Biden administration.
I love how by the books and sort of like procedural Al Jazeera is with their packages. It's great.
They just be putting their hands up and saying we're going to have to write off these voters that care deeply about this issue because there's no way that we can appease them.
We will continue to have Israel's back.
President Biden is facing criticism for his handling of Israel's war on Gaza from both the left and the right, and that could shake the strong support Israel has enjoyed in Washington for decades. Analysts say it's not just about generational differences, but also about changing worldviews on foreign policy and Israel, even before the war. A 2022 Pew survey suggests about 70% of Americans 65 and older had a favorable view of Israel, but support dropped nearly 30 percentage points with younger Americans aged 18 to 29.
When I was growing up, the Democratic Party was the party that supported Israel. 75% of American Jews vote for the Democratic Party. That is still the case, although I suspect it may not be in November of this year.
My message to the students inside the encampment is go back to class and stop the nonsense.
Republicans are denouncing the protesters and Biden's policies, but the president is also getting pushback from his own Democratic Party, with 57 members of Congress recently asking him to withhold aid to Israel.
It is a sign that the Biden administration is run by a man who is 81 years old, right? Because he is of the old school of the Democratic Party. Almost nobody who works for him is.
Despite criticism from both parties and young voters, Biden remains defiant.
Mr. President, has the protest forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No.
For years, it's been the economy, not foreign policy, that's weighed more heavily with American voters. Now, some analysts say the war in Gaza may not play a defining role in November's presidential election, but it will likely have an impact. Katia Lopez-Odoyan, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
All right, let's bring in our guests now. In New York, we have Claire Davenport, a student at Columbia Journalism School. In London, Julie Norman, who's Deputy Director at UCL Centre on US Politics. And also in UK, in Leeds, there's Keir Milburn, who's author of Generation Left, which is a book which examines generational differences. Good to have you with us. A warm welcome to all of you. Claire, I'd like to start with you in New York, if I may. What, in your view, do you think is happening here? Why are the generations at odds over Israel, do you think?
I mean, I think this is something both new and old. There was, the protests at Columbia in the 60s against the war in Vietnam, in the 80s against apartheid in South Africa. So in some ways, I think it's not a surprise, that the war of this generation is something that university students want to contest and want to fight back against. At the same time, I think younger people are more looped in than ever before because of social media. I think there's also more of a growing awareness, of our global world and the problems within it and drawing lines between different issues. I know even in my own life, my younger cousins, will bring up issues like gentrification and colonization, things I certainly was not aware of when I was, in middle school and early high school. So I do think social media has played a role in that and that greater awareness of different struggles, different histories around the world.
Okay,
but at the same time, I do also think...
Okay, I may have forgotten the first thing because I was dealing with the chinchillas. Oh, they said that it will have an impact, but it won't be a defining issue of the election. It's not going to matter. I'm making the strong prediction right now. This will have almost zero impact on the election.
The protests themselves.
Israel, Gaza in general.
Okay.
The only way it would is if the war is still going on then. Which it can't be, because it's like it's either Rafah and then what, or they don't go into Rafah and it ends.
Yeah.
Because like, what possibly could they do after Rafah? I mean, they'll find more bullshit to drag along, of course, but like,
Of course they will.
And then secondly, being more aware of the globe, absolutely not. The meme today, there's a new protest baddie in Georgia. And fucking commies made a like free Palestine poster with her.
Okay.
And monetized it.
Of course they did.
Very funny.
That is very funny. That is very, very funny.
So
that's so funny.
I'll pull up the picture here in a second.
Please, I'm very curious.
Because I shared multiple points. Also, bro, like, can we talk about this? Like, am I wrong for saying this one was too far, girl? You've overreached on this one.
What is this?
Jake Shields, and it's exclusive on your OnlyFans. Are you doing? Is this girl in the robe naked during it? Like, what are you doing here? Do you know who this guy is? He literally like is an outright guy who will say, "Yes, I am a Nazi."
The urge to push back against war and America's ties to war, I think, are something we see time and time again play out on college campuses. So I think it's both, a new divide and an old divide.
Right. And I guess Israel's actions in Gaza have kind of supercharged the differences and the US's perceived role in that assault on Gaza, Claire.
Yeah, and I think there's much greater awareness, of the economics of all of this. I think thinking about our tax dollars, going to fund Israel and going to fund this war, and then thinking about Colombia, how the university's endowment is invested in different defense companies like Lockheed Martin or companies like Airbnb that operate within the occupied settlements in the settlements in the occupied West Bank. I think there's just a greater awareness of the money at play here, and I think capitalism and pushing back against capitalism is something younger generations have been feeling and talking about and saying more. And so I think this fits very much within that world of pushing back against.
This person probably blocked me is why it's not showing up. Because we all called them out on their bullshit saying, hey, that's Georgia, idiot. Let's see if they blocked me.
Who? What are you talking about?
The fucking picture. The guy who fucking monetized the shit. He just took down the post. Finally. That's so funny. Luckily,
trustees have ties to these companies. And
you can't see the whole thing, right? It's this girl in Georgia doing this. This got popular because a girl did it with lipstick in Moldova. So she's like paying homage to that, right? And this person like made a whole post, and then with this poster, and then underneath it was like, "Here's it for sale." So they did take down the post because they signed back on and realized how stupid they were.
You should look up the website and see if they're still selling the poster.
Oh, I mean, I will try.
But yes, I did see this picture.
And then also I wanted to highlight this post because it's very funny. This is one of Zarqawi's first beheading videos that he has the guy in 1 second. So it's like this Iraqi fascist account who's posting this because they're in a Twitter fight, right? Where they're posting on each other. This is the general that like did the Gulf War. And then he posted this, right? Like, I'm a based fucking jihadi Iraqi, be afraid of me. And I go, post-Jordanians who started a civil war that caused the insurgency to fail and ultimately left your country under control of Iranian stooges instead of standing on its own. That will show them. And lastly, I do want to show you this.
What is the law? Follow the law in your book. What is the law?
Virtually every state has a law in place that says that animals that attack and kill livestock can be put down in situations like this. But I'll tell you, Sean, ranchers, they expect it. They know that once an animal like this starts killing just because they enjoy it, that is a very dangerous animal.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
That
Okay.
we don't have that much of an eye into.
Julie, we heard from Katya's report just now, it outlined just how old the president is, the US president is. And there's no doubt that the perception, the general perception of Israel's position has changed since Biden and his cohort grew up. Things do look very differently to someone born this century, don't they?
Absolutely. You know, I think everything that Clara said is very right. And I think you add to that an issue like Israel-Palestine, where the conflict and the issue simply has changed over the decades. And
There's also,
as we heard in the report that started the
there's
show.
There's also Dugan and Tucker, but I don't want to watch the whole thing.
No.
So I'll see if somebody has done a fucking, like...
Yes.
Many from Biden's generation, the so-called boomers, grew up seeing Israel as the underdog, the country that emerged after the Holocaust, the country that was needing to defend itself against aggression. I don't think it would be going too far to say it was almost the way many people see Ukraine today is how many in Biden's generation saw Israel. That's obviously changed. You know, my students in university here in London, obviously students in the US have grown up with an Israel that's very different, that has a very different political scene, that has a very different position in the region. And they've seen this conflict play out with the Second Intifada, with the wars on Gaza preceding this one, and then, of course, the current conflict. So it's a very different image,
about
I think,
anything.
than
It's typical Al Jazeera. They do these long interviews where they just let people talk.
Yeah, nothing said.
No, I mean it's like stuff that you actually have to like pay deeper attention to. These what did you click on? What is the name of the show? Inside Story?
Yeah.
Inside Story is always like this, boring.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Well, I'm more interested in the generational gap, and I think that was the guy.
It's just talking head stuff. It's very boring.
Oh, that's it.
Yes, that's all it is talking.
You could really hear the conviction coming from Joe Brandon.
Let's have a look at.
Bro, that is like that
Joe
is George
Biden's
Orwell.
protest
Okay,
take.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Oh
I
my
feel like that's a
God.
bar directly ripped from 1984. No, we're not gonna do Clementine yet. I haven't even covered all the stories I wanted to cover. We got to do Joe. We got to do Jim Crow Joe and what he had to say. Okay. Yeah, but how do you feel about Kendrick? You'll hear it in a second. Let's go to Jim Crow Joe for a second, okay?
Lauren Southern interviewed him.
Matters. Jimothy,
Who?
Joe, Jimothy Crow Joe. I'm gonna pee.
President Biden. A few moments about what's going on our college campuses here.
When? Why?
Because it's Lauren
We've all seen
Southern.
images, and they put to the test two fundamental American principles.
Oh, here we go. You ready to hear this fucking
The right to free
bitch?
speech.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Joe Biden. He's a bitch.
And for people to peacefully assemble and make their voices heard. The second is the rule of law. Both must be upheld.
Cringe.
We are not an authoritarian nation where we silence people or squash dissent. The American people are heard.
Chair will advise that the rules do care.
In the best tradition
I mean, like, what did
of
people
how
expect?
Americans respond to
People were like,
consequential issues.
I can't believe Biden hasn't said anything. It's like, what do you expect him to say? He's going to say, like, is he going to say the police action was extreme? I mean, he could say that, but it's like, then they broke into property and damaged property. The default position for him has to be property. Like,
I'm not watching that John Stossel one. I do not like that Swedish guy.
oh,
Cannot
that's why
fucking
it's funny.
stand him.
That's why it's funny. Right? Like, what do people expect him to be like? The NYPD cracking skulls was bad. Like, do they like think that he's just gonna be a commie and go far left and shit? Like, what do you expect?
But neither are we a lawless country. We are a civil society, and order must prevail. Throughout our history, we've often faced moments like this because we are a big, diverse, free-thinking, and freedom-loving nation. In moments like this, there are always those who rush in to score political points. But this isn't a moment for politics. It's a moment for clarity. So let me be clear. Peaceful protest in America. Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing.
I just
breaking
found a
windows,
good one, a good
pressing against
video.
us.
Searching just Dugan stuff.
And?
Oh, I sent it to you. That's all. That's what
Yeah.
I was just saying.
Oh, just that one.
Classes and graduations.
Oh my God.
None of this is a peaceful
Yes.
protest. Threatening people, intimidating people, instilling fear in people is not peaceful protest. It's against the law. Dissent is essential to democracy, but dissent must never lead to disorder.
That was a banger line. The dissent must never lead to disorder is like directly ripped from. I feel like it is a direct like Donald Trump line. If Donald Trump could get that poetic, you know what I mean?
Oh, come
This is,
on.
like dissent must never lead to disorder. is just
Donald
straight
Trump
up
would be up there calling them
1984 shit.
animals and barbarians and terrorists.
Yep.
The fucking
Okay.
JD Vance, I think, got on the mic and he was like, "The little Gazas," and I said, my Lebanese friend didn't appreciate this, but I was like, "You got to admit, Little Gaza is a hard name." And they're like, no. And I'm like, "Oh, you wouldn't listen to a rapper named Little Gaza?" And they're like, no. And I was like, "Oh, my bad then."
Oh yeah, this is a great take from Lesby Writes. Rosa Parks was supposed to be in the back of the bus by law, and she said, "No, I will sit in the front." She violated the law, and that law was supposed to be in the back of the bus by law, and she said, "No, I will sit in the front."
Yeah, but was
she
it
violated
violent?
the law, and that law was unjust, which is why she should have sat in the back of the bus. Don't forget, I also said that I don't want my children growing up in the racial jungle of desegregated America. That's why I, as a Democratic senator from the great state of Delaware,
We
did
get it.
all I could
All right,
to
Hasan, we get it.
stop
We
forced
get it,
busing
bro.
from occurring. That's right.
We know it happened.
That's not Rosa's bus. Get off the bus, Rosa. Rosa, get off the bus.
Okay.
You better go back to the back
How
of the
long
bus,
can this
Rosa.
joke go on for?
Don't do it now. Don't
We're
do the
still
Montgomery
going.
bus sit-ins.
Still
for
doing the
300
bus.
plus days. Dissent does
Uh-huh.
not cause
Oh
disorder.
my
Now we're
God.
looping back.
It is the law, after all. Are you reading
Uh-huh.
something, Asmon? No, I'm not. I'm
in
preaching to the
Spain
choir over
without
everybody
the
knows.
ass.
I, Jim Crow Joe, looked at the civil rights movement and I bravely and boldly declared, don't do it. Or
Oh
if
my
you're gonna
God,
do it,
Hasan.
don't do it in a way that causes disorder.
Still going.
To denying the rights of others so students can finish.
Wow,
the
what a
semester
joke.
We
in
get
college education.
10,
Look,
maybe
it's
15
basically a matter of
seconds
fairness.
before he
Matter of what's
stops it
right.
again.
There's the right to protest, but not the right to cause chaos. People have the right to get an education, the right to get a degree, the right to walk across the campus safely without fear of being attacked. Let's be clear about this as well.
Yeah, no, that's right. Which is why we should kill the students who are being attacked in order to save them, of course. Let me tell you, Jack, Chancellor of UCLA said it best when the beautiful, brave, bold defenders of Israel stormed the disgusting, anti-Semitic, pro-Palestinian tents in the encampment as those students were dancing and singing Kumbaya. The brave
Is he
defenders-
doing it again?
You know what's more interesting than this video?
Mm,
The siege tanks in StarCraft.
sure.
They're cool.
Islamophobia, or discrimination against Arab Americans or
Oh
Palestinian
yeah, I remember this. Oh my God, I'm so glad someone found this. Yeah, he was also, at least he was consistent. He was anti-Vietnam War protest too. Look, this was about his perspective during the anti-war protest of Vietnam. He professed a lack of moral outrage at the war. He described walking through campus with law school friends one day and seeing other students occupying office buildings in protest. Why do you support anti-Semitism? So the
Oh my God, he's gonna go on a full fucking tangent. Look, let's see. Yep, look, ranting. Oh, look, he's back now. Ranting. Okay.
wrong. There's no place for racism in America. It's all wrong. It's un-American. I understand people have strong feelings and deep convictions.
I'm not sponsored by Hamas. I'm sponsored by the top of the hour ad break, dude. I'm sponsored by you and others like you, who at the top of the hour come in here and they're like, "Oh man, I don't want to see a 3-minute ad break. Got to do what I have to and subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting my Amazon Prime account to my Twitch account." In Nixon on China, excuse me, are you talking about base Maoist third world as Nixon? He ain't nowhere near as woke as Nixon on China. There's Jack, they're pink color money.
It needs to be done without violence, without destruction, without hate, and within the law. You know, make no mistake.
Yeah. Remember when he was running and he would just like lie every week? Wait, this was from the Howard Stern interview? Oh my God, he's so back. This literally was. Remember when he was like, "Yeah, Jack, I went to meet
It's a
Nelson
hard
Mandela
life.
and I
It's a
was
hard
arrested.
job
They
being a
killed me."
streamer.
What is this? This right here is why people don't trust the media. Right here. No, the president didn't post a picture of a notepad on X reading, "I'm stroking my shit right now." What? What the bro? Why is that a Snopes article? I will never look at another Snopes or PolitiFact article ever again. They're lying to us. He definitely did do that shit.
As president, I will always defend free speech. And I will always be just as strong as standing up for the rule of law. That's my responsibility to you, the American.
He didn't just say, "I'm stroking my shit right now." He said, "I got oil on my shit."
He's not even paying attention. This is frustrating me. I've already had a fucking shit day yesterday. And it's just frustrating me again.
That's
Fuck
what he
this guy.
said. Yeah, he wrote all of that.
People, my obligation to the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, has the protest forced you to reconsider any of the policies with regard to the region?
No, thank you.
Mr. President,
Epic.
do you think the National Guard should intervene?
No.
Do you agree
All right, President Biden giving some comments about the unrest we've seen on college campuses, talking about how these protests bring an odds to important American principles. One, of course, the right of free speech to demonstrate peacefully, and the other one, of course, the right of students to feel safe and secure.
Wait. Yeah, one, a fundamental American value. Two, some shit we made up to violently suppress that fundamental American value. I love that. He's like, yeah, one fundamental American value enshrined in the Constitution, perhaps the most important one. The second,
academic establishment. He did on his way out of the room also say that he didn't think the National Guard should be dispatched to college campuses.
Why
which,
is
of
this
course,
even a fucking question? I don't even understand why this is even being floated. What kind of moronic, smooth-brained dipshit told you that floating, hey, maybe the National Guard should be sent in, is a good idea? When? Especially,
do you have an equivalent of that?
Not really.
Like the closest thing would be like to a military police SWAT, like anti-terrorism type unit.
Oh, you mean just like a unit like that? Yeah, we have the SOG, the Special Operations Group.
Like the how you would escalate response to protests. It would just be the army.
It's kind of, the unit's kind
It's
of
never
small.
gotten to that point.
No, like the unit's kind of small because it's specifically anti-terror. Like they basically have a bottomless fund, and they have all the military equipment and shit. They're all like, we're super cool. We have to protect our identity because we murder people daily, sort of people. You know what I mean? That kind of SWAT.
Almost
And-
all streamer chats have this feature.
What feature?
That the chat makes them a worse person. Like Asdmongold's chat ain't taking care of him. You know, they're not out for his well-being. You know, XQC.
Anyway.
Destiny.
Anyway. And then it's like, I think what they did for the protests, that they just fucking shot the protesters with less than lethals for literally doing nothing. They just rocked up with like 300 cops and military riot gear and shit, with ARs with rubber bullets loaded in them, tear gas, all this shit for like 30 people standing at the shrine.
But not this chat. Not this
Remember?
chat yet. You know, it's the worst day so far.
Yeah. And then it's like at the Shrine of Remembrance, they just marched 400 cops on about 40 people and just shot the shit out of them. So, you know, I don't have faith that the state wouldn't say use live rounds if it was given the opportunity.
Speaking of
Because
shooting things,
that was the biggest and most ridiculous overreaction to what was happening that I've ever seen. The whole thing was.
Speaking of shooting things, they did buff the marksman rifles. They improved the ergonomics on them, so they like handle better and buff their damage. I don't know if they're good yet, though.
Has been going on in Texas for one, as well as other law enforcement agencies in other states. Let's talk a bit about this before we
I
go
probably
back to the
still
Trump
won't
trial.
use it.
Dana Bash, I know
All
that
the
there
guns
has been
suck. I don't
criticism
like
of
any of
President Biden for waiting until today, quite late
'Cause you're
in
bad.
all of this, to give a statement. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, we have heard from his spokespeople yesterday at the White House podium and the deputy press secretary before that, since the unrest really started. But there have been calls, not just from his
Not yet, but it's on the list.
political supporters to go out and to say something that gives clarity and a very solid argument for what is okay and what is not okay. And it's hard to imagine that anybody heard that and didn't hear a very, very clear argument that, as you said, Jake, you can be somebody who opposes any policy, and you should have the right. That is a fundamental right in the United States of America.
Dude, this is such a funny. Come on, dude. They're literally showing just the direct, definitional, clear-cut violation of the rights that they claim to care about. Like the timing of the rubber bullet being fired in the background is hilarious. Like you're, dude. What's up with our parents? Well, like, I mean, my parents are Turkish, so it's different. Obviously, they don't put this shit at all. Like they are very much pro-Palestine. Okay, but it is like, how are you like an American parent, over the age of like 50, and you're watching this and not going like, oh, what do you mean? Like you're saying you care about free speech while I'm watching the opposite happening, and you're seemingly justifying it. Like what's that about?
But
There's
you
a fair
can't
point.
Intimidate. You can't do anything to stop people from going to classes or from feeling unsafe. And it is complicated. It is
Pierce will get
something
that Destiny
is
versus Hasan debate.
steeped in nuance, but it's also something that a
My
leader
favorite moment with
can and
Pierce
should,
is
and I
still
think
when Pearl realizes that this is not a friend that's next to her, because he shows her Hitler's song.
Yeah, and the realization.
Yeah,
is
that's the shock on
hilarious.
her face that I am not safe here. Oh no.
probably in this case did be.
Yeah, okay, Dana Fash. Obviously, you like
The
what he
thing
had to
is,
say.
though,
We saw your dumbass
Piers-
coverage.
Even like fuck Piers Morgan himself, but his show has been some of the best coverage.
Honestly, yeah.
I just loved like
clarify
Emily
and make-
from Tel Aviv was on there and literally like who was she talking to? Was it Hasan? No, it was Abby Martin. And like Abby literally couldn't talk because even Pierce was like, "Hang on, Abby, I have to deal with this bullshit that's happening right now."
What's up,
dude? Want to hear a
Easier
funny thing about that girl, Emily? One of the biggest Zionist propagandists that exists.
Go on.
Right? She's engaged to somebody of a different faith. Right? Interfaith marriages are illegal in Israel. So this country that she loves and constantly like profligates for, she has to go to a different country to get married to her fiance.
Hilarious. And she'll still sit there and defend it.
Oh yeah, because she's
It's amazing
the worst.
what dollars will do.
She's so awful.
Understand for the American people. That's what a leader is supposed to do.
And let's also be clear, we went way past nuance with the violence that we've seen the last 2 days. I mean, breaking that is, I think, the distinction that President Biden was trying to.
Yeah, those things are bad, and it's great that they aren't happening. Yeah, those things
Say
are
what
bad.
you want
Violence,
about Pierce,
prejudice,
but
free
he's
speech would be really
47
bad
times
and
better than
unconscionable, which is why
MSNBC.
I'm.
Yeah, because Pierce will put like the most unhinged people on there, and like sometimes they're like, like Abby Martin, she's not going on MSNBC. They're not gonna fucking put her on there. And like you put her up against anyone, and she can like. The only thing is like if they just like muted Emily when it was Abby's time to talk, that would have been much better. But you can't even argue with some of these people; they're too insane.
Yeah.
Saying that the president capitulating to such anti-democratic.
Yeah, we didn't watch that yet.
interests
Him bringing
from a
in
select
crackhead
few
Barney,
rich people, and I guess like people that pay not tuition, but people that donate to the college campuses. Their demands have been met, and my own demands as Dana Bash has been met, and I think that that's great, actually, even though it goes against what I was just saying earlier about the free speech thing, which was something that is a fundamental value.
I mean, breaking into the building at Columbia, the images that we saw out of UCLA, we were just showing some of them on the screens here. There have been all these conversations about these very, in many cases, terrible signs and messages that have been on these college campuses in terms of anti-Semitism. But the escalation in recent days, I think, is clearly what motivated the president to
Oh,
come out
here's
now.
Junk
Even
yelling
after,
at
I will say,
Emily.
I have gotten up looking at the previous day. What did the president say about this? Because I've been waking up and covering at 5 a.m. these protests breaking out on these college campuses. And the answer has always been until this afternoon, well, no, here's some paper, here's some off-camera comments from the administration. Clearly, they felt like they needed
Yeah,
to finally
Destiny will be at the end just because we'll have to stop
President Biden and
playing
Danny,
on
you were trying to
Twitch when we
as
get
listened
there.
to him, you could hear the conviction in his voice in this speech. Yep.
So when you were doing your show this morning, Casey, 5 a.m. East Coast time is 2 a.m. Pacific.
You could really hear it. You could really hear the conviction coming from Joe Brandon when he was like, "We should kill the students." When he said dissent must not lead to disorder.
That was hilarious.
Bro, that is
The
that is
cop
George
was
Orwell.
edited.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry. That is such a. I
They
feel like that's a bar
edited
directly
cop.
ripped from 1984. Dissent must not lead to disorder. I feel like this is what villains say when
He's
they're trying
still
to when
on
they're trying to stop civil liberties
Yeah,
from
move on.
and civil movements from happening. Yeah,
Next,
George
we have a lot to get to.
1998.
Enough.
Time, and it was at 1 a.m. Pacific time.
Nobody cares anymore. Goodbye.
In just the past
Hasan.
few weeks, we've seen
The end.
Okay. No. So it's like not the very end. It's the first segment, right? But go to like halfway through the first segment.
Okay.
Keep going.
It was later
Keep
reported by
going.
NBC News that Israel is the new of arrest warrants for members of the
No,
warrants
like
were issued.
with your
for
slider,
Palestinians.
go halfway.
More people
again,
will die
'cause
until
it's
conditions
behind-
improve.
needless to say, it's quite.
Yeah, try that.
Where the actual gap ends. Oh, it's like most of the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like halfway through. No. Yeah, maybe
Climate.
there.
Oh no, we were like forcibly being shoved out of the area. So these arrests followed another chaotic night over in New York City, where officials at Columbia University ordered police to enter the campus halls and, quote, restore safety and order, which resulted in shocking images of arrests amid claims that these protests were not only violent, but that terrorists were involved, and that the movement was being infiltrated by non-students who were there for nefarious reasons.
Yeah, they got these crazy bike locks that you can't get anywhere except on the official Columbia University website where they recommend that specific bike lock.
And many of these claims were debunked almost immediately, including the somehow shocking revelation that students need bike chains to, get this, lock up their bikes. Also, as was pointed out immediately after the press conference, where NYPD reps held up a bike lock as proof of professional involvement in the protest.
This is a terrorist bike lock. Right here.
The
Yeah.
so-called
It's more
terrorist bike
forward
lock
than
weapons
this,
were
but
actually,
we're
they,
getting there.
as Elliot mentioned, these bike locks were listed for sale and endorsed
Yeah.
on the Columbia University's own website.
There was I saw a clip of like a cop literally holding it, and a local reporter is like,
universities.
Can we just address the name of the yellow one, please?
What is it? Vagabato?
Let
Faga?
me.
Vagabold?
It's
Vagabold?
worse. Let me turn the quality up. so
Forget
you can-
about it. Is that what it says? It says forget
That's
about
exactly what it is. Yes. Awful fucking name.
Forget about
Own website.
there was
It's
I
me,
saw a clip of like a cop
Tony
literally holding it, and
Lasagna.
a reporter, a local reporter is like,
From the
"Show-
neighborhood. We used to play stickball together behind the Olive Garden.
What's
Yeah,
funny is
on his
that
phone,
bit,
like,
he keeps going, forget about it. He
Oh,
keeps
really?
going, forget about it. And De Niro is going, forget about what?
That's funny.
Classic
He's like, that's not the same
SNL
one.
sketch.
No.
Terrorist. You don't understand. Your tiny journalist brain.
We're being gaslit at every fucking level, and it's driving me insane.
Yeah.
So following the raid on Columbia's campus and in what can only be described as completely fucking dystopian and bizarre fashion, the NYPD released a quick sizzle reel of their very cool operation where they went onto a college campus to make arrests and bust a few skulls for the inexcusable crime of challenging the government's war machine.
Why do they
Being
need
upset
this?
that the commission is funding a genocide and
Why do
protesting
they need this?
Because it looks cool.
the, as Biden himself puts it, over-the-top response from Israel towards the Palestinian people. The 5-minute documentary,
Best footage.
which is edited like
them breaking into an empty room. Best.
an intense action movie.
Fucking New York Police Department, 5th biggest military on the planet, really earning those dollars.
It legitimately feels like someone.
Look at
something
all
out of,
those
like, a
hard
Paul Verhoeven
working
movie.
cops.
And we're not exactly
this
sure that
isn't even
NYPD
like this isn't even like a marginal chunk of cops.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like how many? There's probably maybe like 2,000 cops. How many cops do you think are on the NYPD?
Couple thousand, maybe.
And Mayor Eric Adams are going to get the response they anticipated out of basically doing a marketing reel for abuse and brutality at the hands of the police.
Hey, looks pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, who, by the way, constantly and justifiably being critiqued for standing around playing mobile games instead of stopping actual crime.
But
On
hey,
the
when
book
there's
employees.
calls over-
Okay, so on the book employees, this is more than just cops. 50,676.
Wow.
So about a little under 40,000 cops.
It's a lot of cops.
Yeah.
Over at the college protests,
big
break
army.
out the riot gear.
It's bigger than most armies. I'm actually curious.
They have an annual
It's just-
budget of
yeah, like-
$5.4 billion.
There's a lot of things you could look at and say, wow,
Like,
look, this
dress-
response is
How
outrageous.
many,
Dressed
how
up
many,
like you're going
how
to
many
war to go
countries
against a bunch of,
spend
like, 19
$1 billion on their military every year?
Of the Australian armed. 57,346 active duty personnel in the Australian military. The New York Police Department has as many people employed as Australian soldiers, and realistically, probably the actual amount of soldiers is
I
probably
wonder if
about
it like because like
as New York
I always
Police
just throw
Department.
out the fifth biggest military thing, but I think that's just like a Hasan quote.
I think it's got the 5th largest spending or something.
That could be it.
Because I definitely heard that before as well.
Yeah, rolling up in
feel real strong.
what amounts to
what a
tanks.
big man.
Yeah.
But yeah, or in the case of like the troopers on the University of Texas campus, being big tough guys and roughing up protesters, while just a few years ago they all stood outside of an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas, while there was an active gunman inside, killing all the children.
Yeah.
Which it does warm my heart a little bit that has now caught on as a popular protest chant in Texas.
Yeah.
Being like,
It says 33rd largest military spender.
Who? NYPD.
New York Police Department. Yeah.
Yeah.
It spends more on its military than Greece.
Because
And Ukraine not
has
anymore.
more. Ukraine has more soldiers by far.
Well, Ukraine was also lower on spending, but this is probably an old list. 2019, yeah.
you let those children die at Uvalde,
Yeah.
essentially.
And now you're here roughing
Never
up,
let them forget that shit.
roughing us up for literally sitting on campus.
Okay,
and-
Bloomberg once boasted that
Texas
the
protests, they're
NYPD was the 7th largest army in the world. So it's 7th. That's
Some of
that's a
these
quote
protesters
from Bloomberg.
As quoted by Bloomberg.
Guns on them.
7th.
It's like, yeah,
it's Texas.
You're in Texas.
That's the law.
You passed laws that make that legal. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You don't like people walking around with concealed guns on them? That's on you.
Speaking of twisting the truth to fit a specific narrative, it
There
doesn't
it
get
is.
more aggravating than elected officials and members of the news media framing these protests and the student protesters as something they are not.
You found it?
No. This is the part that I wanted to play of theirs.
Okay.
Over the past 2 weeks, if your primary source of information was mainstream outlets and channels, these protesters were immediately called terrorists or pro-Hamas or anti-Semitic and every other negative term that could be thrown at them instead of anyone just simply listening to why they were protesting, which is that the students at Columbia and now other colleges wanted their universities to divest from companies that support Israel's war on Palestine and for the war to come to an end in general, but specifically the fact that their tuition was helping to finance a genocide.
Yeah, and these protests, by the way, especially at certain schools, primarily led by Jewish organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace.
Involving student bodies,
those dirty
and
anti-Semites.
teachers themselves also being involved.
Okay,
Instead
so
of that, all these protesters.
what
were
I've
simply
come to the
labeled anti-Semitic.
conclusion of is that it's all bullshit. This is a very good article here.
Okay.
It says, this statement, of course, is totally wildly inaccurate, either by numbers or spending. The 7th largest army globally would actually be Vietnam compared to the NYPD. You know, you see, it's got a whole, decimal point on it, decimal place. And tiny Austria spends more on its military than the city does. The NYPD isn't even the largest police force in the world. Law enforcement agencies in South Africa and China are much larger.
Well, obviously.
You know. But he literally is like, I have my own army.
Terrorists and politicians and police have used those descriptions to clamp down on the protests and convince people that it's actually okay to bust these kids up and arrest them.
Yeah. Police.
Okay, sorted by active military. Source Reddit.
Yeah, I guess so.
They're fighting
They
Nazis.
are dressed in all black in a lot of this.
It would be 78th.
Okay.
Give or take.
Based on in world for a city, that's not bad.
Yeah, they're black.
For liberties, it's not great.
Mexico
So in
City
one
has
particular damning scenario,
90,000.
as reported on by
Tokyo has 40,000.
Well, it's a big city.
Yeah, but that's more than the NYPD, is what they're saying. It's that Tokyo and
Ken
Mexico City
Klippenstein,
both
who,
have more.
side note,
Yeah, but Tokyo is also a city with like 60 million
Okay, it
people.
would make it, its military budget is the 33 largest military spender.
33, yeah, that's what I said, right?
I don't know.
I think that's what I said.
I don't know. Anyway.
So you can go read his entire post about it, but he quit his job at the Intercept in protest and is going solo. So you should go support his solo venture.
Fuck him.
He is the FOIA king.
Yeah.
Nobody can FOIA like
No.
the clip man.
Do not do.
But,
This man has
but
no
in one of his
credibility.
first reports
You
after
can't
leaving
suck
the
Assad's dick
Intercept,
and
Klippenstein
then
backtraces
think
the
you have
claim that students on
credibility
college
just
campuses
because
were
you have a
chanting
few
and
good
promoting
stories in
death to
leftist
America.
media.
They
This is
fabricated
not how
peaceful
it works.
information that media
You
organizations
put
and
Assad's
politicians have
dick in
since
your
claimed.
mouth one time, it's over. You're not credible. It's done. You're never recovering. I don't even think Abby Martin has put Assad's dick in her mouth. I think she has denounced, but also been like, she would both sides it, which is way better than just anything that was flat out sucking his dick. She'll say that Assad is wrong, but also the other side are Al Qaeda or Western backed US puppets or something.
Yeah.
So
Named as a key slogan of the protests, and one that they've used to rally opposition and demand action against those students, protesters, and university presidents around the country. Turns out, there were no chants. There's no organized effort to bring about the death of America through these protests. And it was all sparked by
you know what? I
anonymous
posted a
flyer
John
on
Stossel
campus
video
in
instead of
Michigan.
the fucking tweet for some reason.
Nice.
It must have just been how it copied. I'll fix it though.
But it's a great example of the lengths that some are willing to go to in order to claim that this movement is something it's not. Also, just people are really bad at fucking scale. We saw this with the George Floyd protests, but like, when actions are unfolding in every major U.S. city, like if you want to paint a picture that everyone involved in this is bad, you can probably find enough like quick clips of footage to assemble together to paint that picture. And that's been
definitely
pretty
used.
fucking annoying too. You would think, based on the way this is being presented, that
there is a bunch of anti-Semites out fighting Jewish people on college
There's no
campuses,
such
which is
thing
not
as a
true.
perfect protest, and to expect that is just, you're delusional.
Yeah. Also, just considering the very human nature of you're just sitting around and making your voices heard, and then cops show up in riot gear.
Yeah.
That is going to exacerbate tensions.
It's a police riot. Anyway, here's some selects from Ken Klippenstein's piece, which you can read in full using the link in the description below.
The FBI is being pressed by members of Congress to investigate the student protests, both for possible foreign financing and for students chanting "Death to America," a phrase Fox News says is becoming a key slogan of the protests.
It's never
There's
happened.
One problem: students never said it. I've searched, scoured photographs, and waded through social media. There's no evidence that any of the student demonstrators taking to dozens of college campuses in recent weeks to protest Israel.
This is what I didn't even know that it never happened. I'm just like, show me it. Show me where it happened. I'm just like, show me. Every time.
Yeah,
it's
that's
come
why
up-
every time I hear it, I go, and cut to the clip.
Yeah.
War in Gaza.
I'm just like, show
said
me.
Death to America. The rumor began with a single incident in which an anonymously authored pamphlet found at a University of Michigan encampment contained
Hey,
the
everyone,
passage
go to
saying,
my Twitter and go share the new tweet because before for some reason, I tweeted a John Stossel video.
Freedom for Palestine means death to America. And Klippenstein then provides numerous examples of this phrase being used against the protest movement from countless talking heads and elected officials on all sides of the political spectrum.
This is
and
literal
his reporting
information
continues.
warfare.
Last month, 5 Republican Congresspeople representing Michigan, which has a large
Like,
Muslim
literally,
population.
what is happening here is someone has leaflet dropped this shit, and someone has used this against them. Even though it says "Freedom for Palestine is death to America," is actually sounds like it's a Jewish, like a pro-Israeli poster trying to infer this, and they've read it as a pro-Palestinian statement as they want to destroy America. I think that's what's happening here. And they have simply just read it like an obtuse moron.
And a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland calling for an investigation into death to America chants. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell also referenced the phrase in remarks on the Senate floor regarding higher education and judicial nominations. Quote, chants of "We are Hamas" and "Death to America" by students on college campuses are national security threats, Senator Marsha Blackburn said on X, formerly Twitter. Put any student who promotes terrorism on behalf of Hamas on the terrorist watch list. That's not what's happening. As a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, which oversees the FBI, there's little doubt that Blackburn's statement reached FBI headquarters, and such ignorance might even prod them to action. So, yeah, he speaks about how the FBI is absolutely already involved with these universities and details how the relationships between universities and investigators came to exist, but ends with this important note about these specific death to America claims. Investigations hover in the background, as much looking for federal offenses as responding to them. None of this is because there is any intelligence validating a controlling foreign hand or financing of the student protests. It is, in fact, the news media frenzy that is the most dangerous. Fox and other conservative outlets
What do we
repeat the
always
false
say?
allegation that the students are chanting "Death to America."
Always the fucking
Commentators and even
media's
members
fault.
of Congress pick up the claim without checking.
Yeah, remember
Social
when they
media
caused
becomes
the
saturated,
Yazidi
and the new
genocide?
reality.
Remember when fucking the media creates a gamification effect of mass shootings and spurs on mimetic mass shootings? Yeah, very cool.
Remember when
media.
they lied about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and ultimately caused the rise of ISIS, and then also the Yazidi genocide that was caused by ISIS?
Mm-hmm. Thanks to the media.
Emerges.
Yes. And now, because of things like this and the whole outside agitator accusations and a week of painting these otherwise peaceful protesters as terrorist sympathizers at best, or at worst, actual terrorists, House Republicans have launched multiple investigations into the college protests in a move that, again, regardless of what the actual protests are about, frame the protests themselves as illegal, chaotic war zones filled with Nazis and terrorists.
Yeah, they're painting this like as if it was like, remember the Chaz up in Seattle, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, which even that was way overblown by the media, but it was still like pretty wild turn of events. But they're framing it as that, and like I've seen pictures of like, first of all, college campuses are quite large, especially the universities where this is happening. UCLA is like massive. It would take you hours to walk from one end to the other. And yeah, pictures of like, here I am. The protest is in this photo. You can barely see it because it's that little dot right there on the lawn.
So yeah, they are not that. And I think the big problem with elected officials when it comes to these protests in particular is that the demands are morally sound and reasonable. So it's pretty hard to attack the protesters by telling the truth, because the truth is that they're witnessing a genocide and the intentional starvation of a group of people, and they're just trying to make their voices heard in a way that actually affects change.
And that's why we can't talk about any of that. We need to focus specifically on decorum and the right way to protest and our norms. Our norms.
Yeah, well, here's the Washington Post with more on these imminent investigations.
I still think Twitter might, or not Twitter, Facebook is still the go-to. I think Twitter, there's just a smaller base of things. And so in the sector that's focused around politics, that's what we're going to see is that it's going to completely dominate there. But Facebook is a real big problem because like people just make accounts like they're in a community, and then they'll join like different community pages and things like that. And like, that's how you get people to like start clicking on like Telegram links and stuff. And like Facebook even openly combats it and like puts out reports every year, but still like, and also Facebook is like unusable now. Like anytime I go on there, it's unusable. But it's still the biggest, and that's why I think it's the most attacked. But even Facebook is like, we're going to try to keep politics out of it. They like put a politics filter in there just to crack down on information warfare. Isn't this guy epic?
Oh, you can't see it.
I mean, I know who the poster is.
This is contraband, according to the New York Police Department. Interesting.
Someone just had a book about terrorism.
I'm pretty sure it's a university textbook.
Oh, it looked like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a university textbook. So, very cool.
Please keep in mind that none of the protests across the dozens of campuses have mentioned or promoted anti-Semitism at all.
Excuse me. One of the protests, they said we need food, but do not send us bagels because they hate Jews. But wait, I'm finding out they have just hundreds of bagels. They have too many bagels, so they didn't need any more bagels.
Well, no, we got the audio clip. Run with it.
Yep.
But yes, keep in mind that like these protests, they're not promoting anti-Semitism or anything like that. We've already been over it. Their demands are very simple, but keep that in mind when you read the article.
House Republicans are deploying their oversight powers to scrutinize pro-Palestinian protests and anti-Semitism on college campuses, aiming to highlight the hot-button issue ahead of the November election. At least 4 Republican committee chairs are now investigating the student-led demonstrations as part of what House Speaker Mike Johnson has described
People
as
were screeching
anti-Semitism
because
the
the
scale of the
protesters
investigative
asked for
highlights
food.
GOP's
Seriously?
Yeah, they said mutual aid. They said something like they asked for aid, like people are thinking it's like how Gaza needs aid and stuff, and then they like said no bananas because they had so many bananas.
Sure. Okay.
I don't know, people freaked out about how they're asking for vegan food and how special they are, and it's like no, it's because they have fucking pepperoni pizza. All right, they need food specifically. Like this is like there's like one person there who they're catering to.
Yes,
like you
yeah,
morons.
Exactly. Fucking hell.
Donald Trump's criminal trial as a political cudgel. Johnson has led the charge, visiting Columbia University last week and blaming Democrats for unleashing what he called lawlessness and chaos.
Following Johnson's example, a handful of GOP lawmakers made a trek across Washington on Wednesday to hold a news conference at
that's
GWU's
it.
pro-Palestinian encampment.
Never
Shortly
happened.
after the lawmakers' appearance,
Yeah.
No,
Never
like
happened.
one kid brought a Hezbollah flag. I think that's the most extreme thing we've actually seen. It was like a hippie playing guitar and shit. It was so funny.
What do we got?
Let's go ahead and get to some of what is unfolding around the country. Some extraordinary scenes. We want to start at Columbia University, which really has been kind of ground zero for these protests and for the crackdown on these protests. So we can put these images up on the screen. You're talking about the echoes of 1968. So here we have protesters.
That's why I picked him instead
Hamilton
of
Hall
just
on
watching
campus.
them.
That was one of the same buildings that 1968.
Vaush, I'm from Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure what you want from the country other than to be invaded by Iran. I don't know why you're saying this or what prompted it or what you think or what you are, but sure, yeah, let Iran invade it. Yeah, sure. Let's just arrive at that.
Anti-Vietnam War protesters took over at that time. You can see they have hung a flag that says Hins Hall. That's a reference to that little girl who it was horrible. I did a whole monologue about it. She was in a car. Her family was killed by an IDF strike. She was still alive. She was able to call the Red Crescent. She was begging for them to come and help her. They stayed on the line with her. They got the route deconflicted so they could come and save her. And not only was she assassinated by the IDF, this little 6-year-old adorable girl, but her would-be rescuers also assassinated by the IDF. And, documented on the scene that that ambulance coming to save her was just a block away. So
most moral army in history. Every single strike confirmed by like an elite court of philosophers and lawyers to make sure that it's ethically above board.
All in honor of Hind and her loss of life. So again, these echoes of 1968 now being very intentionally stoked, and that connectivity very intentionally created by the protesters at Columbia. I'll give you some more updates on Columbia in a minute because I want to show you some of the scenes out of UT Austin where Texas Governor Greg Abbott has decided to go full crackdown mode. Any of his pretend pretenses around free speech clearly gone. Here you can see police
I love how
taking
you
out someone,
completely
carrying
agree
them,
with
their
me
hands
when I call
are
it
bound.
torture,
Here
but
you see
the classification of what would be a chemical weapon. Can't be fart spray.
I know
Can't
what
be
that
fart
is.
spray there.
A fart bomb isn't a fucking
I'm
chemical
just kidding.
weapon.
I'm just making a joke.
I will fight this to the end.
No, I
It
don't
is
think
not a
so
chemical
either.
weapon.
I'm
But
just
I
saying
agree with
the
you that
loosest sense of the term.
If you are a police prosecutor trying to get a conviction, yes, it's a chemical weapon. Only in that sense would that be a chemical weapon.
Yeah.
Only in the most scummy of scum circumstances.
Well, I'm
like
sure
being
you
a
could
police
easily prove
prosecutor.
that it did you harm or something.
Sure. No.
Well, not prove,
Air
but you could
stinky
allege.
for a little bit. I have discomfort.
No, you could say it made me nauseous or something, and then I
Sure.
fell down and scraped my knee, and now I deserve compensation.
see
Here's a goer.
these officers coming in what appears to be riot gear, approaching the student protesters. Here you see
I saw
some
this
cop
guy
beating the hell out of someone, fist flying there as the cops are pushing up
Bike
against
cop.
the protesters. Here we see people being
Bike cops are the
sprayed,
most dangerous.
mace, I assume, as they try to clear out this area.
You know why zip ties are used here instead of handcuffs? I never understood that. Because you can carry a bunch of zip ties, but not a bunch of handcuffs at once. Zip ties just do the job fine. It's just like cheap and easy, and they're much lighter and more effective.
Encampment. And then this is incredible. So after the police clear the whole
Oh
area,
yeah, so this is happening right now. I think it's NYU. They just moved their protest to a public park.
Okay.
Which is gonna that's gonna be an escalation so the NYPD isn't gonna like this.
No.
Back in, and the police actually having to retreat.
Or it might be
and
a
then this
park
is
at the
my
campus.
favorite. I
Who
don't know if you
knows?
guys can hear this in the
I
background, but
just
they're
know that
chanting, "You failed, Uvalde."
I don't know.
Yeah, you
Because,
failed Uvalde.
They did. And it was these guys too.
Yeah, that's why they're saying
They're on the scene at
Yeah.
Uvalde, and while they're pretty courageous when it comes to beating up unarmed college kids, not so courageous.
College kids.
I'm gonna say
College
this
kids.
is gonna be where her takes stop.
No. She's
No.
fucking great throughout this.
Came
It's
to
him.
rescuing
Oh, really?
I wish
these
we
poor
got.
babies who were trapped
I
and being
really need to
murdered
get a
inside of that
college
elementary
kids
school. And
sound
A
bite.
what?
College kids, but like
Uh-huh.
we were looking for it, but none of the good ones were
Ultimately-
online that we could pull.
Yeah. Yes.
bleeding out. So
True.
just extraordinary scenes there. I don't know how many arrests were made, but student protesters at UT Austin, very determined, even in spite of the crackdown, to come back in and reset up the encampment, restart.
This is a pretty good setup. Somebody says the debate starts at 7 minutes. Okay, let's see how Saager ruins this. So here we Saager sort of like the conflicted intersection of, well, the far right, which I'm a part of. He says, I didn't say that, Clips. He said that. He says that. It's him. Well, he doesn't actually say that. I'm saying that on his behalf. I'm speaking for him. Thank you. So, you've got the Nazis and the anti-Semites and stuff, but we also have fascism, which we love. That's also something he's saying.
Which we love.
Yeah, let's see where he lands.
Which is what you're pointing to is, and this is why it was such a mistake to initially send in the NYPD.
Absolutely.
Because initially this is a peaceful protest. Yes, they're in violation of rules, but they sent in the cops, and then there was a huge backlash, and then they tried negotiation. And that's a big mistake because, as you said, you're suspending people, you're sending in the cops, and you're kind of boxing people into a corner, but then you're giving them deadlines, you're not enforcing the deadlines because you're obviously, look, these people, they have no idea what to do. They're terrified of the headline of sending in the NYPD, again, inviting a new backlash. And so they kind of ratcheted up the
This is before the crackdown on Columbia University that we covered at the beginning of the stream.
I mean, if you think about it, and this is a bad analogy, but it's like a prison, right? So it's like when you have good behavior and then you have a violation of that. I just watched that whole Unlocked thing on Netflix, but it's very instructive about how people feel, and like you were saying about enforcement and rules is, okay, if you have a medium infraction, it should be met with a medium-sized, reasonable response. So the reasonable response at that time would have been to do what they did in the interim, which is meet with them and be like, okay, guys, like what's going on here? Hey, we have commencement in 2 weeks. You're all going home. If you don't clear out, you're going to get suspended. It's going to be a problem, and you don't want that. You've paid all this money. We have all this going on, and I think we're talking about lowering tension. But they threw the cops in. That was a huge mistake. That said, now though, by boxing people into a corner and also kind of both throwing the cops.
Okay, so far the discourse seems pretty reasonable. I'm not here to just watch the video. When do they start disagreeing? Hold on. I'm going to skip a little bit further ahead. What's going on here? I feel like I'm content stealing right now.
That's me, content stealing.
More people, how it all worked out for them in 20 years later, so 1988. We elected Reagan. We had Iran-Contra and all that. Like, did it really make a difference? What happened to a lot of those folks? Not much. Petered out. Nixon got elected. Law and order, sky-high murder rates, mostly backfired. Let's be real.
It's such a cynical view of the world, though, to say like basically nothing matters. No protest matters. Your genuine concern about this. You're protesting the government. You're disrupting political speeches. Nothing you do matters. So just like go out and get your bag. I think that's a really cynical and disturbing view of the world.
Nothing matters, but a very little does matter.
Listen,
this is obviously like a really dumb and cynical point of view. Obviously, protests make a huge difference. It's a massive country. It's a massive world with a lot of people in it. Sometimes it feels like it doesn't make a difference. Sometimes it doesn't make a difference, but it can make a difference. This like nothing ever happens approach is funny and amusing when applied to geopolitics. But the idea that protests
no, it's not funny and amusing. It's correct.
It had an impact on the Vietnam War. It had an impact on the
It's
civil
not a
rights movement.
meme.
Because
It's
Reagan
not a
got voted
joke.
in later doesn't change either of those facts. That's not how that works. I would argue if you want long-lasting success, an individual protest isn't sufficient. A protest has to be substantiated in its
called
content,
deterrence.
with an ideology that meaningfully addresses and supports like long-term improvement. This is one of the reasons why we don't think as well of the anti-Vietnam War protests like in the long term, and it's because a lot of those protesters were hippies, and the hippie movement was very ideologically inconsistent. It was mostly, as far as I'm concerned, a bunch of like yuppies and trust fund kids who wanted to break from their like, you know, stifling expectations and their bullish conservative parents, you know, engaged in a kind of broader cultural practice that overlapped with opposition to the
so
Vietnam
funny.
War, but it wasn't like a
When he decides
substantial
to like flop
ideology
down
of peace.
and like lay on his
And for that
side,
reason, you know,
he
I think that's
spins
one of the
like a
reasons why a
dog
lot of those
does,
hippies
you
went
know,
on to become.
before a dog lays down, but he does it
Wait.
so quick. He does it like hyper speed, this like 360 spin, and then slowly lays down. It's so funny.
Interesting. I disagree.
What?
The protests are only effective if they're persistent and they continue happening.
Protests are
If you-
effective if you have demands that can be met.
Yeah, you
I
need
think-
demands and pressure. If there's nothing
so like
of that,
yeah,
the
so like,
protest is
with
pointless.
Black Lives Matter, it was more of just like there was no actual pressure. It was large scale but low pressure. I think when these student protests, they're high pressure, low scale. And so
Yeah.
they're set up to ones that could actually be more effective. It's just like the climate protesters, like blocking the road and stuff and throwing soup on stuff. It's not doing anything.
No.
Greta, on the other hand, is actually like more effective and still not doing much. She did but she'll like block like machining sites and stuff, you
Yeah.
know?
There's
Instead
so many
of like
videos of her getting carried away by
yeah,
cops.
but it's like she's actually like rational about what she's attacking.
Yes.
Like
Sort of.
we're gonna block Coachella.
Yeah.
Like just because you'll get in the news because all the people get pissed off. Because people can't
Like Reagan
stand
voted.
when you block road, especially in America where we only have car.
Meanwhile, to this day, the black population is overwhelmingly Democrat voting. That's because the ideology of the civil rights movement of black liberation was fundamentally liberating. The underlying ideology was substantial enough that you could defer to it in future incidents when stuff gets bad again, and it could at the very least direct you in somewhat of a reliable pattern, right? It's not like black people then went on to all vote for Reagan or whatever, right? So yeah, that's what I think. I think it needs to be substantiated.
Here's the bottom line. We know what will happen if these protests don't proceed, if these kids don't risk the things that they're risking. That again, I think they
You
should
want
be
to know why
absolutely
civil
commended for.
rights is so
We know what will happen.
successful
Absolutely
in
nothing.
America?
Because it's been a constant protest for 100 years?
Because specifically when you have these same arguments of oppression and like rising up and things like that, it's always linked to nationalism. With civil rights specifically, there is no nationalist identity because they're rebelling against the state itself. So because it doesn't get tied to nationalism, it doesn't get extreme.
Interesting. Nationalism again.
We don't know what will happen
Common
if they try.
denominator.
And we've seen at least that there has been some pressure placed on the administration. And I think that's important. And we see globally, this is another thing I have in my monologue.
I would say considering
He's
the fact
always
that these
been like
protests have only
this.
been really going on for like a week. They've been going on longer than that. But in
He
terms of, like, the big
literally
attention given,
uncritically
the
used to
attention
watch
and
Tucker Carlson when he was on Fox.
Saager
He's a-
did.
Yes.
Hilarious.
impact they've had
Moron.
already is pretty huge. You know, I would say, given the timeline we're talking about here, oftentimes these counter protests, they go on for months and months and months. So you know,
doofus.
I don't know. I feel like this is pretty big so far. Good start.
We see that the people in Gaza see them. These Palestinians in Gaza are being starved to death and threatened with bombing, and the entire male population in Rafah now basically threatened with execution and murder. They see these protests, and it means something to them. I mean, that alone is, I think, significant and important. And you see the way that international pressure, you see the way Netanyahu is kind of freaking out about the fact that there's international pressure, and these students are part of that larger movement. So yeah, there are no guarantees here. You're right. There was a backlash to the Vietnam War protesters, and you're right. That could happen again. But we know damn well what happens if these kids do nothing. And that is the status quo perseveres. Palestinians are probably, kicked out of their land altogether, continue to be murdered, continue to be slaughtered. We know that's what happens if they don't protest. They think there's a chance they can change something, and applaud them for doing it.
They may be right. I think they're wrong. I think it's a mystery.
But like, what? Why not? Like, what's the argument here? We've already seen a massive shift in the American public's perception of Israel just over the past few months. Why would you? What basis is there for arguing against it, even if the chance is slim?
Bro,
which I don't think
it's
is the case.
crazy.
Even if I
like
think the chance is
Hamas
slim.
is just so genius because like Israel, all they had to do was act ethically in response to this and not be worse than America in their response to September 11th. Instead, they were even worse than America. A mitigated, rational response to things like this, where but the thing is Netanyahu, it's impossible for him, right? Because he needs to cling to the war to stay in power now.
Yes.
So like, but a rational, slow moving response with like a siege and like pressure, like where they like hit hard at first and there's tons of war crimes at first, but then they just kind of like basically like surround and like push in, right? And then like start forcibly transferring people out and like setting up checkpoints like the US does.
Genocide.
The US does checkpoints, right? That's one of the main US tactics is set up 1,000 checkpoints. Right. So they set up like 1,000 checkpoints. They're going to take more casualties and things like that, but they're going to put more pressure, move more hostages, and they're going to look like the moral army that they claim to be instead of what they're doing, where they kill like little girls and bomb aid workers, Like Hamas knew that if they went as far as they did, they knew exactly how far to go to get the response they wanted, just like Al-Qaeda.
I still think that's an argument for it, right? Like, there's only a small chance you might make the world better. I don't know.
Reading of history and of power and of how that all works. Now, again, I would take it back. I don't want to scold people. I would only give you some advice that when you're very young, it can be real easy to get caught up in whatever the current thing.
Oh my God!
I'm trying to think back from 2012, whenever I was in college. DACA, that was a big.
Nobody
right?
gave a shit about. What do you? Shut up.
All over. Sorry, look, it ended up working out nothing. Like
DACA.
I'm just asking people to have a little bit of historical literacy and to be mindful that actions are going to have consequences. Now, you're an adult.
This is such a non-statement. First of all,
I'm the adult. You're the child.
Somebody who is again a fascist would argue for like moral virtue on its own account. Just because there's a small chance of succeeding, does that mean you shouldn't do something that is good? Why? How does that follow at all? Second of all, the idea that a person would be historically illiterate if they were of the belief
like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. They're all
not
like
all protests
thick,
succeed.
short
Some
stacks.
do. I would say the success of the civil rights movement in and of itself is sufficient to demonstrate the validity of protest against injustice for centuries ahead.
What happened?
Like
this icon. I think that's Sleepaway Camp. That's Angela from Sleepaway Camp doing her little face at the end. Well, it's actually a boy, I think. Or do they put her? Okay. They digitally impose her face? Or is it just a boy that they looks nothing like her? They put a bad wig on.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, they show a little boy's penis at the end of the movie.
Great.
There's also
all
a cop
is one big issue
with the best mustache ever in film.
Altered, for the positive outcome to be that which happens, and that's it.
You do whatever you want to do, and I support your right to do that. And I've spoken here openly. I support people's right to protest and all that. I would just caution folks to not get caught up into thinking, this ain't 1966 in Selma, Alabama, and all that. And there's too often,
Why not? Wait, why? Okay, it's not 1966. Why does it not apply? Why?
Let him
lack of thinking about these consequences. Let's think back to BLM. I mean, people took to the streets. They thought this was going to be a revolution. What's the actual lasting consequence? You almost got Donald Trump reelected. You have a sky-high murder rate and nothing changed.
Murder rate is not even remotely sky-high. Thank you. Almost got Donald Trump elected. What is that?
In terms of police action. So I hope you felt better, but that's pretty much it. And a bunch of grifters got to buy mansions in Los Angeles. You didn't change anything.
Is that where his mansion is? Saager, is that where you bought your mansion in? The only grifters that really made money off of BLM were all of the conservative pundits pretending the entire country had burned down.
The wicked good movie. I mean, I don't know if it's a wicked good movie. It is a movie, though.
Jesus Christ,
it's
come on.
It's a cult classic, that's for sure. It's like the using bees to kill somebody. I think somebody do they also poison a pie or something? I know there's a bow and arrow and other dumb stuff. Anyway, Jack, this is how you do continuity, okay? You have to come back because they need you at the end of the movie, and they're like, oh, you're still the same character you were earlier, but you did another role where you shaved your mustache. So what do? Obviously not this. This is not what you do.
Oh my God!
When you have a mustache that you need to do for continuity.
Wow.
We already had one that did this, and you went and you met and fucked the other one up.
No, because I just moved it because Vaush was there. Don't fucking touch it.
Edit the one we're not using that's not perfect already. Come on.
Yeah, I can just put it back. Don't worry.
This juxtaposition is literally nothing you do matters, but also your actions have consequences. How?
Arguing for like give up.
No,
I mean that is your view.
understand
That is
politics.
what you're arguing.
Yeah.
Give up. Don't try. Don't bother. If you care about something, you know
Get
what?
him.
Keep your mouth shut. Stay home and go get your bag. That's what you're
Wicked
arguing for.
good
And
movie.
I think
Explain
the
yourself.
reality is
Look-
we know.
All right, look, if you haven't seen Sleepaway Camp, it's worth watching only because of the twist. It sure is unique. The twist. Like that's really the only thing going for it is the twist at the end and how weird the movie is.
How hard it is to have our democracy actually reflect what people want and the will of the people. But I don't know why you're even doing what you're doing here and caring about politics if you think that nothing ever matters and nothing ever.
Because he's
Exactly.
the grifter.
Shut up,
When people
Saager.
tell you that nothing you do matters, what they're essentially telling you is they're one of two things. Either A, they are telling you to be quiet. I sincerely doubt Saager would say nothing matters when talking about, say, conservative causes that have a long shot to be victorious on his end, you know? Like, for one. And the second thing is they're admitting that they don't actually believe in the project of political change. They're only engaged in this to make the money. And Saager makes a lot of money, you know? If you believe that nothing you do matters, then shut up. Then stop. Like, it's just entertainment then. I
Yeah,
don't
the
think
question is, would he be doing this if he was in our position? That's the question.
Saager actually believes that. I just think that you're not going to get anything done anyway is the standard 50 IQ response to seeing student protesters do their best, you know?
Changes. Obviously, we've had protest movements in our history that have mattered and have changed. We can look back at LGBTQ rights in the very recent past, where there was an organized movement and there was protest. And guess what? Change came and it mattered and it happened. The Black Lives Matter protest situation.
Okay, yeah, it's worth noting. Basically, every major positive change in our government and in progressive rights was predicated by a long wave of protests and support at the ground level. Like everything good that has happened was fought for on some level. Okay, nothing good just happens for no reason. It doesn't just poof like out of the ether, you know.
I think part of what happened there and led to a backlash that you're right, absolutely nothing changed is number one, the co-optation, as you said, by grifters. Number two, the lack of any sort of like organized specific demands. And number three, the fact that in direct contrast to these protests, you actually had real widespread violence and property destruction and damage. You have not had that here.
No, I totally agree. And I commend these people. I said it from the beginning. I'll explain then, you know, why am I sitting here? Because I want to convince people and understand how power really works in this country and the ways in which it can change. So let's think about the civil rights era. There's a great series of books called The Parting of the Waters, three series. I highly recommend people read it. A misreading of history is to think that Martin Luther King Jr. in the Selma, Alabama march is the only thing that mattered. And it's totally wrong. The NAACP working with Lyndon Johnson
Who
and with the US
says
Senate
that?
over a period of 25 years in the legislative process, using the protest movement to specifically co-opt and hit the powers of center that mattered, actually resulted in the 1964 Civil Rights Act on top of the assassination of John F. Kennedy. It was the perfect moment for it to actually be able to come through. That's how it worked, right? So it's not just taking to the streets. Now, I'm not going to...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, massive social change is complicated and predicated by a lot. So does that mean that taking to the streets
Anyway,
wasn't a part of all that?
Sleepaway Camp is like one of
is
those
his
like,
implication that you could have removed
essential
the civil
gay
rights
movies,
protests from the
right?
civil rights
Like
movement
if
and
you're
still would have
gay, you've
gotten the
seen
outcome?
it, but it's not like for people born after 9/11, right? It's not gay enough for you, right? And there's very few movies that are in the horror genre that are in the essential gay list. You have that. You have Ginger Snaps. Every gay person of my generation has obviously seen that. And then I guess you could say like The Craft and Witches, but those are like kind of their own thing. They're more like just, you know, Halloween-y movies. But yeah, essential gay.
Like, obviously, these things work in
But
tandem.
I'm a cheerleader, essential gay.
diminish the people who took to the streets. Right?
He's saying we have to assassinate RFK to get progress. You actually have to sacrifice a Kennedy every time you
Yes,
want something good to happen.
Nightmare on Elm Street 2. It's not even an allegory. They like have straight up been like admitted it. Like, yes, that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Not actually the ones who really changed anything.
Well, they
it was
were
LBJ,
part-
and it was the people,
They were
Hubert
part
Humphrey, and
of
others.
the cocktail.
Yes,
So what, they didn't matter? I mean, come on,
they
that's
mattered a lot.
preposterous
They mattered a
history.
lot less than the NAACP and the Lyndon Johnson,
This is-
Hubert Humphrey, and the leaders.
But you're pretending.
See, yeah, this is just really, really, really
And, like,
stupid
this is,
rhetoric, honestly.
you know what I
Like,
always say? It's
hey,
the collective action of all these things that have contributed to the pressure. Like,
you, naive student protester, I bet you think that a protest literally single-handedly did everything good with no other influence. Well, you're wrong. In actuality, there were a combination of forces that led to the passing of the Civil Rights Act. Okay, goodbye. Yeah, great.
Like what's happening in Colombia is the only thing happening in the entire country.
I
mean,
agree.
again, this movement has already won the argument. This movement has already dramatically changed public opinion, especially in terms of young people. This movement has made it so that for the first time, candidates like Summer Lee can actually be out and out oppositional to critical of Israel, and AIPAC didn't even try to defeat her because they knew she was too strong, she was going to win. For the first time, there is actual political weight on the side of Palestinians where it's only been on one side previously. So those are all changes that are being made. And by the way, as I said, this is not the only thing that's happening. You also have organizations that are forming, that have formed, that are designed to put money on the other side of the equation, organize on the other side of the equation.
You
have
tell me
unions
it's
that have
not the
gotten involved,
gayest
who have come
movie
out
you've
in
ever
favor of
seen
ceasefire.
after watching the dance scene.
Are you still on this thing?
I'm talking to chat, bro.
I thought like you just brought it up out of nowhere. Nobody said anything.
What are you talking about? It's right here.
Yeah, now it is.
That's what I literally was responding to it.
Okay.
Fires and putting their organizational weight and might behind it.
Sorry,
So
just
to pretend like this is the only thing that's happening, and so so it's not going to matter, to pretend that protests just haven't ever mattered in history.
Is she reading from a script? No, Crystal Ball is genuinely a smart woman and is pretty good at putting together an argument when she wants to. I can't fault her for that. Honestly, every time I've seen her for the past year, she's been cooking pretty well.
Just think that is, I think it's preposterous. I think it's nihilistic, and I just think it's
I don't think that it doesn't matter. I think that it is part of a broader whole. And I would urge
nobody disagrees with that.
People to not overestimate what part of one whole is and underestimate the. I completely agree with you.
I never underestimate holes.
The union part, on the Congress part, and that, why do we spend so much time here? That shit really does matter. Like who really votes for X, Y, A,
like
G,
the
why
way
do we spend so much
like
time
goblins
here? I
get
care
drawn
so
in
much
porn.
about
They're all
Congress
like
and the way that Ukraine
thick,
matters,
short
and
stacked.
explaining all this shit about parliamentary procedure, because that's the stuff that really governs our lives. Like me.
Is fascist liberal a thing? What does it mean to be like an anti-populist fascist obsessed with proceduralism? I'm trying to, I don't know. Maybe he just wants to
manage democracy, bro.
If I started an anti-Ukraine war protest, which I would love to participate in, if anybody ever wants to let me know.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he does. Nazi tanky, Nazi tanky.
If I spend some of my time here and I win the argument and I try and work, pressure lawmakers to actually do something, that's going to be a little bit different. And explain to people.
Why would lawmakers be pressured if there weren't massive public protests to point to as evidence of the popularity of your cause?
Sometimes
pressure lawmakers if you're just an individual single person going, hey, lawmaker, you should do this thing. The whole point of protesting is to rally like solidarity and collective interest and attention, which then leads to greater pressure. Like this is very 101 stuff, man.
People hear about how some of that stuff works, and to the limited extent that we actually have a check in our huge
Churchill
democratic system,
just a
that
fascist.
is a real understanding, I think, of kind of how the power works. Again,
he was
when you're
diet
21 years old,
fascism.
you don't have any power regardless. So yeah, this is
And
probably
let me tell
your
you,
best bet in terms of
referring to him
participating
as diet
in the whole.
anything.
I'm only saying you should also think about your future and what it's like in the
He
in
got
a
stuck.
way.
Churchill literally got stuck in a bathtub at the White House.
And me getting expelled from school over
He also
participating,
is one of the
breaking down
people that
Hamilton
claims
Hall,
to have
is
seen
going to change the world. Like I'm sorry,
Lincoln's
That's
ghost
at
the White House.
Believe as a student protester.
He was probably drunk.
Didn't he also claim to have seen Nessie?
I don't know.
I swear there was like a claim like that.
But
as
he
well.
said that the story is that he came out of, no, you know what? I think it was Taft Taft had to get a new tub put into the White House. But Churchill, he said he had like his drink and a cigar in his hand, and he was walking, and it's the Abraham Lincoln bedroom that the guests stay in. And he was walking out of the bathroom, and Abraham Lincoln was standing there. And he just said, "You seem to have me at an advantage, Mr. President." And Abraham Lincoln just laughed and walked out like through the wall or something.
Okay. Definitely drunk, I think.
He was just making it up for a story.
Or that.
That engaging in a protest might change the world is nihilistic. That's the opposite of nihilism. That's you're doing like revolutionary spirit shit. That's not nihilistic at all. What are you waffling about? What are you talking about, man?
The most likely outcome is that you're
stuff.
screwed 10 years from now. Nobody remembers. You don't have a degree. You got expelled, and now you're $150,000 in debt. I worry about those people too.
Oh my God, this is me as well. I kept joking about this.
Nobody's buying a house anyway.
Because I get kicked out and still have the debt.
Yeah, I've been joking about it. That's what I was saying. At least do a community college. No Ivy League colleges are joining in the protests yet. I wonder why.
No wonder a lot of these people are going to be in. That's just, in a way, that's nihilism as well. Thinking that this is the most important
He
thing.
meant nihilism. He didn't mean to say narcissism. He meant nihilism.
ever going to happen in your life. The truth is, it's not. Almost by a large.
Stand up for the things that you believe in, and you're willing to bear a cost and consequence. I think is what we call like courage, and is admirable. And yeah, they know that there is a potential price that they are paying. They're not stupid. They're quite aware of that. The administration of Colombia has made them quite aware of that. The political elites, the media class, have made them quite aware of that. And Bill Ackman threatening to keep them from ever being hired. Like that shit already happened. Being doxxed and smeared. Why do you think they all wear masks at the protest? That's why. Okay, they're very well aware of the consequences.
They're cooking them
anyway, and I think they deserve to be commended for that.
Dude, the cops, the
Hmm.
cops have been like parading protesters and ripping off their mask in front of like the corporate news media cameras.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. What actual cunts? Can they sue them for that? Breach of privacy?
How are they going to find a lawyer? That's a Jew joke. I made a Jew joke. You get it?
Awesome.
They won't be able to find a lawyer.
Could that come under Fourth Amendment, maybe?
Could. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
We have
what Colombia is actually doing.
Okay, yeah. This has always been one of the most frustrating and cynical types of dampening the spirits of people who want to make the world a better place, which is with this like insistence that
you participate in society.
You will feel better if you participate. Okay, I think that you should think of your future. I think that you should be
Did you
careful.
make the Instagram post? You did.
Your image and of the consequences of debt or expulsion or a criminal record. But I also think that like the evidence overwhelmingly points to the idea that not only does hope in the potential for change move mountains, but it also emboldens the spirit and makes you a stronger person. Also, Crystal did pretty well. Good job, Crystal.
And before we go to break, News Copter 7 now over Washington Square Park. Those pro-Palestinian demonstrators who were outside NYU, they have now gathered, working their way to Washington Square Park. As Janice Yu told us earlier, that rally has been largely peaceful, though there is an increased police presence. We, of course, will keep you posted as we watch.
Great.
The
Mandalorian! I don't know what this is. John put this on here.
This is Baby Yoda as a human shield. How are they doing?
The Judas ass shot.
Oh wow! Can't get anywhere near that campus right now.
What is happening?
Not going to tell you that. The Rebel Alliance did nothing. The Empire did nothing wrong. If Tarkin blew up Alderaan. The liberal media is not going to tell you that. The Rebel Alliance kidnaps children and they indoctrinate them. You're going to talk about Star Wars. Wait, is there a Star Wars area? Wait, there's a special area to talk about Star Wars. The Mandalorian uses Baby Yoda as a human shield. How are they doing? The Empire did nothing wrong. Some people just don't want to talk about Star Wars. I was talking about Star Wars. You know, say what you want about the Empire, but they brought unemployment on Alderaan down to 0.
That was scary.
These
They
people,
were scary.
these people, they hate the galaxy. You know, it's like, I'm sorry you hate the galaxy so much, right?
We're scary. I'm scared.
I mean, you know, it's just you gotta embrace the dark side.
I don't want to. Don't make me.
Right? I mean, just trust the Empire. Just keep calm and trust the Empire. All right.
What if he makes a mistake?
What, the Sith Lord does not make a mistake. You know,
What if they hurt me?
You're Fox News.
She's
Okay,
pretending
yeah,
to
so,
be the
yeah.
protesters who are in fear for their life.
So the Mandalorian was using Baby Yoda as a human shield. The liberal media doesn't talk about how Alderaan was being used as a base for the Rebel Alliance. Say what you want about the Sith Lord, but I mean, he dealt with the Trade Federation and the whole blockade of Naboo.
Okay, and for those who are a little bit less familiar with Star Wars, could you draw the analogy a little bit?
You want to start with Episode 1. You see
how
those?
does that connect to
Oh, he's trying to get him to say it.
this issue or why you're out here?
What is it?
That's so fucking funny.
What is this? Oh, Israel?
100% on the bit.
Huh. Hard to say, really. Thank you. The Empire did nothing wrong. Alderaan was being used as a base for the Rebel Alliance. Palpatine was elected.
He was.
The Sith Lord got the hearts.
What?
Palpatine was elected.
He was elected. You're right. Under false pretenses, just like Hitler.
To start paying taxes. Han Solo was a human trafficker. All right. The Death Star has a right to defend its.
They were doing what the liberals do at protests and try and block the camera like that's effective.
Self.
What is that, Christo Fash?
The Death Star has a right to defend itself.
Yes.
We are calling today for the resignation of the anti-Semitic president of the University of Columbia.
Yeah, that's why him basically sidelining this last peace talk, like, it's like, what are they? I mean, what are they going to do? Protest harder?
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to fucking like step down or rescue hostages.
And what the fuck is Biden going to do, right?
Nothing.
Please don't. And what are people in America going to do? Protest harder at Biden to do nothing?
That's why this is.
You know what's a better idea?
Why,
exactly what the Columbia protests are doing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The only thing that's going to advance right now is the college shit. It's also going global now because that's what the internet fucking does now. Okay, let it be learned. You know, that's what Black Lives Matter definitely showed us. Is how international shit can grow quickly, especially from America, because we dominate the culture. Right.
Yes.
So that's why if like Americans just cared about Iranian women
or Iran
or Tamaj, you know, like just some rapper really made it his thing, right?
Yeah.
That's all that it would need if they were like there, like they like we've seen musicians shout out these causes, but to stay on it, that's a different thing.
They don't stay on it. It's just like we'll appease the crowd.
Yeah, but it's like it's so crazy because like there's so many rappers, right, that could take a stand on this, but instead we're releasing Drake diss tracks, you know? Like if we actually took a stand on this and like this rapper, whoever did it, would basically be able to say this like as bragging rights that they changed the world. Like you're gonna go down as one of the most influential rappers. Just because you do this movement that actually pushes the regime out in Iran.
I mean, the thing that really gets me is there's a lot of rappers like this already that could easily throw some mentions in there. There was that one song that we found who had a mention of Iran in the song, which was very surprising.
Oh yeah, the one guy who was like
there was that one guy, but like
it's just a lyric about he thinks about before
what it was like
79 in Iran.
Yeah.
What it was like before 79 in Iran.
Which is so interesting.
It's a really good song.
It's a really interesting line, but I say it again, Run the Jewels could do it easily.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck about actual causes though.
But
Mr. Cop City himself.
Cop City in his own city.
Yeah, his daddy was a cop too. He loves cops. He's a liberal bootlicker. It's an act.
It's just like
it's an act.
It would be fine, like just fine. Okay, we get it. We get it. Just like
I don't know, man. Like I'm just saying, like some of these guys, like Kendrick Lamar, like like some of these guys can like throw out to like actually like
call.
Yeah, like other rappers have brought Tamaj up, just like how rappers brought up like Youngblood. I know brought up who is like irrelevant, so it's such a small unknown thing. Like the greatest thing that he accomplished was dating Halsey. He brought up Misa Amani.
Oh really?
On stage. Yeah, a few people did.
Huh.
We need a Drake diss track on the read. Just imagine, like, do you know how hard that would be?
Like, it not be Drake though.
Like,
please?
it's so it's the label that would prevent something like this. Though.
Yeah.
But like, if a rapper dropped a diss track on the Iranian regime because they're executing people for making music that are basically diss tracks against the regime, like, and if American artists dropped a diss track on the Iranian regime, it would be international news. Iran would put a fatwa on him. Like, that's fucking hardcore, right? Like, the only person who's had the
DJ
fatwa
Khaled?
was
No,
way.
he
would never. Would
No,
never.
he is a coward
He's
at
too
the
stupid.
most pinnacle of cowards.
He doesn't understand. He wouldn't be able to be hard enough, you know? Like, it had to be like someone like Childish Gambino.
He's too liberal mainstream to do it.
Yeah, they don't. They're too like, but
it would need to be an underground rapper, someone who's independent but big enough to make waves.
see, if we had money, we could lobby this.
Mm.
Be like, hey,
A lot of the independent
yeah, but
rappers,
like Salman Rushdie, he just wrote a new book. He got a whole book tour out of it, and the book is like about his stabber. Like,
also rappers are surrounded by people who are armed. I don't think.
yeah, but like, think about it. Like, though, like, think about how hardcore it is to say you have a fatwa on you as a rapper.
The only thing that I can see as an issue is that Islam in black communities is like semi-prevalent. So it's like you're calling out the Islamic regime. It could maybe come back on you like that. Maybe, depending on who you are. And a white rapper doing it is kind of cringe.
Fuck it. No, it doesn't matter, you know?
Mm.
Like
Like
fuck
imagine
it.
Jack Harlow releasing a diss track on Iran. How cringe that would be.
I don't, as long as it's released and they get a fatwa on them, they're hardcore, bro.
Mm.
Like, honestly, Drake should do a
Actually-
diss track against the Iranian regime, because a fucking fatwa against him by the Iranian regime is way harder. Like, that's so much street cred that Drake needs right now.
But Drake is shit.
Yeah,
I
I know, but Kendrick
mean-
just released a diss track on him, and that's all everyone cares about right now.
Is that why people are talking about it? Okay.
Yes. So because
I
that
was
diss track is
thinking,
so
right?
good that it would be like Drake is more emasculated now.
Because I was thinking, right? Because I brought up Jack Harlow because he was like the first white rapper that I could think of, and it's like
Post
maybe
Malone.
he's not a bad person to actually try and get to do this, because
Little Nas X.
his fan base is very young. They're mostly women, right? They will get it would be a massive signposting for this issue, and it's something that they would actually care about, as opposed to other rappers who are mostly male fans. I would mostly assume. Maybe not a bad idea. Maybe we should try and start a Twitter brigade at Jack Harlow to post the Iranian regime's fucking
just
femicide.
a bunch of fucking like synthetic accounts.
Yeah, just buy bots and brigade him. Just send it and brigade him with like facts and links and information and shit, right? Not like an actual bot brigade, but actually sending links and proper stuff. That would be interesting. It would be very interesting.
Don't start honking at me, mister. Let's just jump from this instead of like coming. We already paused for so long. No, just go to the next thing.
Yeah,
we got stuff to do.
Trigger
We've
warning.
seen the act.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. I'm about to show you gruesome imagery of a brave, lone Jewish counter-protester. It gives me no pleasure to report this. This brave soul was murdered. Like spiritually, I would say. Not like physically murdered, but spiritually murdered, assassinated, victim to an violent anti-Semitic hate crime. It's going to be really hard to watch, but we have to watch it. As those who defend Palestinian emancipation, as those of us who speak out against the Israeli occupation, we also have to reckon with our side and the actions that our side engages in. I'm letting you know this is going to be a very trigger warning once again. Very sad images are about to grace your presence. It's time to talk about the examples and many such examples of anti-Semitic hatred.
Did SNL do anything about this? Honestly, the sweater tied around the vest is so good because she wore it underneath right? She wore it underneath and was like, now I'm going to unveil it now that I'm close to the protest. My
Yes.
secret unjuveiling
Yep.
disguise. And then she tied it around her waist instead of just having somebody like hold it for her. Like,
it's made for parody. The jokes write themselves. Like instantly,
did you
as
see
soon as I
the
saw
Sacha
this,
Baron Cohen thing I sent to you?
No,
About the
no.
mosque?
No, I didn't.
Okay, it's like
But,
it's
the
his
first thing,
it's his show where he interviews Dick Cheney and gets Dick Cheney to sign a waterboard.
that's hilarious. Like the first thing I thought of when I saw this was literally the Jurassic Park meme, and I sent it to you. It's like where he's like, look, nobody
Yeah.
gives a shit. Like that's the first thing I thought, because that's exactly what this video is, and it's embarrassing, so embarrassing.
You should stare at the pro-Palestinian anti-Semites. You should stare at them and
You can see her face as well.
see
She's
their
like,
crimes
I'm so
in full
brave.
display. I might get paid
No,
for this, but
the
I'm
best
proud.
is my wife is a brave Jew. I've been waterboarded. I got laid from waterboarding a girl as well. I've waterboarded multiple people, but I did it to a girl at a party and she got like horny as fuck after. And I didn't have sex with her that night because I was sober and she was drunk. And I told her that it wasn't going to happen. And then I just banged her the next morning when we woke up. The end.
Sure, I guess my internet will just kill itself. Okay.
Yeah, you can't
what-
say that. Huh? Doesn't matter.
I'm proud to show you that there are brave souls out there who are still on the side of the American State Department, pretty much every Western politician, most of the Gulf state leadership, and also on the side of the apartheid state of Israel. No one is on their side. No one with power is on the side of Israel except for this
Weird
brave
flex.
soul, Israel's
It was
strongest
honestly,
warrior.
it's not a flex. The flex, if anything, was me not having sex with a drunk person. That was the flex, if anything. I think it's more of a weird story. It's just something that I'll never forget. Like it stands out.
Wait, what did I miss? What?
Oh, nothing. Also, you weren't. Is that Angela? Is your picture Angela?
Do you hear that in the background? That's anti-Semitic music. Everybody knows zurna, the flute-style horned instrument. That is calling for jihad, which of course means killing Jewish people. That's right. It's a war horn. Do you hear the drums of liberation? Many of you might think those are the drums of liberation. That actually is the drums of assassination. Oh my God, don't do it. Don't open up that. Oh no, don't open up don't do it. Guys, they're about to show you something really gruesome and
You
really
missed a
scary.
lot of
If it wasn't
discourse.
enough
You
that you
said
saw the
hello.
anti-Semitic music that they're listening to, look at the
There was
banner.
a lot of discourse about Angela and various other things. And I
Look
was
at them
like,
dancing
never got
menacingly.
confirmed
Now, the
that
mind
was
of the
what your
Western
picture
liberal
was.
cannot comprehend the danger that this woman is in. They can't. It is so obvious to me that the Palestinians, the Muslims, have been able to capture with their mind control music the minds of many other brave American souls who probably once could have been great allies to the Israeli cause of genocide. And yet here they are dancing. And that dance is nefarious. Why? Why is that nefarious? One, Arabs dance. They're dancing like Arabs to Arabic music. Two, this is a dance that they do before they do the hate crimes. The dance itself is also a hate crime, but this dance in particular is also spelling. It's a double hate crime. Avert your eyes from the banner that you might see in a brief moment.
Honestly, I don't think anyone saw her.
Oh, what does that say? It says, choose for a free Palestine. Oh, God. Oh, another snapshot. We have a lot to reckon with. As pro-Palestinian advocates, activists, we have a lot to answer for.
Oh, here we go.
That's right.
What,
we do.
protesters
Trigger warning,
aren't
guys.
allowed
Are
to
those
ask for
watermelon slices?
food?
I didn't want to say it, but yes,
It's not
those
cringe
are
at all.
indeed watermelon slices. I have goosebumps. If you squint your eyes on this pause, it looks like she's a pro-Palestinian Jewish person. No, that's why it's so perfect. That's why this This image is so perfect to me. This is the best part because they always say a picture is worth 1,000 words. I'm telling you, this picture is worth 1,000 words. This perfectly captures the fraudulent, hyperventilating Israel defenders in the United States of America talking about how fearful they are and how that fear is completely unwarranted and how anti-Semitic the pro-Palestinian side is. Like, that's it. You put yourself there. You put the yellow star David on your back. You wrote Jew on your t-shirt. You went to the protest. You didn't get the reaction that you wanted, and you just sat there angry as people genuinely did not. This is the perfect thing to do to counter protest, by the way. People don't give a shit. They're dancing, good vibes all around, people hugging each other, people sitting around, tweeting, talking to one another. And here she is trying to self-victimize. It's perfect. Just white knuckling through it all. Nobody cared. Apparently there's a follow-up to this as well. We don't hide our faces. My wife said, look at my face. I'm not afraid. Look at my face. I'm not afraid. Put my face on camera. Show my face. Dox me. Dox me. Dox me. I will not be ashamed. I am proud.
I am not afraid. Look at my face.
Okay.
I am not afraid. Put
So cringe.
my face on camera. Show my face.
Nobody gives a single fuck.
Dude, that's so funny, bro.
This is
With the
hilarious. I didn't see the
Palestinian
full video.
protest, they're
This is even
dancing in the
funnier.
background, just chilling. Oh, it's so cringe, dude. Oh my lord.
Dogs me. Dogs me.
Okay.
Dogs me.
Ironically, she probably did get doxxed because of how lame this was.
It would have been funny if someone just shouted out, "Shut up."
Dogs me.
It's probably because this is edited.
I think the dancing, just not acknowledging her, is kind of funny though.
Dude, the invocation of the Holocaust with the yellow Star of David is so fucked up, but it's so unimaginably fucked up that it like bounces back to being funny because she's literally saying like, it's my Holocaust, it's my personal Holocaust if you don't let Israel genocide Palestinian children.
Yeah.
Like, what a ridiculous thing to say. Is literally like stubbing your toe and being like, this is just like the Holocaust. What the She's not afraid because her counter protest isn't against the popular messaging of our entire political and media apparatus. Her stance is not controversial, so brave. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. I love videos like this because it's just so cringe. It's so unimaginably cringe. Like the hate crime that she engaged in is one that she did herself. She posted so much cringe that it is borderline a crime, a war crime, maybe even a hate crime. The hate crime in and of itself is obviously saying is you know, likening not being allowed to do a little bit of ethnic cleansing to the Holocaust, which is already ridiculous. You're just undermining the severity of the Holocaust, but it's crazy. I'm sorry, but this reminded me of this banger. Oh yeah, Columbia students participating in the Palestinian protest take part in a cult-like tribal dance while dancing and clapping.
I just want to say that's some foreshadowing.
Columbia students of the
Where he
Holocaust
says
to the Holocaust, which is already ridiculous. You're just undermining the severity of the Holocaust, but it's crazy. I'm sorry, but
it's a little bit of foreshadowing.
This reminded me of this banger. Oh yeah, Columbia students participating in the Palestinian protest take part in a cult-like tribal dance while dancing and clapping to Arabic music.
You want to see some American cult-like dancing? Let me find some.
No,
Look.
there's going to be music here.
I'm not going to play it. I know, but you know exactly what it is. Look, it's the American version. Shut the fuck up.
Square dancing?
Yeah, line dancing. It's the American version. I bet you shut the fuck up. Now I have to find where it was.
Or just move on.
No.
It's awesome, dude.
Ah, it's from Ollie London. No wonder. Okay. Disregard. Disregard everything I said. Doesn't matter. Ollie London, mentally challenged.
Like so much of the anger and resentment.
Hey, look, is he good?
Yes, idly by.
He does. He has a random person.
Face black red guard alert.
Everybody, look at me.
He's so excited.
Yes.
God, he's such a piece of shit.
Dream come true.
He is such an awful little bag, dude. He's like, oh yes, I did it. Finally. Here's his little speech. Listen. Oh,
he's such a diva. Look at him.
I also love that. This is just a bad look overall. Don't throw your hand up like that when you're defending Israel.
That is nice.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I have not just a civil right as a Jewish person to be.
Yeah, he was like frothing out of the mouth, hoping that like every Jewish anti-Zionist gets like arrested, and then now he's like, "Wow, Colombia is very, very anti-Semitic."
On campus, I have a right as a professor employed by the university to be on campus. They deactivated my card. These are 5 lawsuits happening, but we don't want to.
These are 5 lawsuits.
They deactivated my card. These are 5 lawsuits happening, but we don't want to.
This guy's such a fucking pathetic loser.
Wow,
He activated his card.
I mean,
yeah, dude, that's man, you hate to see it, folks.
I think I've learned more at festivals than anything from like girls who are real hippies. Unlike that one fake hippie who shaves her armpits. Like, no.
Shave
like,
your armpits makes you a fake hippie?
Yes. If there's not hair there, you're fake hippie. That one Crystal Song girl who's got the dreadlocks.
Okay.
Who talks about crystals and how the pyramids are magic. Fake hippie.
Sure. Uh-huh. Sure.
You hate to see a real one get taken out like this, unjustly, mind you.
He's the only one giving the real coverage.
Yeah. My card has been deactivated. Why? Shai Davide, pro-Israel professor at Columbia, attempted to swipe his card to go inside the liberated zone encampment with his supporters. Oh, damn, dude. But I love when people who defend Israel think that like they can operate in the same fashion as like someone would in the West Bank. You know what I mean? Like, no, we're gonna do a show of force on the students. And then all of a sudden it like they come to the recognition that it maybe sometimes, no, this isn't actually the West Bank. You don't get the IDF to defend you as you spit on like Catholic nuns or some shit. Okay, you don't get to do that.
You have the Kent State video where he's
where-
like saying that they should do Kent State.
No, he has a video where he says
Did
that
Hasan not know about this?
No,
No
he's
way.
like, am I wrong? Chad, am
He's
I
at the
wrong?
business school. It's not even the same campus. Yeah, no, he's just, dude. It's so Israel to do that. I'm sorry.
Wait, is that it?
Dude,
Wait,
what?
Oh, here it is.
Is that it?
Are you telling me he couldn't get in because it wasn't his campus?
Well, also,
And
if
he's
you're
now-
looking at chat right now, he's the son of a major arms dealer, billionaire weapons sales.
Seriously.
Yep.
Hilarious.
But that's the whole
It is-
thing.
there's
Like, even
nothing
James
more-
made this
there's-
point to Drew.
Mm.
Because Drew said something
Man,
like
even James is getting on him.
someone's father is blah 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 in the protest movement, and then James was sticking up for it, being like, you're doing the sins of the father thing. Like, the guy you like, his parents are arms dealers. You know.
Yeah. Let's have consistency.
Good.
There's nothing more like Israel adjacent to be like, no, I'm going to occupy this space that
I need to go film.
Wait, what?
These
There's people saying like Palestinians are humans. I have to go there right now and do bodies in spaces right now. Shai Davide is demanding the National Guard come in to violently disperse the Gaza Solidarity encampment. How does this guy still have a job?
I know it's painful to say this. I know there's a fraud history in the United States.
Is it painful to say this?
Did he? The fraud history?
Fraud. I think he meant
Yeah, I
fraud,
know he
but
meant
I don't know
fraud.
why
With U.S. colleges, but it's time to bring in the National Guard because the NYPD is.
you
Psycho.
piece of you.
in over their head. Obviously, the President Shafiq and the administration are.
National Guard for what? That's the funniest thing.
Y'all, you will
Go.
not believe what just appeared on my feed. You are going to love this. They gave her watermelon earrings, bro.
Oh my god. Code pink. Fuck me.
There's literally 2.
I've never wanted to tell someone to game end themselves more than
There's
I want to tell
literally
Medea
2
Benjamin.
community notes. It's like a community note contesting the community note. Like, they never said it was supposed to be that woman in Georgia.
Unbelievable. I fucking hate Medea Benjamin.
Epic.
Protesters. What is going on? It's like
That's so funny.
much of Israel support is just like the most annoying little babies, like these spoiled little babies throwing a baby tantrum. That, like,
Austin,
there
did
are
you
people
hear
on
that?
campus that are saying
One of the
Palestinians are
lawyers
human
telling
beings. Like he's
Bowie, it literally has a fucking emergency exit door in their possession.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That's hysterical.
hates that. He's like, unacceptable. It's like, yeah, it's so
Guys.
painful to say, bro. It's so painful. Also,
We are not okay. Right now, we are not okay.
Look at having a hissy fit.
He's precious.
It's
love him.
so good. It's so
He wants to
fucking
get fired
good.
so bad.
Apparently, his card was deactivated because of his unhinged email. I just sent this message to leadership of Columbia University. I'm going to be on campus Monday morning, and I'm requesting police escort. Police escort for simply going to my own place of work.
Clock the time.
8:50.
No. When he screenshotted it.
Oh, 0 minutes ago. He
Instantly screen grabbed.
because he was sending it to info@documentingJewHatredOnCampus.org. Oh my lord. You're
Jesus
Jewish.
Christ.
You live in New
Why are you
York.
saying that to me?
Talk
What
to
the
me. Talk to me about how anti-Semitic it is to live in New York as a Jew. How scared? Is that why you
just
came to
go up
California?
people, you just go up to people on the street and you're like, "You're Jewish."
Yeah, come on.
You live
I
in
do that.
New
Well,
York.
I mean, have you seen? My neighborhood is a very
Are you
Jewish
Jewish?
neighborhood. That's what I do all the time. I'm like,
You're like the
walking up
Orthodox
on
guys.
Saturday.
He's walking around going, Jew,
random
Jew,
Orthodox
Jew,
Jews be like,
Jew.
"You're Jewish." Is that why you came to California to escape?
To escape the vile anti-Semitism.
The vile anti-Semitism.
Unfortunately, Hasan, I have to tell you that the anti-Semitism is alive and well in this very room.
That's true. I am StopAntiSemitism.org's anti-Semite of the week. So, I
just want everyone to know that when the microphones are off and everything, he says like, "You're a Jew, right?" He says he drops like hard J's. For a quick glance over, they go, "Oh yeah, look, I heard that those kids they hate Jewish people, even though guess who? All the Jewish kids at the protest. They're doing Seder tonight."
Here's Shy going on his media tear. Okay, the real victim here are not the tens of thousands of Palestinian children that have been mercilessly slaughtered by the apartheid regime that he so viciously and vociferously defends. It's actually Shy Davide. That's right. Why is he a victim? Because why has the National Guard simply not killed every student that thinks Palestinians are humans?
This is an important topic. This is not just about Columbia. This is every U.S. college. They have said they are going to bring down Columbia first, and then as a domino effect, we'll have all other universities.
Domino theory.
But I want to make clear one thing before I talk about my own actions. What we're
Domino
seeing now at
theory.
Columbia, and I don't use this word lightly,
Iraq
we're
war
not seeing
imminent.
ideological war. We're not seeing support for terrorism. We are seeing terrorism. Last night.
Oh shit, bro! Didn't realize that's terrorism.
Yeah. Honestly, we should have listened to the Black Eyed Peas.
Jewish students don't feel safe on campus because they are not.
Yeah, he's using his own, dude. I love that he's using his own data that's like filled to the brim with.
Yeah,
I saw a sign that said "Free Palestine" and
I feel unsafe in Hasan's house.
Yeah, it's just you were wearing a
He's mean to
keffiyeh.
me.
He was wearing a keffiyeh when he came in, probably to be like, look, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me.
I didn't want to wear it on stream because I thought that people would think that I was pandering.
He was wearing it though, off stream where it counts. Which data is he using? Anyone know? Yes, the data set is actually, I believe, readily available, and Ben Lorber went through it and ripped it apart as soon as it came out. Like there was obviously the media, without an ounce of scrutiny, immediately
Look at
reported
this.
on it.
Wow, this number is
Wow,
700%.
yeah, it's out of control, man. Oh, everyone is being so anti-Semitic by saying Palestinians are human beings and but like just a little bit of scrutiny immediately showed that they actually changed the data set.
200 feet away. He comes, steals my Israeli flag. He moves into the mob of anti-Israel, pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas protesters. And I try to get it back. They're pushing and shoving me, yelling at me, Zionists, kill Zionists. Two individuals.
Isn't it funny how every single one of these guys that claims this happens to them says the same or similar kind of story? It's like, really? Tell me more about this thing that I heard happened to every other person that's exactly like you.
What did the aliens look
Grifter.
like again?
What were their names again?
Killed the Zionists. Okay. I was just innocently walking around with a massive flag of Israel. It's really fucked up that they targeted me personally and found me.
Throw a rocket at me. Right in the face. I'm calling public safety, NYPD. Where are you? I'm being surrounded by 100 people. They can do whatever they want to me in that moment.
He died.
Yeah, isn't that crazy that they killed him?
He died.
Yeah, it's cool that
That's
he was able to
terrorism.
give this interview about how
It is terrorism. My favorite topic.
It's time
Yeah?
for more Pride discourse. Not really, actually. But
Because
did
tomorrow
anyone
we
see that?
might be doing
This is the official Pride
our terrorism tier list.
account, which exists apparently. The Progress Pride LGBTQ plus
If not
flag
tomorrow,
is
then the
updated
next
more inclusive and
Saturday.
to better represent the intersex community. Retweet if you like the design. And now we
I
truly
told
have.
you, you're gonna
I'd
love
rather
this
do
video.
next Saturday.
Huh?
I'd rather do next Saturday.
Whatever.
Can I say it? An
If it
abomination
works out
of
tomorrow, it's gonna happen tomorrow.
vexillological design. It
Well, I
looks
might not be
so
available.
bad. We have the pride flag, which is all saturated rainbow colors, and then we have the black and brown, which is nothing wrong with black and brown in a flag, but it's like right against all the bright saturated colors. And then you have the pastels of the trans flag.
Well, it is when the flag is supposed to represent everybody, and then you specifically put isolated.
You're gonna love this
skin
video,
colors
bro.
in it.
You're gonna love this video.
And now you have. Are these like LeBron colors? I don't know. I remember. Is this Lakers? I don't know. And this is intersex apparently. I don't know if that. Yeah, we have two yellows, but they're different shades of yellow. Like, look, it's not the same. The yellow on the rainbow flag is darker and more saturated than the yellow on the intersex portion of the flag. Dude, can I be real? Okay. One of the problems that progressive people have when it comes to representation is that they get so inclusive that they actually become exclusive. Okay. One of the best examples of this is the term BIPOC, which is one of the biggest abominations of a progressive term I've ever heard. POC, person of color, just means non-white, basically, like in America. That's basically the way it's.
It's literally just rephrasing colored person.
Uh-huh.
Fight me. I will fucking fight people on this. It is the same term rephrased.
Used. Okay, that's just the way it's just used. Okay, like, and then like bi POC, like black indigenous person of color. And then I ask, like, why bi POC? Weren't black and indigenous people part of the person of color like label? And then they're like, but no, black and indigenous people have their own unique social troubles, so we recognize them by distinguishing them from the POC. And then it's like, wait, hold on. Do Asian people not also have their own specific issues? Do Latin people? Why would we do? Why would we have an inclusive term POC? And then we would start.
This is why identity politics is fucking dumb.
I mean, Como said it himself. Black people have suffered a specific struggle that's different than the Italians.
The Italians are white, though.
Yeah. But he says that when he gave us our soundbite.
And?
Right after he says it was a mistake.
And?
Well, that's the point.
Doesn't change what I said.
The point is that black and indigenous people have suffered like very specific atrocities.
Okay.
And that's why they want to recognize it as different.
So why connect the movements at all? Why not just have a whole separate thing?
Couldn't tell you.
Or just use the umbrella instead of.
I'm just saying that
specific
like he's saying like,
treatment
are
for
these people
specific
not
things.
also people of color? And it's like, I get what he's saying, but also like you're not acknowledging the reason why the people like that are that hardcore and woke use that word.
I'm
Like,
very
there is
aware of why.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Well,
aware
he's
of
not, I
why. I'm
guess.
saying, well, maybe we're not sure, but like I'm saying that it's.
Yeah, I always say BIPOC, and when I do, I'm referencing it here, and then I don't say it ever elsewhere.
Yeah.
Nor do I say
'Cause it's
person of
like,
color.
Yeah.
A lot of
'Cause
times,
it's just,
if I know the person's specific nation, I'll even say their specific nation.
I think that's more important though, on a native sort of level. Is it not? As opposed to just being like Native American, like it's fairly specific.
Well,
No?
I also don't even like the term Native American.
Mm.
It's fine. There's nothing wrong with
Indigenous,
it.
whatever.
You know?
Mm.
There's nothing wrong with it, but if I can.
Yeah, I just find that the expanding out to like needing a single thing for everybody is just going to lead.
Yeah, well, you're
to
gonna
the
love
point
this
where
video.
It's like the whole if everybody's special, nobody is kind of thing.
That's okay. Just let
Like-
the video play, bro. That's what the
segmenting
video's
more-
about.
Yeah, like BIAL POC, and it's like, yeah, well, the unique and individual struggles of every ethnic group means we had to
There you go.
exclude them.
He is
Then why do
aware.
we have POC? What? Why? Likewise, like I don't know. Maybe this is just me being weird or whatever. But when I see people flying the rainbow flag, I kind of assume the rest of this. Like,
Exactly. It's logical. That's what it's supposed to fucking mean.
That's
I feel like
because
the rainbow flag is usually taken as a
this is what happens when you go lib to the max and you lib it up.
ubiquitous, like progressive, like social or sexuality or gender flag. Maybe not the black and brown stuff because I don't think race was necessarily like included beforehand.
That's just intersectionality. That's just like intersectional everything coming into it. Like this is the kind of
just
shit
let
that
the
I
video
learned
play,
when
bro.
when I did my gender studies class.
Like,
You'll
I
love
could
this
see a person
video
waving
if
the
you
pride
just
flag
let
and think
it.
that person might be racist or whatever. But like, I assume the trans thing and I assume the internet intersex thing too. So like now, if a person's flying the rainbow flag, but it doesn't have all this rest of the stuff in the corner here, does that mean like they're excluding these groups? This is
Bigot.
the problem. Is if you keep like now, does every flag flown that doesn't have
Bigoted
the intersex
fucking
section, does that
losers.
exclude the intersex people? It's like, yeah, it's really really weird, you know. I just feel like we're excluding people by being inclusive. Like the trans flag was cool and the gay flag was cool, but like by crunching it all together, why don't we just have a like the woke flag, okay? And it's just the color wheel. I'm not joking. Why don't we just put a color wheel on the it's like the woke flag and it's just we agree with every like progressive lefty position.
I have my
Why
iPad with
not?
me
I'm
at
not
the
joking.
moment.
This isn't an insult. Why don't we just do that? Like why do we have to keep kicking the can down the road, you know? Yeah,
I
just
still
do a
like your
color wheel.
idea
Why
of a
not?
white
Here, hold on.
flag with a
Let's see
big
if we
gay
can-
on it.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can make any improvements to this one because I think this one is still way too exclusive. Okay, I think this one is still way too exclusive. Okay, so first of all, we need to include ace people. Okay, we need to include asexual and aromantic people. All right, because their exclusion here is not acceptable. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna desaturate this side. Okay.
Oh, it's
and that's gonna be
rainbow.
gay section,
The
right?
the
There we go.
text is in
Gays.
rainbow.
Okay, so we have that. Okay.
Yeah. I drew it up on my iPad the other
This
day.
is one of the best ones. I agree.
Okay. And now
This is an iconic
Why
video.
is it truncating it? Don't truncate. Just yeah, there you go. Okay, now we're going to crunch this a little bit over, and I'm going to really quickly include. I'm going to really quickly include the Italian flag. Okay, you know, because they deserve rights too. I guess. What is that? It's kind of like an olive green, sort of. You know. Okay, we're gonna. That's a very thick line. Okay, we're gonna do this.
You
Okay,
famously
all right, the
said
pepperoni, you know,
that
hey.
the
Then we're gonna get- then
name
we're gonna get the red,
Fredo
you know?
was like the N word for
Well, hey,
Italians.
see?
Yes, that was a
Okay.
mistake.
No. For the other layers, you goober. Okay. Now we have the Italian flag thrown in there, kinda. It's on its side, but you get we get the colors. Okay. Yeah, I know it's vertical stripes, not horizontal, but I think this is fine. Hold on, let's clean up the little errant lines over
Yeah,
there. All right,
exactly.
who else is being excluded? Don't forget Palestine. Yeah, wait, who else is being excluded? Okay, wait. First of all, Japan. Okay, there we go. We need Japan in here. Okay, because Japanese Americans experienced unique violence in the Japanese detention centers. We did. So what if we just had? What if we just had the rising sun of Japan, just right? Nah, just right there. Okay, like that in the middle a little bit. You know. Oh, in the white space. You're right. No, come on. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. What about the leather flag? You're completely right. So the leather flag has to be black, right? There's no other. It can't be any other color, right? Okay, the leather flag will go right here. Okay, we'll fill that in, that section right there, and we have to do like a little white highlight on it because the way leather looks, right? You know. There. See? It's like a leather thing. The poly flag as well, it's ugly. You're right. Hold on, poly flag.
There
Here
it
we go,
is,
here
the
we go.
gay flag.
Oh, it's so ugly. Oh my god, it's so ugly. We have like
big
we have like
gay.
a violet. What if we took a strip
White
out from the center here? Okay. Here, hold on. Let's we need to do a polyline tool. Here, hold on. Polyline. Poly flag, polyline tool. It's all coming together. It's all coming together is what it is. There we go. Okay, so it's like an ugly lavender, kind of like it's like a pink, like a dark pink lavender, kind of, you know. Okay, here we go. There we go. We're filling it in. We're filling it in, boys. It doesn't matter if there's a mistake. It does matter. Well, this is a serious flag, and we're seriously submitting it to the vexillology department. Okay, then we have like a puke green, I think. This is very serious, what we're doing right now, okay? And then finally, we have the okay color, like a light brown, okay? All right. Who else are we excluding, boys? Who else are we excluding? Make it Canadian? I'm not that much of a degenerate. Who else are we excluding? Please look at the leather flag. It's ugly. Oh my God. Jesus, it looks like a Blue Lives Matter flag. Christ. Gamers? Who's the what would a gamer flag be? Oh my God, this is looking so possible. Do we put like the Discord icon? The Joker face. The Joker face. Hold on. So I feel like the gamer flag has to be like poorly drawn, like a Wojak, and it basically just has to be like the Joker face, and it has to be like right here. Okay. So hold on, really quickly. We're just gonna sketch this out. Okay. Hold on. Hey, calm down. Okay, hold on. I think we're heading into the realm of transparency and representation that's never been done before, lads. Okay. Now we need like lime green. Okay, hold on. A little darker, than that. Okay. Okay, it has to be like poorly drawn. Okay, remember, we're not This isn't because I'm drawing with a mouse. Okay, it's because it's the gamer flag.
Mhm.
And as we all know,
You could easily do the Pepe.
Hold on, we need the blue.
Joker's so much funnier though.
Yeah, it's coming together. It's coming together. Oh my God. It's coming together. Okay, we're almost done. Now we add a little bit of red. Like that. And then we need the thin line because the lips, because the lips. There we go. See? So we're drawing white people lips. So we need it to be very thin. I actually have, you can't see it because of my beard, but I actually got pretty luscious lips, I think. I'm happy with my lips. Now we have the gamer representation. Okay? Foot fetish. You're right. And how do we represent foot fetish better than literally just drawing a foot? Okay? Okay. It's just going to be a little thing, okay? No, hold on. It's just going to be a little thing, okay? We need to... Okay, and then it's got to be... Stop that. And it's got to be like, stop! Okay. And then we fill it in. Nice. There we go. And then we do the highlight. Okay? There we go. That's the foot fetish. It looks like a paw. Oh, there. My furry tendencies are coming out here. Here,
that's a good foot, honestly, for a quick sketch.
It's not bad.
Margin. Lower the color margin.
Why are you gay?
There we go. Just live with it. Just live with it. Just live with it. Okay. Just don't worry about it. I think we have room on here. For 2 more groups.
There's still space.
Okay. Super straight. I'm not putting super straights on here. I'm not giving anyone anything to cancel me over. Clown. The Joker on here. Heteros and the Irish. The Irish, obviously. Of course. We're going to do it in the purple section of the flag, too. That's what we're going to do. The Irish flag, strong and proud. Okay? That's what we're going to do. Then we get the orange. A little brighter than that, I think, huh? No? A little bright? A little more bright there, maybe? That's not that bright. Close enough. Take 5, people.
Close
yeah,
enough,
besides, orange is the Protestant side, so you don't even need that side on.
Oh, is it?
The bounds.
Yeah.
What's the word? Vexillology? What's the full word there, folks? It is vexillology? Okay, gotcha. Just making sure. Wait, hold on. I know what we have to put next. There's really no other option. This isn't even a question. Democracy abides. Hold on.
Oh my God.
There we go, people. Take your screen caps, okay? There we go. This is officially the current most progressive flag design. If you don't use this one at Pride, okay, then you are, I don't know.
Honestly,
somebody somewhere.
I'm sure there's people who have had this flag at Pride. Somebody had to be deranged enough to make this into an actual flag.
Surely. And probably it's printed from the screenshot too.
Yeah.
As a final lesson here, can Can we please stop overcomplicating the process of being progressive? I feel like every moment of every day, people are constantly trying to outwoke each other with these petty games of aesthetic
That's
symbolic
living it up.
progressivism. A redesigned flag that nobody's ever going to use.
See, because
isn't
it's
just
the
worthless, it can be
extremism
actively,
factor.
like,
You know, like you go down
They
these
want to be the
pipelines.
most.
Yeah, you go down these pipelines because they think they can't move any further left because they're still not looking at things of an anti-capitalist perspective. They're still on like the American left-right spectrum, which is why the term is worthless.
Yeah.
They think ultra-lib is like the left.
Yeah.
They've never heard of Karl Marx.
actively counterproductive at times. Okay, let's just focus
Commies
on the
killed
basics,
too many
right?
people to
Basics
get
are
on there.
be good. Be good. Do it. Be good, please. Do we all feel represented? Is everyone here represented? Do you think they never should have added the black and brown? It's just they're gonna keep adding something new every like 5 months. Like, why? It's gonna keep
They should
happening.
have never
too.
added a chevron.
You forgot British people? I didn't forget British people. They just didn't show up. Okay. To be clear. Thank you. Why can't this be our flag? It's a little bit tough to draw. This is quite a bit of cross hatching that you'd have to do. But like, what's wrong with this one? Doesn't this work just fine? I think this gets the message.
Fair enough.
Like, does anyone look at this and think like, oh, it says be gay, do crime, not be intersex, do crime? Does anyone here think that they're being left out? No, this is holistic. Everyone is gay. Okay, you can be gay even if you're straight, but you have to be gay.
Yeah, look at Joe Cat.
Even if you're straight. You forgot the baby sexual. Yeah, we could have.
Why are you gay?
Look at your flag and a poll. This is amazing. Yes.
So somebody already did an animation of it.
That's amazing.
This is the future. This is the future that I want to live in. Okay? I want to go to a goddamn Taco Bell and see this motherfucker flying.
It
I like
missed
the line of text from
the
chat.
grayed out.
Oh god.
That's hilarious.
Civil rights argument. Oh, that's so sick. This is a unique Ben. This is a rare Ben.
Did you look at the video I sent you?
With yes.
The board. It's
Yes, I did.
Ali G talking about the mosque.
Yeah, but I couldn't really hear it because everything else was playing.
We tolerate the blacks.
Okay. He normally has the wherewithal not to do this. He used to do it all the time back in the day. There's still like plenty of public debates that we can draw
Oh my
from.
god, the Georgians
But I
are
haven't
using
really seen
water
this Ben
guns
in
to
a
split
while.
the cops. That's hilarious.
So
let's hear what Ben Shapiro's. I wonder if he's going to celebrate this anti-Semitism bill. Let's see.
there's a bill that passed through the House. It passed through with 70 votes against by Democrats, 21 votes against by Republicans. The kind of group that voted against.
A question. How come they criticize Hamas for not differentiating military deaths from civilians, but they keep yapping the 1,200 number without differentiating the military deaths in Israel? Because every Israeli life is a real life of a human being. Every Palestinian life, on the other hand, is not. I hope I was able to clarify it for you.
Did you want me to bring it up? That the
No. It's HBO or Showtime or something. I do want you to watch it though, if you can isolate it, like on your phone.
That's why I always say, so much of this conversation is just conducted on the boundaries of adding a layer of civility onto two formative principles: unrestricted,
Can you
unfettered.
send it to my phone then?
I sent it through Instagram.
Okay.
Unregulated Islamophobia, and might is right politics. That's it. And the quicker you recognize that, the easier it is for you to have these sorts of conversations with people.
Ran the gamut from people who are overtly anti-Semitic, like Ilhan Omar, to people who are sort of like borderline anti-Semitic, to people who are just strong free speech libertarians. The reason is a badly.
He's like the actual anti-Semites, strong free speech libertarians. People who are critical of Israel, rabid anti-Semites, Ilhan Omar, Muslim. Where's the hijab? Anti-Semitic.
Thought out bill. I'll explain also what the House thought it was doing here. So there is a bill called H.R. 1690. That's the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act of 2023. The bill, which is led by Representative Michael Lawler, who's a Republican from New York, has 13 Democratic co-sponsors. It will codify the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism in Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Okay, so let's explain what's going on here. Okay, right now, the reason
that you are seeing a lot of angst from administrators on college campuses is because federal funding is tied to fulfillment of the Civil Rights Act. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 dictates there cannot be discrimination on the basis of shared ancestry, ethnic characteristics, or national origin. Environments of harassment on these bases can remove your federal funding at a university. So if, for example, there were to be giant rallies at a university that suggested that all black people should be re-enslaved, and the university did nothing about that, that is already illegal under Title.
That's so funny that Ben's saying that, because if that were to happen, Ben would be defending it. Excuse me, it's called free speech. They're just making an argument about why black people are servile and therefore deserve enslavement, which is the same exact argument that slavers made.
The guys need to chill.
Did you like that? Isn't that a great video?
It is great.
We tolerate the blacks.
And it's a historically important argument to be made. And I think that I will fight to the death.
That series that he did,
right to be able to say
honestly,
it.
like Borat is definitely the funniest thing that he's done. But
Yeah.
like that series is funnier than like the other two movies.
Is
Like
that
he has
the Amazon one?
I'm not sure what network it is, but he has one guy who's like a super Israeli ex-IDF guy.
Okay.
And that's the guy he like meets Dick Cheney with and has him sign the water board.
That's funny.
And like joke, he's like talking about torture, and he's like, "Well, we don't call it torture," and he's like, "Yeah."
Enhanced interrogations.
Yeah, it's just very funny. He also gets this guy to endorse kindergartens.
Okay.
And it's like they do this whole thing about like how you have to arm them in kindergarten, and then it's like, oh, it's like the something T-Rex, but it's just like a T-Rex toy with a clock in it.
1964.
Yeah, Ben doesn't believe in the Civil Rights Act unless we're talking about defending Israel.
The fuck?
In which case, as long as he can tie Judaism to Israel, he will defend the Civil Rights Act. There are, of course, plenty of instances where Ben has shit on the Civil Rights Act, as a matter of fact. It is pretty... I love this. I love this situation because, like, even to the dumbest guy on the planet, partially due to anti-Semitic leanings, virtually every single person knows Ben Shapiro as the guy who hates identity politics. Okay? That's what he made his bread and butter on. And little do those people know that Ben Shapiro loves identity politics. It's just an identity he
is
cares
identity
about.
politics.
And that's not even Jewish people across the board, mind you. He is fucking insanely anti-Semitic all the time. It's just Jews who defend Israel. And anyone who defends Israel, really. He wants only that group of people to be defended. Jewish, Christian, anti-Semitic, not anti-Semitic, doesn't matter. As long as you defend Israel unconditionally, Ben is here for you. Everyone else, fuck off. Fuck off.
Now, there's a lot of talk about the fact that that is a violation of free speech principles. It absolutely is. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is a full-scale violation of free speech principles.
Yo! Oh, that's so good. Oh my God. Oh, that's awesome.
Weird.
It's like Title VI is a violation of free speech principles. It's really fucked up that it exists. I told
As
you.
Christopher Caldwell wrote in his book, The Age of Entitlement, this is replete throughout the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 is chock full of violations of the Constitution. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, for example, criminalizes private accommodations discriminating on the basis of...
Oh, this is so awesome.
No
Oh,
way.
good. He's doing his anti-civil rights. He's doing his anti-civil rights argument. Oh, that's so sick. This is a unique Ben.
Honestly,
This is
bro,
a rare Ben. Okay? He normally has
there's
to
a
work-
lot of great sound bites from this shit.
From
that we
this,
could
yeah.
pull. No. From the kindergartens thing that I was just pulling up.
Oh. Okay.
wherewithal not to do this. He used to do it all the time back in the day. There's still like plenty of public debates that we can draw from. But I haven't really seen this, Ben, in a while. And I love when he debate lords the civil rights
of various categories. Private accommodations, like you own a bed and breakfast. It criminalizes that, right? You're now called a public accommodation, and now the federal government can step in and fine, regulate you, criminally prosecute you.
He hates that. He hates that. He has openly fucking been like, you should not infringe on businesses. People will just simply go somewhere else. Okay, but they don't. And they didn't. And that's kind of the reason why this fucking legislation exists to begin with, because people were not doing that. They weren't just going somewhere else. They were specifically going to that, and all of the private corporations in surrounding areas were just all not offering accommodations to black people. So it's kind of the whole reason why the law and the civil rights movement happened, but whatever, let's keep going.
It's a violation of what used to be a divide between private property and public property, which is why I've always had massive problems. I've talked about this for years with Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. I also have massive problems with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, because Title VI of the Civil Rights Act is very unclear.
He hates it. He's like, why can't you let private business be racist to black people?
It obviously violates free speech principles because it says that if you create, quote, a harassing environment on, for example, a college campus or in a business that takes any sort of federal contract, the federal government can then remove money from you. And now, that being said, the Supreme Court has already cleared Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, and there appears to be no actual momentum inside Congress for getting rid of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act.
Isn't that a libertarian viewpoint? Yes, it is. Many libertarians are just as racist as Ben Shapiro is, so yes. Anyone that tells you that the federal government should not step in when many businesses in almost every fucking state, and in some states almost all businesses, are routinely discriminating against certain subsections of the population, and the federal government shouldn't step in, is a racist piece of shit. I will stand on that, okay? That is insane.
Now, again, if you got rid of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, what would actually happen at campuses? Okay, you would have some rallies that were really bad, or maybe you wouldn't, because it would turn out that now colleges and universities would have student codes, and they would enforce their student codes. One of the great lies about universities generally, it's one of the reasons I don't like public universities nearly as much as I like private universities, generally speaking, mainly because public universities, you run into all sort of viewpoint and free speech concerns. Universities, believe it or not, were not meant
to pause for a second. I'm just going to play the audio from my phone. Just listen to this, like, soundbite gold right here, right?
Meet a friend of mine. His name is Papi Pistol. Now, Philip, will you show us how to feed Papi Pistol?
To feed him, take his lunchbox and push it into his tummy like this. Just remember to point Puppy Pistol's mouth right at the middle of the bad man. If he has a big...
Like
Jesus Christ.
Right in the middle of the bad man.
I think you're right.
Everyone's thought are equivalent. Universities, as we talked about,
most
at the very top,
most
Columbia
of Sacha
College,
Baron
Columbia
Cohen stuff
University,
is
when it was
very
King's College,
quotable.
was designed to foment.
We could definitely get a lot out of.
Well, this is like a Congress person. He got to do this fucking ad. Like a pro-gun, like Congress person, and he just got him to sign on to this ad.
We could totally get some sound bites from what's the first one he did? Ali G.
Oh yeah.
It is just soundbite.
No, but like it's like when you used to do Borat on this show, there's one where Borat goes to a gun range. And it's pretty funny. People like dealing with Borat at a gun range.
That would be pretty funny.
Particular views. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's quite good. The idea that a university actually promulgates virtue and does not take a morally relativistic stance about good and bad, that to me is a good thing. The problem with classical liberalism in general, which is sort of the idea that all viewpoints are to be treated with equal fervor. Classical liberalism only works so long as there are boundaries to the classical liberalism. Meaning that if everyone shares a basic notion of virtue, then yeah, we can have arguments within that basic notion of virtue about what's good and what's bad. But if that completely disappears, classical liberalism turns very quickly into simple moral relativism, where we're supposed to treat neo-Nazism, communism, and constitutional conservatism as exactly the same thing on a college campus. I don't think.
We shouldn't. The only acceptable viewpoint that you just mentioned is communism.
Wrong. Factually untrue.
Just saying. The other stuff is, I mean, you just repeated neo-Nazism twice. So I don't know why you had to bring that up twice. Constitutional conservatism, neo-Nazism. Redundant. Redundancies. What's next?
Hot take. All three are neo-Nazism.
So you're gonna be like Republicans? Okay, same shit.
The end result is the same.
Perfect Mother's Day gift that will make the women in your life feel.
I was waiting it by this weird living
for, say, killing black people as opposed to killing.
Okay, I heard it. Ben
If they were
Shapiro is
chanting
all for killing black people.
for the elimination of an entire state, an
Don't
entire
say
Muslim
eliminate.
state, for example, if it said Saudi Arabia ought to
Bro, what do you mean? You literally do that almost every day when Iran comes up. What are you saying?
Zio
You
Huck is a
defend Japan
G.
and don't live here? I don't know why people say that about Japan. I'm fucking insanely critical of Japan's xenophobia and its also lack of recognition for its historic war crimes that are literally damn near identical to the Holocaust, almost 1-to-1. Especially when we're talking about what they did in fucking China. So
Of
the
course he
notion
would
that I
bring up
don't,
China like
the
that.
notion that I don't, the notion that I show this level of
shut
sympathy,
up.
just like I defend the top of the, man, it's 4:53. You guys are fucked up. It's no. Dude. One, this is not an argument that pro-Palestinian demonstrators are. You say it's too early?
It's off the map completely. You know that the administrators would shut that down forthwith, right? Because there are groups that rank high on the intersectionality hierarchy, and those.
Dude. One, this is not an argument that pro-Palestinian demonstrators are making. Nobody's saying wipe
He
off-
really did just compare the Nanking massacre to the Holocaust, didn't he? Jesus fucking Christ. My God. Playing down the Holocaust to play up the Nanjing massacre is something.
I think.
My God.
I think they're comparable in atrocities, just not in scale. Is what he meant. That the atrocities committed were just as bad as the atrocities, but the scale is not the same.
No. I would even say no. I would say overall, Japan's war crimes are comparable on a scale to the Holocaust, to Nazi Germany, but not that single act. No. No, like they did death marches across the Philippines with millions of people. That is more comparable to the Holocaust.
But the Philippines are the bad guys. They're siding with America.
That is my point. That is my main point. Is that he's playing up his own shit.
Okay. I think they're both
playing
bad.
down the Holocaust. Yes, that's my point. My point is that he's downplaying an
Point.
atrocity to play up another one.
Point.
Not listening.
Of Israel from the fucking map, or even if they are, just does not represent the broad movement and what the actual arguments are. Okay? You, on the other hand, and counter protesters on the pro-Israel side, on the other hand,
that man
are
was a
actually
little
saying Israel's in the
porky
right,
pig man.
as it is currently in the process of wiping out every
looks
Palestinian
like the Saw pig mask
from the land. One side that is actually advocating for ethnic cleansing, it's the side that's currently defending the side doing the ethnic cleansing. But as far as like, as far as an advocacy for wiping out an entire fucking population of the planet, you absolutely have advocated to wipe out Iran off of the planet.
Okay,
so shut the fuck up. This is what they make Prozac with, and we all know you won't ever shut the fuck up about taking that. Jesus.
Get back to the pig man.
Shut the fuck up.
Nice editing.
Those groups are preferred. Those groups are the ones you're not
No,
good editing.
we missed the
So Title
pig
VI has
man.
been
We gotta go
unevenly
back
applied.
for the pig man now. I thought for sure he would show that pig cop again.
I don't know where the
For literally decades, which is why you can see open anti-white discrimination on campus all the damn time, even though it's forbidden by Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of '64. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of '64 is at least facially neutral with regard to which groups can be victimized by discrimination. But in application, I have yet to see a case where anti-white discrimination, which happens all the time, harassing environments for white students on college campuses are quite real, and they've been quite real for decades.
Oh my God, bro.
Okay, I'm kind of over this. We over this? Yeah, we're over this. I'm over this. Yeah, Glenn Greenwald.
Gross.
Speaking of the attempt to crack down on people's right to criticize Israel in the United States, the House of Representatives today overwhelmingly passed H.R. 6090 that is essentially designed to adopt a radically broad definition of anti-Semitism and impose it into American anti-discrimination law. So that if you do any of the acts under this new definition of anti-Semitism, and it includes criticizing Israel in ways that the U.S. Congress considers unfair or unjust, you will be deemed formally guilty of the crime of anti-Semitism and can be punished under the law for having done so. And I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to.
Okay, what is the actual wording?
Got it.
Because that sounds fantastical.
Got it. All right, you ready to see this pig person?
Represent the broad movement and what the actual arguments are. Okay? You, on the other hand.
Isn't that crazy? Didn't he look just like a pig?
If you say so. No? I don't know.
He was
Maybe.
red like a pink, a pink red like a pig.
So what's the actual wording? Like, what's the actual wording of this bill?
Oh, you know how they basically in Britain, they sidelined that Assadist by saying that a criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism, and they basically made it that was the definition in Parliament. Like they defined it in Britain that anti-Semitism was criticism of Israel.
That is fucking nuts.
Yeah, so let me explain what's happening here. The ACLU, who pays candidates a lot of money, is the people behind this bill, right? So the candidates voted for it to keep their ACLU money, and Biden's going to veto it because Biden, his political career is done after this. He doesn't take their fucking money, he's not going to run for Congress after this. So.
And what if he doesn't veto it?
He already said he's going to.
He's a politician.
If he doesn't veto it, it
breaches the First Amendment.
The Supreme Court will take it. Honestly, a court will take it. It won't uphold. It's not that it breaches the First Amendment. The thing is so we have laws in place with hiring practices. You can't discriminate against somebody on your hiring practices, right? Workplace harassment when it comes to your contract with your employer, right? They can't just call you racial slurs and stuff.
Yeah.
So it basically did that, but it applied for Jewish people as well, which is already a thing.
Yeah.
And then also made it very vague to say that anti-Semitism may also include specific Jewish governments, but it may not also. Case-to-case basis has to be argued in court. Yeah, the fact that people even voted on it is pretty pathetic because of how
they should have said
Taylor
no,
Greene
fuck you,
didn't
Bill.
though. She said, I'm standing up for free speech and the Uniparty. And that bitch over there.
See what this law says. Because there has been a long-standing effort to try and criminalize criticisms of Israel in the United States, especially on college campuses. And all you have to do is take a look at the law that the Congress, on a massive bipartisan basis,
There's
just
no way
enacted.
even
70
Glenn
Democrats
Greenwald
voted no,
could
25
even be
Republicans,
right
something
and
like
have a good take on this. Crazy.
You know what they say? Criticize
I don't know.
those you can't because they're the ones who run you and your world.
I think Tim Pool might even have a good take on this.
That's a big call.
That it was about 90 members of the
He's
House
gonna
who voted
both
no.
sides it.
Mike Johnson led the way in joining with Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, yet again, in supporting the enactment of this legislation. That's one of the gravest attacks, most explicit attacks on the First Amendment right to free speech that we've seen in many years. Regardless of your views on Israel, this should be deeply disturbing to you.
Yeah,
So
I know,
here's the
right?
text
Jack,
of the law.
were you thinking about he's talking about the Jews?
No, I was talking about Israel.
I don't know.
The same thing I'm always talking about. That Israel is
Western
paying the
territory
United
that is
States,
mainland China belongs to Taiwan.
and I bet you there's a lot of APAC money behind the ACLU too, isn't there?
They referenced the
Probably a lot
protocols of
APAC
Elder
money
Zion. I mean,
behind
I
the
wrote that
ADL.
book.
That's a great
Funny
book.
how all these things kind of coordinate together to circle back to AIPAC
Hi,
and Israel
everybody.
funding,
Actual
lobbying
Nazi
money.
here.
Uh-huh. Yep. Just dismissing the whole, lobbying, money
My
in
brother,
politics,
this
same
is
thing
haram.
always said. Mhm.
Itself, quote, 6090, House Resolution 6090, to provide for the consideration of a definition of anti-Semitism as set forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of the federal anti-discrimination law concerning education, programs, or activities, and for other
Remember,
purposes.
this
So
is
just
what
to be
I
very
said. The
clear,
International Holocaust
the
Alliance, Remembrance Alliance. This is what I
purpose
said
of
the
this law
other
is not
day.
just a
Where it's
resolution.
like, why do they make it so I have to look up groups like that? Like, why am I looking up groups like that to make sure what they stand for?
To condemn certain criticism of Israel as anti-Semitic. It is intended to ensure the enforcement by federal administration laws concerning education, activities, and other purposes. Now, this is the
Education,
kind of thing that is
activities,
legally
and other
barred
purposes. All
from
right.
doing, and you're about to see
So-
that what is barred.
So that's the
is
issue
expressing
right there, is the education, because it could apply to schools and be like, oh,
Mhm.
you can't do anti-BDS movements at schools, which tons of schools already actually have. So
Anti-BDS.
yes, yeah. I mean, Abby Martin sues these people and wins lawsuits against them and like gets them
The
overturned.
the BDS stuff.
Yeah, she's sued college campuses who wouldn't let her talk because they have a no BDS policy, and because she's pro BDS, they banned her from talking after she had an
Oh,
event
okay.
scheduled there. And then she takes those universities to court and gets the BDS law overturned at that university.
That's hilarious.
She's done it at least once. So another reason why
hilarious.
you got to give her credit, because like at least like no other grifter has gone as far as she has with any of that shit.
That
Like
is
she
true.
actually practiced what she actually believes, you know?
a wide range of critical views about Israel. This is the definition that the Israeli government has been advocating all around the West to basically criminalize criticism of and activism against that foreign government. The resolution goes on, quote, it is the sense of Congress that one, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin in programs and activities receiving federal financial assistance. 3, discrimination against Jews may give rise to a violation of such title. And the
We
discrimination
already
is based
have
on
it in
race.
there. It's already in there. Like,
Color
can we
or
pass
national origin.
laws that are just laws that already exist? You know? Like, what is that?
John,
Are we
quote-
going to make murder illegal twice now?
It is the sense of Congress that one, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits
Glenn
discrimination on the
Greenwald's
basis of race,
nailing
color, and
this.
national
What
origin
great
in
coverage.
programs and
Like,
activities
he's
receiving
perfect.
federal financial
Like,
assistance.
there's
3,
so many things that would drag this out. Like I summarized it already. We already have these things.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that it's right there, even in the Civil Rights Act, federal financial assistance, like you don't get federal money if you discriminate. Like the government can already take away these schools' fundings if they like allowed the protesters. They could go after them. If Congress determined that it was a violation of the Civil Rights Act, then Congress determines that it's a violation of the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
What's the point?
discrimination against Jews may give rise to a violation of such title, and the discrimination is based on race, color, or national origin, which can include discrimination based on actual or perceived shared ethnicity or ancestry. 4, it is the policy of the United States to enforce such title against prohibited forms of discrimination rooted in anti-Semitism as vigorously as against all other forms of discrimination prohibited by such title. 5, as noted in the U.S. National Strategy to Counter Anti-Semitism issued by the White House on May 25th, 2023, it is critical to A, increase awareness and understanding of anti-Semitism, including its threat to America. B, improve safety and security for Jewish communities. C, reverse the normalization of anti-Semitism and counter anti-Semitic discrimination. And D, expand communication and collaboration between communities.
What does that mean?
Paragraph 4 is definitions. It says, for the purpose of this act, the term, quote, definition of anti-Semitism means the definition of anti-Semitism adopted on May 26, 2016 by the IHRA, of which the United States is a member, which definition has been adopted by the Department of State. And 2, includes the contemporary examples of anti-Semitism identified in the IHRA definition. Now, the bill itself does not provide that definition, the IHRA definition, and that's because anybody who read this definition of anti-Semitism would immediately see what a grave assault it is on core political rights of free speech.
Wow.
Here are some of the examples.
Let's go, Glenn.
Of what is called anti-Semitism under the IHRA definition that has just been incorporated into American law. And the law itself said that they're not only adopting the definition itself, but also the examples of anti-Semitism provided under this interpretation. Here are some of the things that you are now prohibited legally from doing in the United States. Number one, accusing Jewish students of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. So if you look at AIPAC, or you look at the ADL, or you look at members of Congress who are Jewish or evangelical, if you look at Ben Shapiro, and you want to argue, you know what, it seems to me as though they're prioritizing the interests of this foreign country in Israel more than their loyalty to the United States, this is now legal. You are illegally barred from saying it. You will be formally and officially accused of anti-Semitism if you make those claims against Barry Weiss or Ben Shapiro or Chuck Schumer or the ADL. That's not allowed. Also not allowed, quote, denying the Jewish people their right of self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. What if you think that the creation of the Israeli state was wrong and that the Israelis don't have the right to have an ethno-state led by and composed of a majority of Jews? What if you don't find that valid or just? You're no longer allowed to express that opinion. Because
Does
that
Glenn
is
Greenwald
something
hate
that
Jews?
is now deemed anti-Semitic. No, you can say it about the U.S. government. You can say, oh, the U.S. government was created by colonizing the land and genociding
All right, we get it.
the
We
Native
don't need to read the
Americans,
whole document.
and therefore the creation.
Wherever there's a big protest for justice or equality, you'll probably find him there, on the front line, maybe even getting arrested. And that's been true of Dr. Cornel West most of his adult life, whether it's protesting for civil rights or opposing foreign wars. He's always been there, fighting the good fight. Now, as one of America's leading public intellectuals, Brother West is speaking out on Gaza.
I want to say that I stand here in solidarity with each and every one of you.
That's him standing up for Palestinian rights and in solidarity with student protesters at Columbia University in New York last week. But as he's marching against the war in Gaza, Dr. West is also running a political campaign for President of the United States, no less. Dr. West is running an independent third-party campaign. Yes, the kind that makes Democrats dizzy with flashbacks to Ralph Nader in the state of Florida in 2000, or to Jill Stein's Green Party campaign in 2016 and the subsequent Trump victory. What's interesting is that Dr. West declined to run third party in 2020, in order, he said, to help avert a second Trump presidency. So why then is he running now? Joining me here in our studio to explain is the man himself. Thank you so much, Dr. West.
You've always been kind, and you have tremendous bounce back. This new show is dynamic, my brother.
Thank you for joining me for the bounce back. Academic, author, activist, and now presidential candidate, Dr. Cornel West. Let's start with a very simple question about your political campaign. Why are you running for president?
Don't
One
suck
is
his
I'm thoroughly
dick.
convinced that the American empire is in such deep depths of spiritual decay and moral decadence. I didn't see any candidates who were raising the crucial issues of truth, of justice, and love as
does
it relates
this mean?
to militarism abroad and at home, issues of poverty. As you know, I'm an abolitionist. When it comes to poverty, I see so many homeless and unhoused people stepping over. I live in Harlem. I see it all the time. We can eliminate that as well. We support the militant wing of the trade union movement. And most importantly, we can have a leadership that takes us beyond all the lies and the revenge and the hatred. That's so much now a part of American political culture. Where are the truth tellers? Where are the justice seekers? And you do it in the spirit of humility, though, brother. And you understand what that means when you come out of a tradition that you recognize you have no monopoly on truth, but you are in pursuit of truth, and you can't stand mendacity. You can't stand criminality.
So let's talk about policy. You're talking about abolishing poverty, some big
I
goals.
don't care.
Before we get to
I'm
the
already
campaigning
bored.
side of this interview, let's talk about policy.
What a boring-
What are one or two specific policies
I
that you
think-
are advocating for here at home?
It's been playing for 2 minutes.
Maureen Williamson, she's like less boring, but it's just she got boring because all she says is the same thing.
That you believe makes you stand out, stand apart from the other candidates, whether it's Joe Biden, RFK Jr., Donald Trump, whoever?
Well, one, I think that I'm delighted to be the first American president who wants to head the American empire in order to dismantle the American empire. America needs to be a decent, dignified nation among nations. We don't need to dominate other nations. 800 military units abroad, 130 special operations in various countries. We don't need
He's running to get rid of the American empire. He gets the power and he goes, all right, well, it's already gone. The empire never existed to begin with because empires do not exist anymore. Thank you.
Roman Empire, Ottoman Empire, Mongolian, British,
Uh-huh.
they all collapsed. The American empire, the 68th empire in the history of the species, the 68th one. All empires come and go. Hubris, military
I don't
overreach,
think- look.
corruption of elites, frustration.
I mean, the British Empire, are we really gonna say like the monarchy's still in place, my guy? Like some of these, like some of these empires like have been around for a long time. You know, and then it's like, what about Ethiopia, who like they had a dynasty for a while, they transitioned. It's still the same state, you know, it's gone through different governments, but it's still the same state that it has been in the past. Like, come on.
And impotence of citizens, and then the arrival of the tyrant. We're seeing that right now. We need someone who will tell the truth about America's past and its present and authorize a better future.
So I'm listening to you and I'm nodding along, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers are nodding along. These are lofty goals.
They are.
Ending American empire, abolishing poverty. Let's talk specifics. Your platform advocates for the
I'm
establishment
gonna
of
make
federal
being
public
poor
banking
illegal.
institutions, a well.
This is fucking amazing.
What?
This is actually amazing.
What?
We're at 4 minutes.
What? 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 What
Just
do you got?
this statement right here is
I
fucking
can't see it. You're gonna have to read it.
hysterical. I would read it if there were people yelling just.
My monitor is like the size of a penis.
So it says so I was like about us, and I looked into their lobbying and their goals and what they were lobbying for, and this was one that I clicked on, and I was like, I wonder what they say. They're like, these efforts are intended to weaken, isolate, and delegitimize the Jewish state. Today, these efforts take the form of boycott, divestment, and sanctions campaigns, discrimination at the United Nations, and illegitimate and unjust efforts to prosecute Israel at the ICC. Where? Fucking, I was just could not believe it. I'm like, well, tell you what, yeah, I can. Yeah, that's about what I expected.
National minimum
Embarrassing.
wage to $27 an hour. All
Should be
things
50.
I like the sound of. I would support. To be fair to President Biden, he did try and raise the minimum wage. He did try and raise taxes on the rich, but Congress, even members of his own party, Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, they blocked him. How will a President Cornel West get any of that done when you don't even have a party caucus in Congress to support you get this through?
Well, one is you can't do anything as a politician. So much of American politics is legalized bribery, normalized corruption with big lobbies and the big donors and benefactors. That's true for Congress. We're seeing it's true for universities too, right?
Yeah.
So you have to mobilize the people. You have to have social motion and social movements on the outside to give politicians wiggle room on the inside. Because what I'm calling for
This means nothing.
is a fundamental transformation. I'm in the legacy of Martin King and Fannie Lou Hamer, who call for revolution. Well, what is revolution? It's the sharing of power.
I mean, I
It's the
like
sharing
this.
of
This is some Lenin shit that I'm hearing, right?
Propose a bill to raise the national minimum wage and then would want to lead.
He should honestly just start quoting
Mobilize-
Lenin at this point and just like Leninize him, like take what Lenin said
that's
and just put his twist
Actually,
on it.
not an awful idea.
folk, not just the trade unions, but so many of
Call it West Leninism.
Don't even no, just steal Lenin stuff and like plagiarize it, like change some words around so it's more
Directly
your thing.
plagiarize it.
Yeah,
That would be very funny. Just like, you know what? Lenin was a cunt. Fuck him.
that's all he's.
I'm gonna
he's
do it
literally
better.
doing like Leninism.
Mm.
He's doing lib Leninism right
Yeah.
now.
the workers who are not members of the trade union.
To
I want
pressure Congress into coming on
and
board.
make trade unions easier to join. See,
But you recognize the block that Congress is on a lot of this stuff.
but
You're not
anytime-
naive about that.
Anytime you're fighting for truth and justice, brother,
Yeah.
you're cutting against the grain. Oh, absolutely.
So you mentioned truth and justice. Let us talk about Gaza, a big justice issue of our lifetime. You've been admirably outspoken, very critical of the Biden administration and, of course, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What would a President West do differently to bring about an end to the violence?
I'd
And what
shoot
would
Bibi
peace
in the head.
Middle East look like under a West administration?
Well, first, you have to have a West administration that respects the people enough to tell them the truth. And right now it's very clear. Biden, Harris, Kirby, Austin, Sullivan. We can go down the road. They are genocide deniers, genocide enablers, and therefore it makes them more criminals by implication. And I'll say that quite explicitly. But I'm saying that on a more spiritual ground.
He's shady.
You have to.
Man, there's a trend this fucking this stream. War criminals and war crimes and shit. Denying genocides. This is a trend.
Respect the people that tell them the truth. How did we get into this situation? Why is it that Israel can do so much with impunity, with no accountability at all? There's a sense in which Israel is the Trump of the Middle East, because Trump
that
himself
is
says anything,
actually a really
does
good
anything,
line.
No accountability, no answerability.
So what does a President Trump... Sorry, what does a President West? You brought Trump into the conversation already. We'll get to Trump. What does a President West do right now if you're in office, or if you're in office January 2025?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the first thing I do is end the siege. Second thing I would do is fight the
I agree.
occupation.
Calling Israel the Trump
Third
of the
thing I
Middle
would do
East
is
is
to make
hysterical.
sure I intervene so that the precious Palestinians who are still there with memories of the 14,000 precious babies who have been murdered by the IDF, the memories of all the disabilities, the memories of those under the rubble. How do they make a bounce back so that we look at the world through the lens of poor and working people? Those Frantz Fanon called the wretched of the earth, rather than looking at the world through the lens of the elites and the Netanyahus and the others who are imposing such vicious conditions on Palestinian peoples.
And would a West administration be pushing for a two-state solution or pushing for a one democratic binational state? Because there are different proposals for what an end state settlement looks like. A lot of people on the Palestinian side, young Palestinians on the left, are moving away from a two-state paradigm. Where do you stand on this?
Well, you know, the two-state solution has been used as an excuse to rationalize the river to the sea from the Israeli point of view. There is a river to the sea slogan on the Israeli point of view, which is apartheid.
Yeah,
that's what it is. They've been pushing for that, and Netanyahu has been very explicit about that. And so I think the two-state solution is gone. There once was a moment.
He's
in which
right.
it was possible. I used to have
before
dialogues with my
Hamas,
dear
it
brother
was
Edward Zahid
possible.
about this, and the great Noam Chomsky too. You and I talk much more with Edward than Noam. So no, I think that precious Palestinians and precious Jews can learn to live together so that there's Palestinian dignity and equality, there's Jewish dignity and equality, and it would have to be under a state in which there's equal protection of their rights. That's the only solution, it seems to me.
It's a very hopeful solution. I know you call yourself a prisoner of hope. It's visionary, hopeful, optimistic. All right, let's jump to another part of your foreign policy platform. I saw that you're proposing the disbanding of NATO.
Yes.
And again, I'm no fan of NATO
Donald
or
Trump.
excessive military spending. But at this moment in time, with Ukraine illegally occupied, with Baltic nations feeling threatened, wouldn't that just be a gift to an already aggressive, and as you have said, imperialistic Russia under Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I mean, Putin's a gangster like so many other elites across the board. He's also dealing with a wounded empire. He's also dealing with the American empire that promised him there would not be 1 inch moving toward Russia. That's after many, many, many states now have been incorporated into NATO.
Nope.
The expansion of NATO
Didn't happen.
pushes him against the wall.
This never
What
happened.
happens when a wounded empire run by gangsters pushed against the wall? He does exactly what America would do if there were missiles in Mexico and Canada. We know that the White House was blown to smithereens.
I'm not disputing the
So
provocations.
in that sense, what we need to do is we've got to first acknowledge the suffering with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. It was a criminal invasion. There's no doubt about that. At the same time, we also acknowledge that
Who wants to see the flag I made?
there and so on.
Who wants to see the flag I
diplomatic
made?
process that can.
You ready? What do you think? What do you think?
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, a bit lower though. And so a bit to the side. More even on the sides. Yeah. Jew curly, kinda.
Jew curly, kinda. There we go. That fits nice, huh?
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. No, you fucking nailed it. It's the new Likud flag. Perfect.
play a crucial role in that diplomatic process. And I would say Russia has its security concerns, and Ukraine needs its self-determination.
But you're not just saying no
Attack
Ukrainian
Yums.
membership of NATO.
Attack
you're saying no
Yums.
NATO.
That's right.
And you think that won't embolden Putin?
Oh, no. No, not at all. Because one, I mean, Europe itself can generate its own security. And if there were attempts to engage in
Then why doesn't
incursions
it?
and invasions, there's always ways in which people can be there to ensure that that kind of imperial expansion does not run wild. But what you need to do is to pull the rug from under what motivates Putin. And what motivates him is his back is against the wall with U.S. missiles right in countries that have borders
One
of his
motivation.
country. You know?
Others would say there are other expansionist motivations. He doesn't recognize Ukraine. He longs for a Russian empire. He's given speeches with nonsensical versions of Russian history.
Yes,
there are multiple motivations. I think we can agree.
No, that's true.
So your critics would say,
but that's one thing as opposed to execution.
Okay, so your critics would say that when you talk about this stuff, you're not a military guy, you're not a diplomat, you're not someone who's served over there. So I have to ask the experience question.
But listen to the military people. Listen to the people who serve. They are
That's
as
true.
ludicrous and ridiculous in what they have to say so often.
So on that note, you're preempting my question.
No, I'm sorry.
I have to, I want to ask the experience question, which I'm
Right.
sure you get a lot because I like you. I've known you for many years. I agree with a lot of your politics. But when Trump ran for president in 2016, people like me said he's not qualified. He has zero experience. He's never served in public office. He's never been elected to anything. Doesn't the same apply to you? You're a great academic, great intellectual, great author and speaker. But out of 300 million plus Americans, the critics would say, how are you qualified to be president, head of the executive branch, commander-in-chief, quote unquote, leader of the free world?
Well, I would want to be leader of free peoples.
Fair enough.
Because I got
But you
solidarity
take
with
my
poor and
broader
working
point.
people, But I understand.
You understand the question?
I've got solidarity with folk around the world. But no, I think you have.
History lesson. Anybody, any American citizen can become the president of the United States. You do not need to be qualified. You fucking
that's what
elitist cunts.
Hillary ran on experience. Look what
Yeah.
that did.
Fuck your experience.
You can't. You're like, oh, you think this video is boring? You've only watched 2 minutes of it. You've walked away through the whole thing.
And I'm listening to the whole thing.
So entertaining. Can't even stay at the
This
desk.
video has been great. And I come back when it's important. I'm almost done with what I'm doing. Don't worry. I'll play it before I go.
To be humble enough to bring together a team of people who have experience in these contexts. You know what I mean? And you think about it, there's only been one great president in the history of the American empire. And he had white supremacist sensibilities. He was killing indigenous peoples with the Sioux. He was killing Mormons. His name was Abraham Lincoln. 1 year of formal education and 2 years of elected office. Period. That was his experience. Now compare Lincoln with all the other blokes. I've used a British term. All these other blokes who've been in the
you
White
came
House.
prepared for this answer with a great receipt of Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so a little chaotically, you've gone from being the People's Party candidate for president to trying to become the Green Party candidate for president, and now you're just running as an independent. People
He said
say
1
it
year of
sounds like you're a
formal
protest
education.
candidate. You're just trying to get your ideas into the mainstream, that you're not seriously trying to win. You don't think you can win, right?
Oh, no, like, absolutely.
You think you can win the
Oh,
presidential
my
election?
dear brother, Trump could end up in jail. Biden could do an LBJ moment and be forced to pull back.
But that wouldn't mean that you would win.
No, but that means my constancy and my consistency allows me a visibility.
Let me ask you.
I got a chance of winning,
So
my brother.
you gave me a great historical reference a moment ago with Abe Lincoln. Let me give you one. The Electoral College in this country makes third-party candidacies, you know and I know, very difficult.
You're right.
Almost impossible. Do you know the last time a third-party candidate won even a single Electoral College vote?
Abe Lincoln.
No. It was George Wallace in 1968.
Oh, George, when he carried
He won
the
5
South.
states, 46 Electoral College votes.
Oh, you're
but
right,
Ross
you're
Perot
right,
in
you're
92
right.
won
19%.
but zero college
zero
votes.
elected. You're
That's how
right.
hard it is
You're
for a third-party
absolutely right.
candidate. So how do you win?
Well, I'm on uncharted territory, brother. Uncharted
He said
territory.
Abe Lincoln.
We're living in real time. We're living in real time.
Abe
We may
Lincoln
end
was
up
a
with Gavin and
Republican.
company or Nikki
He wasn't
coming
third
back.
party. What
Things
was
are
that?
in not just crisis, but in
Well,
flux.
he's right.
So
Actually,
one thing
third
that
party
is
candidates
precedented is not
did win
unprecedented is the
states
idea
during
of a
that
third-party
election. The
candidate running
Dixiecrats
and
were
helping
third
one of
party.
the two major
If
party
that's what he
candidates.
meant, then he's
You've
right.
heard the phrase spoiler. People say people like you are a
Not
spoiler
that it was
candidate.
the first, but it did have
Are you going to
third
do
parties.
what many say Ralph Nader did in 2000 with George W. Bush or Jill Stein did in 2016 with Donald Trump and help give the
Did she?
presidency to the Republican candidate, in this case, Donald J. Trump?
If he's a candidate. No, I view this as one, as you know, no candidate owns anybody's votes. I believe that each citizen following the anthem of Black people lift every voice, express their voice with their
Have you seen a banana?
It's really, really funny that people like this guy, people like Abby Martin, the smarter ones, right, always lead with the illegal invasion. But NATO, not 1 inch, right? It's what I always say about people like Russell Brand, the dumb versions of people like this. He will get you in with the vaccine stuff, or he'll get you in with environmentalism or spirituality or something, right? Sobriety, whatever he might get you in with. There's something there that draws people in, and there's a couple of little things of truth, and then they just hit you with fucking misinformation, and then they capitalize on it. They hit you with truth again. It's like an abusive relationship, and that's how they fucking bait you into it. And that's what being compromised, being an unwilling agent of a narrative of information warfare is. It's what it is. It's an abusive relationship, and I think that's how we should be framing it. We should be framing it as an abusive relationship, as something that we should be helping people get out of. Like, I think that's a better way of framing it than countering disinformation, because that's what it is. It's an abusive relationship. They're abusive, tyrannical cunts trying to fuck you over and make you live in their reality to essentially draw money from you.
Dude said missile has Putin's back against the wall, so he invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, insane. And that's why I brought this up, because I've been sitting on this.
It's funny
for like
that
10
Media
minutes.
Hasan did not let that slide, though. It's very funny.
Yeah. But like this is like, he's a perfect example, because I kind of like him in the sense that, like, he doesn't seem like a psychopath like the rest of them. But he's still, for
He's
whatever
evil.
reason, is
He's
like
evil.
It's calculated, you think? Like it's all a ploy. Like, I don't know. I don't know much about him. That's the thing.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You know Luna in the PSL? The one girl we talked
Who's
to,
that?
Priscilla Luna
Ah, yes.
from PSL. When Cornel West like came forward and stuff, she came to me and asked me my opinion, and saying like he spoke at our rallies and our events and stuff like that, and was like, you know, what do you think about these allegations that he's like taking money from this and that? And like I was like very real with her. That like I think he's fine somebody to have talking, but I don't think he's a candidate that your party is going to back.
Right, because he probably won't do what Iran wants to do.
Mhm.
Necessarily. He's more of just a compromised agent. He's a free agent, let's call him.
But he still does rub shoulders with PSL and that type of stuff. That's mainly.
I didn't realize she was PSL. That's funny.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get her on.
Yeah.
Like fronting it
Yeah,
as something
they're
to
very,
do with
very
immigration.
cautious, huh?
Uh-huh.
Fucking hell. Okay. No, that makes a lot more sense. Like, well, this is weird. Okay, sure. But yeah, it's just these people like this. You got to be very careful. So, and that's why I like being able to pick the narratives. Like, there's always a certain phrases that they use, certain terms, certain cadences of the way that they talk about things that you just sort of know. I did it again, didn't I? I'm very conscious of it now.
What?
You didn't even pick up on it. That's funny. I picked up on it myself. That's hilarious. Yeah, but you just kind of know where you know where they are when you hear these certain key terms, and I think it's probably the same for every ideology. They kind of have their key terminology that they rotate around.
Well,
But,
it's like
for these guys,
like for example, like when I was doing like a lot of my like studies on the Afghan war, right? There would be times like I'd put up a speech by somebody,
mm-hmm.
and I'd understand like 20% of it without looking at the subtitles, right? Because all of them do this whole like quote rhetoric of like this, and then he was killed in the war, and like for God, and blah. They all do the same like exaggerated like blah blah blah
Hilarious.
blah blah blah,
Yeah.
the, like religious mumbo jumbo in there. And
Mhm.
because I've heard so much Pashto over that brief period of time, I kind of have
You
like a
just kinda
temporary
knew.
memory
Mm.
and can like kind of like vibe with what they're saying, but it's a very temporary thing that you can get. You can start like picking up on stuff, and like
You become accustomed to it because you hear it every day.
yeah. And
I got that in Japan.
There's also words that are very similar in different languages. So the word for like war or fighting and stuff like that, it sounds very similar through different dialects of like from like Iran to like Indo region. So like even the
Okay.
Baloch word sounds very similar to the Tajik word.
Okay.
And I don't know actually what it was like. It sounds like Jang. Like Jang is kind of, it's not what they're saying. It's probably not even close to what they're saying. But the tinge on it,
Something like
Jang
that.
or something.
Yeah. Interesting. Because I kind of got it towards the end of Japan, and I reckon if I had stayed there maybe another 3 months, I probably would have started picking up the language pretty quickly. But I think I was at that point where it's like it was not weird anymore, but it wasn't quite normal yet, sort of thing. It's a very weird point to be.
And Arabic's the same too, just because it's everything has they be ending everything in words like Allah.
Yeah.
And you start picking up on it from like how terrorists talk, because they're constantly just saying Allah and stuff.
The strongest case I can make, what comes out of Legacy of Martin King and Company, Biden makes his milquetoast argument, Trump makes his neo-fascist argument, and the people decide.
And the people decide. Agreed. And you get, let's say your polls show you at 2%.
If they choose me, they chose me because of my case. It wasn't they would have gone to Biden. Most of them would have stayed at home anyway.
So you don't think you'll influence the election outcome in terms of Biden v. Trump?
No, we don't know because history's complicated.
But you're taking a risk.
Of course you take a risk.
So in 2020...
Anytime you tell the truth and fight for justice, you take a risk.
Agreed. In 2020, 44,000 votes in Georgia, Arizona, and Wisconsin basically prevented Trump from being president. It was that narrow. 44,000 people in this country allowed Biden to be president and not Trump. If you get 1 to 2 percentage points, you don't think you'll be influencing that 44,000 next time?
I think part of the bias of corporate media, as you know, they don't look about how Republicans who were tied to Republicans vote Democrats, the Democrats vote Republicans. Usually that's a much larger group than the Green Party or Libertarian
I'm not saying
Party.
all of your voters are Biden voters. I agree.
Exactly.
You're right. Some of them are people who would have stayed at home. Some people agree. But if even 44,000 of them are you worried that you might help Trump get reelected?
Oh my God, I don't care.
I'm genuinely wondering how
He's not going to fucking answer the question, dude.
Something that would dampen my fire. See, if you look at the world,
that's not
through
an
the lens
answer.
of a two-party system, that's it. There is no alternative. The American empire is going under, and fascism will take over anyway. If all we have is a Democratic Party that just pushes back fascism every 4 years. No, you got to get at the roots of fascism.
Wow, it's almost like Bernie Sanders ran as a Democrat.
Organization and ways of
and almost and, and like if we're gonna talk about the most successful third-party candidate in recent history, it's Bernie Sanders. Thank you.
What about the argument?
Actually,
that
it's Donald
yes,
Trump.
Joe Biden is a neoliberal centrist,
Militarist and enabler of genocide. Yeah.
but he's better than fascism, and fascism is worse than neoliberalism. What about that argument?
You know, I would say if we have to choose between Trump leading us toward the second Civil War and Biden leading us toward the Third World War, that's a choice I refuse, brother.
But it's a choice you made in 2020. Those are your words. You said in November 2020, when asked why you voted for Biden, what we got to vote for was the mediocre, milquetoast, neoliberal centrist because he's better than fascism, and a fascist catastrophe is worse than a neoliberal disaster. So I genuinely don't follow. Why in 2020 do we need to stop Trump's fascism, but in 202024 we don't? Just explain that.
I mean, one
He called it meaty, unfiltered. It's like, okay, wannabe peers uncensored.
coalition, we could get at some of the roots of fascism, and Biden didn't do that.
Agreed.
And Biden just didn't do
I
that.
agree on that.
He didn't.
But Trump is still Trump. You're not worried about that fascist threat at the door?
What? I can beat Trump.
Okay. You can beat Trump in a one-on-one. Can you beat Trump in a three-party way with Biden?
If he's going to be around, I can beat him. Absolutely.
So your calculus has changed since 2020.
On a public stage with Trump and debate 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes,
we don't even know.
Or 2 hours.
We don't
Can you
even
imagine what that would look like.
I would love to see that, but we don't even know if Trump will, Biden will debate.
Have a debate. Yeah,
but my question to you is it's a genuine question.
By
in 2020, you made that decision to say anti-fascist coalition.
That's right.
In my view, Trump is a bigger fascist threat today than he was in 2020. He's become way more extreme, talking about January 6th hostages, talking about Hitler rhetoric of poisoning the blood of the country, talking about suspending the Constitution. He's a bigger threat in 24 than he was in 20. And yet this time round, you're saying, no, they're both the same.
Well, because the veil has also been ripped off.
I think this is a really good point.
See America.
Because there's certain things that are too extreme to stand on their own, right? Like you look at Netanyahu right now and what he's enabled by. He's enabled by fucking liberalism and fucking capitalism. Like if there wasn't that capitalism and liberal backing, he wouldn't be able to stand like he is now, you know? And we've seen what happens to fascists who don't have that backing. Saddam Hussein, for example. You know, like, and that's what I was saying. It's like if you're going to compliment Saddam Hussein on one thing, it's that he was able to stand alone on his own and build up on his own like that. Like, you know, like North Korea isn't even like in that position, you know, just like how Chavez, you know, he was pretty much a solo act building up his country, you know, but like, it's absolutely correct. India would probably be able to maintain on its own, but they just, you know, they're too imperialistic to not want to get involved with the web of capitalism. Really just stabilizes nations.
American criminality.
Yeah, 100%.
And he had a chance. I mean, he could have reduced child poverty by sustaining those policies.
Congress
he reduced it 50%. It expired. It
Congress.
Right
he would argue that was Congress.
Well,
Congress. It was
for it, just like he didn't fight for the voting rights bill of John.
He didn't fight for it. Okay.
He should have fought on the filibuster. You and I agree 100%.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you this before we run out of time. Back in 2016, you were a proxy for, a surrogate for, a big supporter of Senator Bernie Sanders' bid for the Democratic presidential election.
But yes, he's my brother.
He actually nominated you in 2016 to help write the Democratic Party platform.
Yes, we did. And we fought for occupation. We fought for the end of occupation.
Did. I wonder, what is Bernie's view of your independent candidacy this year? Have you spoken to Bernie? Is he giving, because he's very loudly supporting Biden against Trump?
I know. No, we haven't had a chance to talk.
You fallen out?
No, not at all. Oh, no. You see, I'm the kind of brother, though, man, I can love somebody and say they're deeply wrong on issues. You know that, absolutely.
I mean, you often refer to Trump as brother Trump.
Well, I'm a Christian in that sense, just like you got the rich, you know, Muslim faith, and my Christian faith is not a joke. I do believe, in fact, we all are equal under a mighty God who creates us.
But Bernie and you haven't spoken about the election.
Disagreements because I'm much more anti-imperialist, you see, than Bernie is.
I like him when he's talking when he was with Al Jazeera and they made him talk to like really funny world leaders like Karzai and like what was the fucking other guy's name? The fucking guy.
The fucking guy.
He's the intelligence chief, the spy master of Afghanistan. All he would do is be like, "We need to bomb Pakistan."
Agreed. He came out very slowly on Gaza. Let me ask you this. You mentioned earlier Gavin might be running, referring to Gavin.
Saleh, Amru Saleh.
Biden might step aside.
So Amru Saleh
and have an LBJ moment.
He was basically the spy chief of Afghanistan, and after Dostrum raped that guy, had his guys rape that guy, and he got sent to Turkey and like political asylum, the vice presidency was vacated, and Saleh stepped in, and so when Ghani fled and they tore down the portrait, he basically said, "I'm the president now." So now there's like, so to be clear, we got the Taliban, which you would say Akhundzada, maybe Baradar, they recognize a presidency there. We could say collectively the Taliban presidency, right? You have Karzai, he said he's president as well. And then Saleh is president, Abdullah is president. And then you also have Hikmatyar in there. So, and then Ghani still says he's president, even though he like ran with the money bag. So a lot of presidents in Afghanistan.
Yes. And therefore, you have a new presidential candidate who doesn't have the baggage of Gaza. Let's call it that. Would you then step out of the way?
The whole party's got the baggage.
So you wouldn't step aside even if it's not Biden.
Gavin, Gretchen, all of them still tied.
So you're not stepping aside regardless.
Denial.
Regardless of
RFK Jr. He's worse.
He's awful.
He's
awful.
Worse on the.
But let me ask you this: I just want to confirm if there's another Democratic presidential candidate this summer emerges instead of Biden,
AOC
Cornel West is staying in the race regardless.
Oh, absolutely.
And if the polls show that you leaving the race would help defeat Trump, you still won't leave the race. I'm just wondering where your parameters are.
I don't believe those polls too much, man. I mean, these polls, you know how misleading these polls can be. And believe me, brother, on the chocolate side of town, I know black folk who never been called. Been voting for the last 45 years, never been called. I don't know where those polls are coming
says to me, why have I never been called by a pollster? No, the pollsters have made some mistakes in recent years. But I think there is a genuine point that you may split the anti-fascist vote. I think we both know that's a risk.
Yes, that's true. But what I'm doing is deeply anti-fascist. If you're telling the truth,
100%.
About genocide,
in what you're saying and doing,
corporate greed, the truth about
my God, what a grifter! We get it, bro.
What you're doing and saying, I 100% agree with. The issue is in a two-party system. Are you going to help Trump? That is my
God!
They're both awful.
Has been the same fucking conversation and question and dance. Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
We have a thing for that.
Shut the fuck up.
Australia is really as corrupt as the U.S. It's even
worse.
My
God! Oh my God! You cannot tell me that that's how this opened. I can't believe it.
Your own veteran who did a phenomenally brave act specifically because
you have more than enough to hire competent hackers and reading your competition.
Swallow your food. Holy shit.
BoyBoy is always fun. Yeah, I went through this because I thought this was the one I appeared in, but I don't think it's the one I appeared in.
Or you were self-conscious about your wetsuit?
This is our mate, David McBride.
See, we could be doing ads. This isn't even an ad. They're just doing this for fun right now.
This is just an intro for their video, yeah.
I mean, we could be doing intros like this.
Govern me harder, daddy.
He's going to prison for life.
I mean, we could.
A whistleblower.
People need to fucking fly me to the States. I don't have money for that shit.
I like his new haircut. He looks
It's
handsome.
more about
You all know what
getting numbers than money right
he's a
now.
soldier who served in Afghanistan.
We need
who
expansion.
realized
Yeah,
Aussie
true.
soldiers were committing some of the most heinous war
Whoa.
No, nothing's shown. Don't worry.
Okay.
And thanks
They
to
do a
David's
whole
bravery,
leggy, Ben Roberts Smithy.
Nothing happened. Nothing.
I don't
All
think
the
they
war
actually
criminals,
show
the journalists
any
are
of the
free, all the
footage.
politicians are free. David's the one that's going to jail for the crime of telling us about it.
So, how long are you going to jail?
They should have had their nuts out this whole time, or at least put censor bars in there, even if they were in their underpants.
Yes.
It would just be so much funnier.
It would be funnier with the censor bars, I agree.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It could be the rest of my life.
So that brings things into a sharp.
Like this story is one that people should know about because this. You know how I always say that this, like the police in Australia raid the ABC? It was because of him. Like they raided the ABC because of this. It was included with this story.
Focus, because you kind of think this could be the last time I go to one.
So if I'm doing the shit that we are planning to do, I don't want to be in this country.
Yeah.
My beach last time I watched a movie.
So I hope people can appreciate why after this.
Last time I played PlayStation. You want to come up? If I go inside, I want to.
Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw Mr. Mauld. It sucks that pay part of their college tuition student hitting one guy. Mr. Divorcell. Now me, he can't things that I got shot support. Paying for 2 divorces. Now his own.
I don't care.
I'm fanning. Professional Pokemon player. Oh, that's cute. And I've never.
Him be my cellmate.
We got to get him to whistleblow.
The drug dogs. You can whistleblow the drug dogs.
False positives. On purpose.
You could infiltrate the drug dogs.
Now, to understand how David got into this position, we've got to understand what brought him to Afghanistan and what brought anyone to Afghanistan. And to do that, we need to go back to the 70s when Afghanistan was really...
Don't go anywhere, John.
The only issue with Afghanistan was that it was a socialist country aligned with the Soviet Union. So the CIA took it upon themselves to turn the country upside down. They launched Operation Cyclone, the largest covert operation in CIA history. It pretty much involved flooding every right-wing Islamic extremist in the country with money and weapons. Literally, if you were a murderous incel in Afghanistan in the 70s, the CIA was there to make you a millionaire. Like Gulbuddin Hekmatyar.
Hey! I was just going to say, there's Hekmatyar. First of all, no, he's absolutely wrong. Okay? So, the war starts with Operation 333. Operation 333. Okay.
I hope I'm not the start of this video.
So, so the Afghan government was working with both governments. They worked with the United States and the Soviet Union. So the guy who was in charge was basically ousted by a guy who was known for being like, he was the vice president, but he was also the guy who like made all the prisons and imprisoned Mujahideen and came after them. And he was a war criminal and he was very brutal. Like the guy before him, like wasn't great, but as far as like Soviet leaders, we're fine here. You know, there's a really cool Soviet revolution, the Saager revolution, where like women are participating in the revolution. And so this guy does such hideous war crimes that the Soviets think that he's CIA and that it's like to like coup the country. You know, they think that the CIA put this guy in power. So Eyebrows on a fucking napkin orders the invasion. He writes it down on a fucking napkin to order this, right? So they had already failed in poisoning him. The guy who did it is very open about it. He's on a Soviet-produced documentary about the war saying that he did it. And the thing is that because Afghanistan dealt with both sides and it was next to Iran, they imported cola. So because everyone was drinking Coke, the poison was neutralized that they poisoned the food with. So
that's so funny.
Coma, right? So he falls into a coma, and as the operation happens, he basically comes out in his like underwear, and they're coming in, and they raided this place. They turned it upside down, found no evidence he was working with the CIA. But you see, it's a house on a hill, right? So this becomes like a symbol of Afghanistan. Later on, when Hekmatyar is leveling the city, there's like it's like CNN or something, and they're like, this is the closest he's come to his seat of power. Is this like resort, which is like, they're like, the president goes here when shit is like going down, right? It's like a palace that's up on a hill, and they like they send them in and they encircle it, and like this is the only part that really goes well for the Soviets. But this is that as this is going on, they launch the invasion, into the country because they just took this guy out, and so they're gonna put their own guy in. And when they asked him, like, why are you acting like this? See, like this is exactly right. This is exactly right. This is why this meme is saved on my computer. It is exactly right.
That's
So
very
the
funny.
guy said back to the Soviets about all the shit that he's doing is, did Stalin do the revolution in white gloves? And like that was the moment where they're like, we gotta kill this guy. It's like, here's, you know, this is the guy who's evil. This is the guy who's not so evil who gets assassinated. So what else did he say that was wrong? Oh, Operation Cyclone. Operation Cyclone doesn't start till much later. And that was just the CIA side. So there was still Congress with that was working with Afghanistan. They openly supported the Afghan regime. So July 79. So Operation or Storm 333 is what it's called. Storm 333. When does this take place? December. So Operation Cyclone does start first, but it's not officially called Operation Cyclone at first. And the first year they only send them radios under the Carter admin. But the operation does start with Brzezinski going over there. And so there was already like things going on throughout the year. 79 is just a very interesting year in Afghanistan because from like beginning to end, all these events stack up. Yeah, and you even have Iran.
Everything changed. Yeah. Saddam as well, I think.
Yeah, in 79, yeah.
So when he saw smart women who thrived at university, he threw acid in their faces. But thanks to CIA funding and training, this guy hit the jackpot and became one of the leaders of the Mujahideen, fighting a holy war against the Afghani government and later against the Soviets too. Now, I can't stress how massive this secret operation was. They were spending $630 million a year on the Mujahideen.
Yeah,
at one point, the CIA...
The only thing I will
most expensive
add on to this
operation.
is that, like,
but he's also leaving out the context of how this has to like this is why like knowing about ZL Hawk and like how awful of a person he was. I also sent you a Brzezinski clip, you know, who is implicated in this shit as well, right? So like if it's not for, it's really the Carter admin that fucks this up.
Yeah.
Even though they only send radios. And also like there's news coverage where the like it's like Dan Rathers or something goes to the Mujahideen. You'll see it if you've ever seen the Charlie Wilson movie. It's extremely accurate. It's one of the more accurate like movies that I've seen. It does summarize things. Like things happen out of order and maybe summarized and happen at the same time just to get through it. But it's pretty much exactly how it went down. It's very funny.
Okay.
$1 a year on the Mujahideen. At one point, the CIA...
The only thing I will add on to this is that, like, to be fair, the Afghan government definitely was up. Okay, the socialist USSR aligned Afghan government was up so much that even the USSR was like, we got to get these motherfuckers out of here. They're out of control.
Right.
With the
Interesting.
It wasn't just like regular old USSR style suppression of.
Let's see if he picks up on the upcoming genocide denial.
You know, he's right. He nailed it.
Religion. It was way beyond. It was beyond.
But again, you can still. There is room for communist and socialist apologia here, saying that it's specifically after this guy comes into power that it gets really bad. Like there was repression before that, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary for a government.
No, it's after this. It's the 80s when the Soviets are in there.
Well, I'm saying after the guy takes out his president and the vice president takes over, that guy is really bad.
Oh, okay.
So before that, it was kind of okay.
Not
like
doing
the
a good
sewer
job.
revolution is cool.
They are right. You are a lib. Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here, dude. They were just murking dudes and monster shit. Get the fuck out of here.
They got the University of Nebraska to print these like educational children's books
This
that
part
they
is
like
true,
spread
though.
all over Afghanistan. Taught you all sorts of useful stuff like how to behead infidels or
Also,
how
you
to
know what
count to
else
10 in the
everyone
most-
leaves out?
Yeah.
The first Mujahideen faction was a Maoist faction, one of the most
Yeah.
influential factions in the war before the Americans come in and back Hikmatyar is Maoist faction, and that Maoist party still exists in Afghanistan today, and they still pledge on fighting the Taliban and turning it into a true Maoist state.
Epic.
They are, dude.
There are
They
some-
pair with.
I tell you what, Afghanistan is probably the perfect country for a Maoist government
No,
to
the Maoist
succeed
insurgency
and
is like
work.
awesome in Afghanistan,
Mm.
actually.
Like
I have to-
it
I have
seems
to
like
look up
that
what
that
they
would be a
call the
place
group.
where it works. That would be a place where it works potentially.
So bad, other Afghan communist forces opposed them and even took part in the fight against them. They were not good.
Way possible. And the CIA won. For a period, the Soviets intervened to prop up their ally, but that eventually bankrupted them and they withdrew. And a few years later, the Afghani government fell to the Mujahideen. Women could no
No, it didn't. It
Thoughts?
didn't fall to anyone. It went to a civil war. There was no this. It was a civil war between Mujahideen. Maybe you could say that, but it didn't fall to anyone. And we couldn't even it's like it didn't fall to the Soviets. It didn't fall to the Mujahideen. It didn't really fall to the Taliban. Like the '90s Taliban have probably the most legitimate claim, but
That's your only concern there? Not the fact you just glossed over the genocide?
Oh,
You missed it?
well, I mean, the worst part is really in '92, like after the Soviets leave as well. But yeah, like I think just scrolling over at the brutality is definitely
Like after I watched this entire video, all I could think was, okay, so you downplayed the genocide to play up the war crimes which are already appalling. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like that's the only reason that you would do this. What reason do you have to defend a defunct fucking imperialist government? If it's not to downplay it in order to play up the thing you're making a video about.
longer go to school. The country descended into a 20-year civil war to decide which group of CIA-funded right-wing fundamentalist assholes would run the country. You had the hot one, or the incel guy, or this guy with one eye. So it turns out the one-eyed guy won. Yeah, nice. And his Taliban took over all of Afghanistan. Now, the US was happy whining and dining these guys for decades until a bunch of Saudis flew some planes into the
thank
World
God
Trade
it was
Center.
that
Suddenly,
funny.
US
Don't
guys
worry,
had
I
love
watched
for
it.
right-wing
The
I
concrete
wasn't
video.
worried.
No,
They
but
wanted
that guy he
Not
just
against
showed,
Saudi
right?
Arabia.
That was with Reagan there. There's this fucking hilarious footage where it's a Western journalist who go there, and it's like this guy's like 90, and they're like he just had his 16th child, so they're celebrating. His name is Collis, and he's like he's one of like the core fracture that goes to Robani and Gulbuddin. Collis is like in a specific province, and Mullah Omar actually did fight in both groups, the Collis and Hikmatyar groups.
Interesting.
So
They're the US's allies. No one's touching them,
basically,
obviously.
that is one of the closest the Taliban got to the White House by proxy. You know, their little cousin removed. Same with Mohammed Nebi Mohammed, who's there, and so is Robani. He comes to the White House when they have the seats with Reagan there, and it's like multiple Mujahideen on the seats.
Yeah.
They went after Afghanistan because that's where Osama bin Laden was hiding. Now, the Taliban had been trying to get rid of bin Laden for years before September 11, and when they heard the Americans were going to invade,
They did. Okay, this is good so
they were
far.
like,
Very good.
Fuck. Okay, we'll give
Is
Osama
it-
bin Laden up to the International Criminal Court. Just don't invade us. But as
No,
you know,
that's
the
not.
Americans
No,
invaded anyway and started the long-
no. That's not what happened. They're leaving out Pakistan's role in this. Right. So, and also the Pashtun code. It specifically says that it's Mullah Omar would lose major nationalism points, and as we've said, that they're largely a Pashtun nationalist group. So he basically is going to give bin Laden up, but the Pakistani generals who we sent as emissaries were like, no, we'll betray them. Like, fight with Pakistan's got your back. We're not going to betray Muslims. That's not like the president of Pakistan's totally going to be with you, not America.
Mm.
You know, those guys mysteriously died in car accidents years later and like had to be ousted. It's a whole thing. But those guys are one of the main reasons why Omar doesn't hand him over. And not only that, Omar does exile bin Laden, but Haqqani takes him in. And Omar does not have the tribal power to challenge Haqqani on that.
Interesting. So it literally came down to tribal hierarchies.
Yes. Yes.
Interesting. Very funny. And it's so funny how politics really is, no matter which way you cut it, exactly the same.
This war
We're down to negotiate with terrorists. Remember?
in American history, 20 years and hundreds of thousands of dead bodies.
Random?
So why did they do this? Well, maybe it's so they could have bases bordering Iran, China, and Russia, or maybe it was just to burn the money for the military
Oh
industrial
my
complex.
god,
Who knows?
dude.
Now, David suggests that the main factor
Did you expect anything else?
is actually
Why,
just
like,
perverse.
bro, let's just like hang on. We need to fucking pull up Google Earth for a second here, okay? It's just so stupid. Okay, to go. Well, we need to go to Afghanistan to surround Iran. Okay, all right, buddy. Let's look at that. Okay. Layers. Let's get the satellite layer going. Okay. How do I control the map now? Give me this here. Okay. All right. All right. Now we're gonna share this tab, and we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go to this. Okay. Here's Tehran. Okay. Here's Afghanistan. You're gonna fucking what? We're gonna go through Balochistan. Well, we'll rely on Herat. You know, Ishmael Khan's got us. Ishmael Khan will lead the way into Iran. Like, what are they gonna do? Do you see this shit? Does this look like it's passable to you? It's not. The only way into Afghanistan or into Iran is right here, okay? The only practical war path into Iran is right here, right? You back the Sunni militia here, and you push in here, and then also you go up here, and you back the Kurdish militia here, but they will end up just clashing with the Kurdish militia underneath them who are loyal to Iran, but you at least tie them up there. But your main invasion force that is backed by the Sunni factions that are here, that are against the regime, you push right there, and Tehran's right there. Highway to Tehran. It's that simple. You don't go through Afghanistan. That's stupid. Like, we're going to fucking put ICBMs in Afghanistan to point at Iran? Get the fuck out. Shut up.
But he did funny leg thing at war convention. Haha, he know.
Marketing exercise where America had to, show that they could punish anyone for September 11, and the more kills they get, the more votes they get.
Everything was done in order to impress the domestic.
It's revolutionary
media. They did focus
Islamic
groups,
movement.
sort of redneck, and they were like they couldn't really understand who the Taliban were, and they wanted to fight a country. Let's fucking smash it up.
Oh, you guys want to know what a funny story this is? You said ruined our airports and security theater. Funny, we did that to ourselves. So the Australian government, this is something that an Australian Uber driver told me. So I don't know how valid this is, but apparently the Australian government, in solidarity in the aftermath of 9/11, actually implemented the same exact security theater that the TSA was implementing, because in his words, he's in Australia, he said, we want the Americans to come to our country and we want them to feel safe. We want them to feel the same safety that they feel in America. So we are going to cuck ourselves in solidarity and implement the same security protocols, the same security theater. That's also, hi mom, I'm on a Hasan stream. Why are you talking to a taxi driver about 9/11?
Yep.
I forget
That's how it is.
why we were having that conversation.
They probably would have had a better result if they.
Not true. Australia doesn't have TSA like security theater on domestic flights. You can go to the gate as a non-passenger. First of all, you're talking to someone.
Yes, domestically that is true. Domestically, yes. Internationally, there is the same theater. It's not as intense. It's just like an X-ray scanner, and that's about it.
One who literally did go through a TSA like security theater now, but for a domestic flight between Sydney and Melbourne not that long ago, mate. However, what I'm talking about is about international travel, where they did implement the TSA style security theater in Australia
Can
in the
confirm
aftermath of
he's
9/11.
correct.
So you're wrong on both accounts, mate. I was in Australia not that long ago, mate.
They negotiated with the Taliban and got Osama bin Laden handed over.
Also, I believe that the security theater has been upgraded because of COVID too.
Have won votes in, for the redneck.
I'm still trying to find the name of this specific thing. It's very hard to bring it up on Google.
Definitely a true believer in the West and democracy.
So David actually thought he was sacrificing his life to fight terrorists. And this wasn't his first time. He's been a decorated soldier for a while. But this time was different. He decided to use his law degree in what he thought was a fight for democracy. He enlisted as a military lawyer for the Australian Special Forces, the SAS. His job was to make sure his soldiers were following the rule of law.
When they're dropping bombs on people, you've got to make sure that everything, the boxes are ticked. And it might be an in-house lawyer in a company that kills people, I guess. But
Now, the army gave David's family a gift, right? And it's the gift of a brand new dad with PTSD. But aside from that, what David got from those 2 tours of Afghanistan eventually radicalized him as well.
the analogy I normally used was, it's a bit like being married to a serial killer who you really love. And when they come home, the first time they come home with blood on their shoes, and they say, oh, I broke my nose. You're like, oh, okay. Second or third time, and there's piles and appearing in the garden. And it's not till you have something concrete to say, they're meant to be in Cincinnati, and you knew that they were in New York when the murder occurred, that you suddenly, all those other things fit together.
Now, over time, little by little, all these dodgy reports kept piling up on David's desk, and they looked like pretty heinous war crimes, but his superiors kept ignoring them.
I saw a lot of suspicious reports. The military investigator signed off on it and said, no problem, nothing to see here now.
There were some really horrific things in there that David couldn't ignore, like the exploits of Australia's most decorated soldier, Ben Roberts-Smith.
Back in 2006, in Ben Roberts-Smith's sort of first major medal, he'd shot like a 10-year-old boy unarmed, and other SAS people said, what are you doing? And they were meant to be hidden away in a silent, unseen overwatch. And he gave his position away by killing this guy that the other SAS soldiers said was just a shepherd boy, minding his own business. And then other people came out, probably villagers of the town, and they shot all them as well. And he got a medal for it. And when they
I didn't realize that that's actually what happened, because I never actually read the reports. I just knew that what happened was fucked. I didn't actually know that that's what he did. It's pretty fucking, like, this guy is obviously just a psychotic
He's
nutbag.
So yeah, have you heard the voicemails?
Unhinged. No, I haven't.
Oh, they played him in court, and it's like him talking about how he's going to kill the people who snitched on him.
Oh boy.
And he's very mad.
When the
I bet.
Defence Force gave him a medal, they said they turned the one shepherd boy into a Taliban militia force trying to outflank the SAS position. Now, that Ben Roberts-Smith didn't write that. The Defence Department wrote that because to make him the hero, because they wanted to sell the war. Good-looking guy. He was good in a press conference.
Now, to properly understand why these cover-ups were happening, we've got to understand what was going on the ground in Afghanistan when David joined in 2012. Osama bin Laden was dead, and so was their whole reason for being in Afghanistan, right? The army had no strategic goal, and everything they tried to do seemed impossible. Like, every person they killed was replaced by 3 more Afghanis who were rightfully furious that this foreign invader murdered their family. And if you weren't joining the Taliban resistance, you were at the mercy of the local warlords we put in power.
Oh my God.
Do
you know who that is?
No.
So I think what's his name? The guy who Maddox tried to make a video accusing of plagiarism, but nobody cares.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But he does like internet history videos.
Okay.
Wang, right? Wang, I think does
something on
him. Yeah, so this guy's he's literally a fake person, right? So he literally was a LARPer who went to Afghanistan and posed as somebody who was like CIA secret service stuff, but he was like a guy with
Oh
a
my
short
God.
man complex and said he like used
Yep.
to be a firefighter, this type of stuff. His story is fascinating. Like he
Interesting.
ends up basically like in the jungle, like how every fucking like weird guy does, you know? So he's in the jungle in South America and he's like raping and doing drugs and abusing people and stuff. An unhinged fake person who like, you know, was able to go in and seek this bounty on bin Laden. And there were so many guys just like this, but news did coverage of him all the time. There's so much archive footage of this guy. And he also tortured people. He tortured people in Afghanistan. He arrested people and detained them, and basically it constituted as torture because he like hooded them and stuff.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
What, just took him back to his place and just hung him up in their garage?
Yep. They said that they,
Epic.
you know.
What a cool dude.
Distance, you were at the mercy of the local warlords we put in power, who were pretty much similar to the Taliban, except they had the added bonus of also being pedophiles, but they were on our side, so you know.
So are the
who cares,
Taliban.
right? The important thing is the military knew the war was unwinnable.
We call it Bash We kept on saying, we'll win the war next year. But we said that the year before. And they were saying that because that's what the politicians wanted to hear. They wanted to hear, and everyone got promoted, and you put up PowerPoint saying, you know, we're just on the cusp of victory. They had a plan, but it wasn't really to win the war. It was to win the.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, when he's talking about a guy who ticks off war crimes, who like checks a box to say that these war crimes are actually good, that was literally Ron DeSantis's job in the Navy. That is precisely what he did. That is literally what Meatball Ron did.
2004 presidential election, you know, drop bombs on people in turbans, get kill counts, and make it look like this is how we treat America's enemies. Nobody lost an election by sending more troops.
I'm announcing today additional American troop deployments to Afghanistan.
It is in our vital national interest to send an additional 30,000 U.S. troops to Afghanistan.
This was
The
a
surge,
threat
baby.
driven by
The
market,
surge.
a never-ending string of random fabricated victories, enemy deaths that we were led to believe would bring us closer to some undefined goal, but everyone in power knew nothing would ever be achieved. The war was unwinnable. But this had effects on the ground. Like, once they realized that the war was all about marketing and every mistake, no matter how horrendous, would become a victory, the military establishment realized that anything goes.
We just thought the law was a joke. We had become a sort of a lawless organization where anything went. Whatever the PR people wanted for the day was what happened.
Now, there was one law we never broke, though. It's the law that says Uncle Sam is always right. You see, to understand Australia's role in the war in Afghanistan, you have to understand that September 11th didn't happen in Sydney. Well, I mean, it did happen. It happened right after the 10th, but it was just another day here, right? We were only in Afghanistan because we like to follow the Americans when they invade other countries.
The chief of the.
Yeah, it's not exactly accurate. There's defense agreements and mutual shit.
Some would say we were already occupying Iraq.
Yeah, also Australia did have attacks from ISIS as well. So, you know, it was a global war on terror, my guys. There was an interest for us to be there. Whether you agree with it or not, they saw an interest. The interest was terrorism, I guess. It's pretty easy to follow these figures.
Defense Force even said it. We are only in Afghanistan to make the Americans happy. Anything the Americans wanted us to do, we did, with an almost shameless excitement, without really thinking about whether we could do it.
As you might know from our Pine Gap video,
But we get cool shit from America, so of course we will.
once had a leader that stood up to the Americans, and the Americans moved him from power. Since then, every Aussie...
Oh yes, the Pine Gap video where you literally did a vlog to a base in the center of Australia and achieved nothing. Literally the biggest waste of time ever. Not even worth watching.
The government has tried their best to prove that they're a trustworthy lackey in America's empire. And Afghanistan was our time to shine. Now, the Americans had a problem, right? They needed higher kill counts for their...
I wonder if he's aware that like the Australian military got its reputation in Vietnam, where Australia literally conscripted Australians to fight an American invasion of Vietnam. And you are claiming that this is somehow worse? I guess? I don't know. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you ignorant of history? Would you like a history of Vietnam? I'm sure Luna Oi would have a video for him, right? I'm sure she'd love to explain the history of Australian military in Vietnam to this bloke right here. There's a video suggestion for you. Get her on, explain it to you, and then you can shut the fuck up about playing up his war crimes while downplaying the Soviet genocide of Afghanistan. You fuck. Do you see what I mean about him playing it up?
Mhm.
Like, you don't need to do this. It's so unnecessary.
Their domestic audience, but their special forces were already under a bit of scrutiny for war crimes. But their little Aussie lapdogs were much less relevant. No one cares what we get up to in Afghanistan. And even if they did catch us talking about our heinous war crimes, no one could really understand our stupid accents anyway. So the Americans delegated their dodgiest killings to us through something called JPEL, Joint Priority Effects List.
I got a great picture.
Now, this list was full of kill capture targets, but we decided to read them just as kill targets because it's much, much easier than capturing someone. And
It is.
sometimes you've got to kill a bunch of extra people on top of that because, you know, you're bored. Now, the Aussies got so good at these missions that we took over the territory given to the Dutch and the British and the Canadian forces who were hesitant to do.
Yeah. Because that's what the SAS is literally trained to do. That's like their specialty. That's why. Also, it's much more efficient to operate squads of 4, highly trained squads of 4 than poorly trained squads of 30. Not sure if you're aware of this. The army is basically a business. They don't really care about how much it costs, but they would rather not spend that much. You know? Capitalism, the thing you hate so much, that's what did this.
The things that needed to be done because it would be politically damaging if their people found out what they were doing. But we didn't give a shit. We just wanted to impress the Americans, so we became their most loyal executioners.
That's literally the war crime.
Yeah.
We cut it right
Anyway.
when it happened.
Yeah, 1623. Here's the Australian Army. Hell yeah, Australia.
Utterly unacceptable. It was, excuse me, it was reported in 2007 of that incident.
Hi, everybody. Actual Nazi here.
Flag, obviously,
I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
Hilarious.
Oh my god, I got a step closer.
We took over the territory given
to
to the
finding the thing that I wanted. So I'm closer now.
Dutch and the British and the Canadian forces who were hesitant to do the things that needed to be done because it would be politically damaging if their people found out what they were doing. But we didn't give a shit. We just wanted to impress the Americans, so we became their most loyal executioners. But unfortunately, we were a bit too good at doing the US's dirty work, right? The rumors of war crimes started circulating,
found
and
it.
the military
Okay.
establishment was freaking out.
I had to go to Reddit and where they were like, the party I was looking for was the ALO, and that's how I got connected to this page. So the reason why I couldn't get it to come up because come on, like all of these groups are named the same already, right? So this is AMFF. So it's like 1979 to unknown. What's funny is it's like ideology, Maoist factions, moderate Islam factions, anti-PDPA, that's CULC, it's the fucking Afghan party, and anti-Soviet. So it's a united front of 4 Afghan paramilitary factions including the revolutionary group people, blah, 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 which is ALO, right? So ALO, these guys, communism, Marxist-Leninism, Maoism, anti-revisionism. So these people actually don't even get along with the other group, but they like put aside their differences and came together for this group, and it quickly like fell apart. And then the other one, this one right here, SAMA. These ones, you can see they literally fought against Gulbuddin. These ones have links to the actual like RIM movement, right? So these are like the more like hardcore Maoist. They're still, and then moderate Islamists. So the Islamic Liberation Front. This is Sigmedullah Mujahidi. He's like one of the like elite elders there, but he speaks good English. So he was the guy who was always coming to America to talk in English, and he's also the first scholar to call for jihad against the government, because the government after the Saur revolution that the cult the came into power, they killed a bunch of his family. So, and then and then I want to say there's another one in here. Islamic Revolution Movement. I know one of them, I swear to God, is Mohammed Nabi, who like goes on to be like endorsing Al Qaeda and the Taliban and shit as well.
Yeah. They did know about Robertsman. The complaints finally got through, and they said, fuck, this is an issue. We can't have our star player go down. Not only they cared so much about him, but all the people that have been shaking his hand, and the Governor General pinning medals on him, and it's going to be huge.
Yeah. So right here, August 5th, 1979, the front tried to initiate a uprising against the Kulk government. The move, which was brutally crushed, became known as the Bela Hisar Uprising, so that's the first attempted uprising against the government of Afghanistan. So,
covering their
fun
tracks.
fact, it was actually communists who started it
saying,
against communists.
Basically don't know the people. And when I said, what's that about?
So the government was suddenly like really serious about war crimes, but obviously they're not going to go after the decorated war criminals whose crimes they spent a decade covering up. No, what they needed was a sacrificial lamb, a fresh, brand new soldier that could be made an example of to show that the Australian leadership cares about war crimes. And it was David's job to prosecute him.
What they tried to do is get scapegoats in order to make sure that no one looked too closely at him. I wasn't prepared to let a soldier get sacrificed, thrown under a bus, just because what the minister needed was a bad guy. They've got drone footage of all this. Yeah, and if they wanted to actually put people on trial, they'd use the drone footage. And they don't want to use the drone footage because the drone footage, A, the Americans don't want them to. But secondly, that shows that they must have known at the time.
Yeah. After all this time chasing up war crimes reports only to get constantly pushed back by your superiors, now they suddenly...
I mean, you mostly missed me spending 20 minutes trying to figure out what the name of this party was in Afghanistan while they talked about nonsense.
Well, it's not so much nonsense. They're basically just going over his story. The reason they're half naked is because they were in the shower at the start. I refuse to explain more.
Because they're gay.
Yes. Very gay.
For him to punish a man he thought was innocent.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard.
All the proof of war crimes he could get a hold of and all the evidence of this big cover-up, and leak it to a journalist at the prestigious state broadcaster, a guy called Dan Oakes from the ABC. Now, David was risking his life.
It was actually the Islamic Commie Party.
Unfortunate, right? Like, instead of a story of like corruption at the highest levels of government, they turned it into like a cultural issue. A story about how a group of bad boy soldiers had become desensitized and hyped each other up to murder innocent people.
They basically painted it as bad soldiers, but they don't really ever point the finger at the leadership to say he didn't really do this on his own, in the sense that they promoted him. They never really looked into it. There were complaints.
They gave him a Victoria Cross.
Either knew or should have known.
It's like you literally cannot give someone anything higher than that.
But they've managed to Forget all about that.
Now, that's the difference between someone who is fully captured by its own state and is doing propaganda for its own state versus versus someone like, and I hate to bring his name up now because he sucks ass now, Glenn Greenwald. You can, when you get stories like this, you either capture and kill or capture and basically like shift the attention away, or you take a story like this and you do decent journalism. Doing real journalism on a story like this requires bravery and requires you to basically give up on.
I don't agree. I don't think it's brave. I think it's principled. I think if you signed up to the job of journalism and you don't do it, you're a coward. I don't think doing it makes you brave. I think not doing it makes you a coward. I think standing
referencing
by
how
your
Glenn
story.
Greenwald docked the Queen of Torture.
Yeah, that's brave.
Yeah, well, yeah,
That-
it's brave to publish documents Russia gave you.
Well, I mean, doxing someone in the CIA that's pretty high up that's done some pretty heinous shit is pretty risky.
Bro, she
But-
testified in Congress to defend it. I mean, she's anonymous when she does it. It's like but
Yeah.
we have the record of her testimony defending torture.
But you know what I mean? But,
she lied.
Like, but you know what I mean, though? Like, I don't think, like, if you signed up to be a journalist and someone dumps a story like this in your lap and you don't do it, you're a coward. I don't give a shit whether it's taking down a government or taking down a billionaire. You signed up to be a fucking journalist. That is your job. Your job is keeping these cunts to account. That's it. That is literally your job. Your job is not reporting on Karen down the street who lost her dog. Your job is not reporting on some idiot down the road.
Have you seen season 2 of The Newsroom?
Yes, I've watched that whole show.
So season 2 of The Newsroom, like that's like their whole like the measures they take is like not what CNN took when they posted that fucking nerve gas story. There's a Mad
really?
TV spoof of them doing the nerve gas story. But
like, and that's the other
their
thing,
whole
right, is
team when they
there's
bring in an
procedures.
outside team who's dark to it, they need more. They get a leak, right? If you're handed a file, which happens, that's what happens. They are handed something, right? And they go through all this stuff. They find other witnesses and put this whole case together. If CNN did that, they wouldn't have reported the nerve agent story.
No.
If they did the amount of work that Newsroom does on that show, no. But like all the stuff they do, where you're handed something of that level, you don't immediately go with it.
No, obviously you
like
sit on it and
a great
verify
example of something that they knew was out and they knew was verified is the Pandora Papers, right? That came out. They brought in multiple agencies and they all knew what they had, but they were like, you know, just with the level of it that they needed to come together to comb through everything. And so they brought in other organizations that were like rival like papers and stuff.
I mean, at that point, you have to, though. With something that big, who gives a shit?
You need it for the source checking. You need those counter teams.
Exactly.
You like the whole dark team that they have, where somebody who you put somebody who hates the person on the dark team as well.
That's fair. But like, that's also a good point as well. Is that there's always measures to go about verifying this thing, so you don't just publish it like WikiLeaks would, right? Where WikiLeaks is that kind of thing where it's just given shit and it's straight up.
Yeah,
I think they do
but
some verification.
They do write-ups. They have done like write-ups, but like WikiLeaks is like it's like just like a raw database. It's very hard to comb through, actually.
Yeah.
Like the web archive is easier to find shit most of the time.
Yeah,
than
like
WikiLeaks.
your job is to get through the raw data and be able
that
to
was basically
present
what I
that
did for a
information.
long time. Like
and that is what you would
WikiLeaks
have
is
to do
kind
in
of
a story
defining
like
to
this.
my career.
Yeah. But like it's just this is the job of journalism. And the fact that these guys do these videos, hang around with Australia's only journalist, Friendly Geordies. and still don't
What are you
understand
talking
this
about? What
concept.
about News Baby? I mean, he's more of a reporter, but he's done big interviews, News Baby.
You sure?
Can we show everyone who News Baby is? Can we show him do the news? That's Australia's biggest journalist. That's Australia's
I don't
biggest
know if they
independent
claim.
journalist.
I don't know if
Oh,
they
come,
claim
hey,
that's
bro, we can come at him directly and challenge him. Like, come on, I'll fucking hang him upside down and get his lunch money if he fucking claims.
Potentially having
I shouldn't say
dreams
that because it
of
is a literal
higher
child, but I'm obviously joking. I have a lot of respect for him. It's pretty dope that he's able to.
It is actually very cool.
Yeah.
What he's done is actually very cool. And it's also very funny that the guy that I used to, I did the other thing with is now working for him and calls himself a journalist, even though he just writes up law reviews. It's very funny.
position of power in media, but sometimes that can cause a lot of
We are running out of
resentment
time, though.
in your
Yeah,
eyes,
but just show everyone
especially when
News
you see the
Baby.
way that the
Just pull up News Baby for everyone. No, do it in another tab. Don't cut away from this video.
Well,
I only want
I was
play
going to
like
put it into this tab anyway.
put it 30 seconds of News Baby and then back to this, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I've also had terrible experiences online with some comments. I try mostly
No, I
to
want
ignore
him
them,
doing
not
the
mock
news.
them.
Wait,
This is an interview.
is this him on Q&A?
Yeah,
We can
fuck
watch a
that.
whole Q&A with him?
No, we don't.
but
We
it's-
want to see him reading the news. I want to see a news bump
Okay.
from him.
Someone
That's what-
else who's been trying to get
Nope,
Leo
this is
when-
news coverage of him.
It's not a good.
Yes, this does come down to a matter of
Look at- he's
credibility. Crikey,
interviewing the Prime
and of course
Minister.
they're their own outlets.
That's not a good start. If you're starting with crikey and you're
Well,
talking about
well-
credibility, it's not a good start.
I want
they
to know
put together-
about News Baby's background. Do they have all those monitors there? Is that a fake background that he just threw a blur filter on?
For a list of 50 lies and falsehoods from you. Now that's 50. Now I'm not saying I'm not
Can
judging.
you imagine
their
being a
journalism.
politician and being grilled by a fucking News Baby, bro? Look at him. Look at his face right now. It says it all.
He does not take this seriously at all. But you know what would be funny is he's in the really unique position to be able to really fuck these people up. If he asks the right question at the right time, he could catch him. That's the thing. That he's got them off
Well,
guard, and that's
what was the
perfect.
fucking funny thing that he was posting about where it's like somebody did a tweet that they hadn't deleted? And it was like somebody who couldn't figure out how to do a block or something. And like, do you remember that? And they're like,
remember
and he's
something
like
recently,
16
I can't
hours and he
remember.
still hasn't figured it out yet.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's
However,
very
a lot
funny.
of everything that you said is on the record. The ABC has fact checked you rather about
the
about
ABC
claims to
and
say-
crikey. Let's add a few.
Look, he's mocking him to his face. It's so disrespectful.
Well, I
more
mean,
than-
he is
I'm
a
sure
fucking,
the Australia Institute is probably.
like, I mean, like, why wouldn't he? I'm sure he does it to any journalist.
Laughs in their face like that? I don't think so.
I don't know. It just because
Maybe
it's
to
a News
women.
Baby
Maybe to women
and News Babies.
and news babies, yeah.
I think he's younger than 15. He might be 15 now.
I think he might
He
be
started
somewhere
doing
like
this
that.
when he was like 5.
almost. It was
So
pretty
he's
young.
genuinely actually very good because he's just like
he may be 18 now, actually. I'm not sure. Anyway.
I've also had terrible experience.
Yeah, see, that's definitely him after
Doing real
puberty there.
journalism on a story like this requires
Yeah.
bravery and requires you to basically give up on potentially having dreams of a higher position of power in media. But sometimes that can cause a lot of resentment in your eyes, especially when you see the way that the American media is glazed up as though they are doing heroic jobs in the Trump era. All the while you've been completely you've become a pariah, basically.
See, that News Baby
and then you
segment
end
is a
up
good
listening to the
TikTok
Red
bit.
Scare podcast too much, and you become this weird
Oh, the Red
right-wing
Scare
delusional
podcast. You know
weirdo.
who's on that?
Even though Glenn is, I suspect, probably pretty.
I just want people to have health care, honey. You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
decent on the issue of Palestine, as he has consistently been. Don't ask him about contemporary American politics. But this does not, of course, take away from all the good work that he did do.
The soldiers committing these crimes were psychopaths, right? The ABC's not wrong, but they completely ignored David's documents about all the powerful people who enabled it and covered it up. It's letting the leadership off the hook, right? And either way, there's no like legal or ethical way to invade and terrorize an innocent country. Like what we did to the people of Afghanistan is a senseless crime in itself, and no one was prosecuted for it.
There's far too much emphasis on war crime. You know, it's 200,000 Afghan dead, and then giving the place back to Taliban. I mean, no one's lost their job over that. Why
that's not considered a war crime.
The biggest crimes were committed by the leaders.
But unfortunately, the ABC went for the path of least resistance, right? They published a war crime story, which felt like a victory for the anti-war left, but they also exonerated all the leaders, which, you know, should have been a victory for the government. But the government didn't care how lightly the ABC tread, right? They collaborated with a whistleblower and they needed to be punished. So the government did what any democracy does in this situation.
And there's a raid happening right here
Again,
at the ABC
again,
right now.
democracy has nothing to do with freedom of speech, civil rights.
Nope.
It's not what democracy is.
Nope. Don't let people lie to you.
If you have, like, that's why, so it's like with Saudi Arabia, right? Don't confuse expansion of civil rights with democracy, right? So just because people are getting more rights and they're moving towards liberalism, right? Don't get liberalism confused with democracy, because they're two different things. You know, and they can occur simultaneously with each other. And that's why, like, as much as they're like pretty pro-capitalist and sided towards capitalism, the Freedom House scores, like, just the fact that they separate civil and political liberties, I think is a smart thing to do. Because it's already getting into that pattern of separating the two things. So I really don't care much about democracy as much as I do civil liberties. So, like, if we're talking Turkmenistan, like, it's not a good country for civil liberties either. But if it was, you know, if they were just totally an authoritarian regime, but they gave people most civil liberties, you just maybe can't say things about the government, can't work with whistleblowers like this, you know. And that's what Australia is seen as. Is like it always scores so high on these indexes. But, like, come on. To think that they have more freedom than America. The thing is that these indexes don't judge freedom. They're like, oh, because you actually protect minorities by limiting hate speech, you're more of a free liberal country. Because you ban guns and don't allow people to kill people, like.
Yeah, it's
so
yeah.
It's not something, it's what most governments do.
Yeah, I mean, liberalism and democracy they do generally come together.
What?
Or at least historically recently they've come together, liberalism and democracy.
Yeah,
but never,
there are things that are on, like, polar sides.
Like, you can have a democratic dictatorship. The only thing you can't vote on is who runs the country. He's like, as long as I'm in power, right? And, like, just that's all it could be. It's like, as long as I'm running the country, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, that's
as long
kind
as you
of
guys do like 5 things.
That's kind of how Kazakhstan is, but obviously it's not a champion of civil liberties either.
No, like, if there was
Britain,
let's
you
use
can't get rid of the monarchy, right?
Let's use El Salvador, right? El Salvador. Let's say this dude does become a dictator, says fuck you, nobody else is running this country, dictator till death, fucking CEO of El Salvador for life, baby, fucking yeah, right? But he's like, as long as you do this, 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 and this, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You want to put a dick in a butt? Go for it. Right? Don't give a shit. Right? You wanna have massive orgy sex parties every single night in a certain city? Great. Right? You wanna have a gun range that shoots out into the ocean? As long as nobody's getting hurt, go for it. Right? And it's just like there's no No limits. Only 5 things that he wants. You fine with that?
I just generally am in pro civil liberties. That's all.
Civil liberties.
I care more about the expansion of civil liberties than I do about the liberal and democratic hegemony.
Mm.
I'm like trying to find a country that's like, you know, has
the
it's really high in one, and then the other side is really low.
Because I would almost always link freedom of speech with civil liberties. So any government that limits freedom of speech or journalism by that extent would theoretically never fit that scale, eliminating all autocracies and dictatorships. Would it not? I don't know.
But
It's
I
an
don't know.
interesting thought experiment. That's for sure.
Police to raid the national broadcaster and all these journalists' homes. And everyone was terrified. Once the federal agents walked out of the building, even the news reporter who was meant to be covering it sounded like a 12-year-old trying to make small talk with his girlfriend's dad.
Oh, because the news covering it was a 12-year-old?
Now, David was hiding in Spain long before the ABC published their story. He's on the run from the most powerful people in the world, but he's obviously scared. But David told us that the most painful part about being a whistleblower is knowing you have to leave your loved ones behind. He had to watch his daughters grow up from the other side of the world. Eventually, he gave up on hiding, and he did something I've only ever seen someone do in
Saudi
Arnold
Arabia,
Schwarzenegger
if you're a man, of course.
He flew back to Australia.
Yeah,
and
but
risked
I'm looking
life
for it. So
imprisonment.
it's like Saudi Arabia is actually, it has a lower Freedom House score than Iran does, which is kind of wild. But I want it to be like one side where it's like you have no like voting rights. It's all they do scale together. Like I couldn't find ones
Yeah.
that were like marginally different. Like it's
Try like
either- they're
Bhutan
both.
or like those city states, those
Bhutan
autocratic
doesn't
city
have any
states.
rights. Singapore would
Maybe not
I'd look
voting
at
rights.
Singapore. Oh, look, they don't have
Maybe
rights.
he's
in
very
general.
maybe
Bro,
he's very pro gay.
that country sucks.
Look up Thailand. Their civil liberties would be going up at this point, right?
By a corrupt government just so he could spend one night at a daddy-daughter dance.
She kept saying there's a father-daughter dance later in the year, and I'd be like, if I come home, I'll get arrested, and if I get arrested, I'll probably be in jail a long time.
Oh, I was thinking of Brunei instead of Bhutan.
And
Bhutan kind of has
it.
it, but not really. It's not like as disparaging.
And I could tell when I spoke, but I could tell it was just silence. And I could just tell she was silently crying on the end of the phone. And I was like, oh, no father can handle it.
So David came back to Australia.
You never really knew.
You can arrest it and put on trial itself, right? It was the other kind of trial. Didn't actually allow
Music.
for national security reasons. So we decided you have to defend yourself with zero evidence.
The government was given authority to bundle up evidence and run out the back door with it. Makes it impossible for us realistically to go to trial.
I'm not giving up hope. He's done the right thing. I've said that from the beginning. Truth.
I agree. He has done the right thing. Nothing he's done is wrong. The only people in the wrong here are the Australian government and obviously Ben Roberts-Smith, among the other people who committed war crimes. At the end of the day, he's done nothing wrong. But you know who gives a fuck in this country? Nobody. Not a single fucking person that can actually do something. So this guy's going to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Why? Because he thought it was appropriate to tell people that Australia was covering up war crimes. And these idiots think it's appropriate to downplay a genocide to play up this fact. You don't need to. Like, that's the main fucking
Well, I'm like,
point.
oh, you guys, this interview we just did is so good. Just like there's so many points that he makes that like shifted my perspective on things. Like one of the things he's saying is like just like how the Soviet war was worse, but it's so distant that it's like it's not even relevant to what people are angry about today. Right? So like there's no point in recognizing that that was really fucked up and bad. It doesn't
Not fucked up and bad, you mean?
Well, yeah, whatever. It's just there's
Recognizing that
there's
it
a whole,
was.
still a recency bias. Like the Americans
Yes.
are have way more, like, even though it's literally like a decimal point less, like you divide by 10. I think you might even divide by 100. I think, yeah, because it's how many? It's no, it's because it's 200,000 in Afghanistan. And it's like at least 2 million for the Soviets, but it's probably more 3. It's between 3 and 5, really.
Yeah.
It depends on who we attribute. So the bare minimum,
And even then, right? I had someone bring this
and
up.
it's in 10 years compared to 20.
Yes. And I had someone bring up Iraq in response to it, right? And I'm like, about 3 to 5 times more people at even your highest estimate, right? And even the absolute highest commie estimates. The Soviets still killed 3 to 5 times more in Afghanistan than Iraq. So firstly, your point's irrelevant. Secondly, both were bad. Thirdly, shut the fuck up with your whataboutism. Like, just stop it.
There's a reason why
Both things can exist at once.
It's called the Soviet Vietnam, and they even said that they wanted to give the Soviets their own Vietnam. That's a very pro-Russian narrative, but it is not wrong. There was people who said this, Brzezinski. So yeah, everyone's grandfather has. I thought this was the same story, because it does get to a point where it becomes the same story.
Justice will.
And shit hasn't changed. They still use the same playbook to invade places all the time. Chechnya, Georgia, Ukraine. Who's next?
Prevail, and I'm incredibly proud of him.
It's actually a British method that they use.
So,
the agent
really?
method.
Since he can't
Yeah, if
defend
you think
himself,
about it,
he's
getting the
going to
agent
jail.
method, and that's also how we did the Trail of Tears. We used agents. Somebody was selected as the agent, the representative between the two tribes, and that tribe being the American state and whatever tribe was being pushed out at the time. So they do the same thing. Like, they used agents, and then those agents basically become the Cardifites.
Interesting.
Everyone's
which
got a
sets
price.
An insane precedent here in Australia.
Yeah.
Like it's the death of whistleblower laws, right? This ruling means that if you have information that your boss is committing a crime and you leak that information, then you're the criminal.
The judge ruled to say
No.
there are no.
I mean, it's kind of different. This is a war crime, and really,
Oh no, it'll go to that as well. It will.
Yeah.
It's Australia.
I know, but
only
really,
legislate all of everything at once.
like, there's
This
nothing.
is the
There's
most
nothing
over-legislated
stopping.
country
There's
on-
nothing stopping anyone from putting like international court charges on him. There's nothing stopping Interpol from throwing charges on this guy.
Ben Roberts.
Not him. Yeah, BRS.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, they probably should put a fucking, what are they called? Red notices?
I mean,
They should put one of them
Europol,
on.
Interpol, anyone can do it. I mean, you're part of the British Empire still, so I bet you
that is fair.
Europol could issue a warrant.
Yeah, they probably could. It's a fair
I don't
point.
know if they're only EU though.
It would have to be Interpol.
If you're in the military and the orders are don't release information, it doesn't matter whether the chief of the defence force is selling secrets to our enemies or a pedophile ring or war crimes. We didn't even get to the facts. He just said there are no exceptions.
Now, all this time, the ABC was scared silent. They never once mentioned David McBride since they got raided back in 2019, and David's legal team started to get a bit suspicious. When they asked the ABC for evidence to help his case, they refused to cooperate, which was confusing. But suddenly, it all made sense, right? A few weeks before he's sentenced to, prison, the ABC finally pipes up to release a hit piece on him. Australia's premier journalism program, Four Corners, was faced with this bombshell story of government cover-ups, war crimes, and the brutal erosion of our democratic freedoms. But instead, they decided to run this documentary suggesting that David
When did they
McBride
exist,
isn't
my
a real
friend?
whistleblower and he doesn't deserve your attention. They made absurd claims that he actually wanted to cover up war crimes himself, and he somehow leaked all these incriminating documents by accident.
That's always how. No. That's how it is every time. Who cares? I mean, come on. What's the
With
guy's?
war crimes,
What's the guy's name who fucking tortured Abu Zubaydah? Who now is like I mean, I think Adam Fitzgerald's even had him on. God, what is his name? He fucking he got pardoned by Obama. He went to jail.
Mm.
And he got pardoned, I think, by Obama.
It's better worth it because I fucking forgot what I was going to say now.
Trying to look up his name. I put it auto-corrected to movie. I don't want movie. Idiot. Whistleblower name. I can see his face in my head. John Kiriakou. Right? And like he recently came back into the news because he had like some Trump thing that he was grifting on.
Okay.
Right? So John Kiriakou was going to come forward to like snitch on the CIA for their fucking rendition shit. Right? So John Kiriakou was the agent who was in charge of arresting Abu Zubaydah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's told like his story on some podcasts about how arresting Abu Zubaydah. It's very interesting, but I don't believe him because he can't be trusted. Right? So John, he went to prison and like, so he got out and then now he can do like media stuff. And so when he hasn't been relevant for a while. So he made up this Trump thing that I don't put credibility on. And, but like he, is responsible for fucking, blackbagging tribal elder as well in Pakistan.
Okay.
And like and he says that he was going to expose all these people and then they started doing a smear job on him, but like he absolutely committed war crimes in that. Like if you're associated with the rest of Abu Zubaydah, like this dude's definitely seen black sites. Definitely been involved with black sites. If he's the guy who's pulling out and rendering people, come on.
Yeah.
He wants to act like this is when I was like, this is over the line. We can't be putting bags over people's heads. Okay, John.
But yeah, like this will be extended to general workplace whistleblowing too. Like it doesn't matter that it's purely military, although it probably has extra repercussions because it is military. Because they'd be like, oh, it's top secret. It's super secret. You know, government of the people, democracy, but you can't see these super secret documents.
Remembered something that I never announced and reported on stream. So the old Taliban spokesperson, like when 9/11 happened and the Taliban like came here and sent an emissary here, he's also been on news programs and stuff. But it's like Heshmi, I don't remember his like exact name, but he came here on an honorary grant to study, right? He left the Taliban, totally got westernized and left all that shit behind because he saw the land of opportunity. Like we could not have scored better. And they fucking sent him away because the racist Congress people wouldn't allow him in the country to succeed. And this guy just defended his thesis in Europe. So now Europe gets him.
Hilarious.
So he literally went from
Europe W.
He literally went from the Taliban spokesperson to now defending his thesis. What a journey, right? 20 years.
Epic. Good on him.
That David McBride isn't a real whistleblower and he doesn't deserve your attention. They made absurd claims that he actually wanted to cover up war crimes himself, and he somehow leaked all these incriminating documents by accident. They pointed at the fact that, you know, among all the evidence of war crimes that he gave them, there was that one soldier that he thought was improperly prosecuted and used as a smokescreen. And David wanted to protect this guy. And this was enough for the ABC to smear him and turn his whole story into like the only whistleblower in the world who leaked war crimes because he really wanted to.
Australia is really as corrupt as the US. It's even worse. It's worse because they're corrupt because they're cucked. Like, think about that. You are
He's right.
prosecuting and arresting your own veteran who did a phenomenally brave act specifically because America said so. It's so bad. It really isn't. It doesn't get worse in the US. I mean, yeah, of course
I'm glad you finally agree with
the
me.
US. It's just that it makes it even worse because, like, it makes it even worse in the eyes of Australians. It should, because they're doing it specifically for American interests.
To cover up war crimes.
David McBride wanted to expose that our soldiers were being unfairly targeted, they were being unfairly investigated. It's a much greyer and murkier and messier story than people appreciate.
It's honestly a mind-melting thing to watch. Like the crazy part is they spent 6 months filming this with him. They met his family. He opened up about wanting to commit suicide, for God's sake.
There are times when I am really close.
That's a lot to say out.
Like
out
no,
loud.
like come on.
Yeah, I
Of
can't
course
stress
he
how
committed
cool this
war
was.
crimes though. Like, who cares? This
Ben
is
Robert
why.
Smith.
This is why the whistleblowers like John Kariaki always go down, and like nothing comes about it. They know that they're gonna get burnt, so they try to do something to be like, yeah, you're gonna burn me. Well, I'm gonna do this, and the government blocks it because it's something that that burned person produced.
Yes.
These people aren't credible. Like, they're just not.
Mm.
You can't trust a word these people say.
Dan
They're
Oates received a
literally,
prestigious medal for
technically,
journalism
like
for
even
publishing
these
a
guys, the
handful of
SAS, they're intelligence officers, right?
Yeah.
Like
At the
they
end of the
still
day,
have
yeah.
intelligence gathering capabilities, and like
Their entire job is gathering intelligence. It's just
Yeah.
a side job of killing people.
David's leaks. And now, just as the government is deciding, how long David should go to prison for leaking it to him, he decides to try his best to make sure that David goes to prison for as long as possible. They literally sacrifice David to prove to the government that they can be trusted. They'll never publish leaks again. They made sure the big guys got the message that journalism is dead in Australia. And our democratic institutions that are meant to keep the government in check are completely at their disposal. So yeah, David got... But what happened to all the war criminals that we now know about thanks to David? Well, let's go back to the start of the video, to our first war criminal, Ben Robert Smith. Following McBride's leaks, a couple of journalists published some more detailed allegations about Ben Robert Smith. Ben was pissed. He's a war hero, after all. These allegations are grossly offensive, and look, he's got some pretty powerful friends. So these journalists decided, they'd give up and just settle and pay him. And he said, no, you're going to pay more. I'm suing you for defamation. So
Isn't that the dude who drank out of the leg? That's the one, which ironically, the leg behind Alexa is from his earlier video where he makes fun of
he
the
did a Ben Roberts
war
50.
criminal who drank out of an Afghan man's prosthetic leg, made of shoey. Just think about that.
No, it's
like
Ben Roberts
He essentially forced these journalists to prove these allegations in court. So they found all these witnesses and evidence, and what they ended up proving in the defamation case was so much worse than the initial allegation. It's the most insane stuff you've ever heard. Like stories about him grabbing a little Afghani kid and blowing his brains out and then telling his fellow soldiers, this was the most beautiful thing I ever saw. Or the time he executed a disabled man and then took his prosthetic leg and kept it as a trophy, and now he just takes it around to parties so him and his soldier buddies can drink beer out of it. So this isn't just a war crime. This is the kind of demonic shit you'd only see in like a fantasy novel. This is
It's so fucked up.
You gotta play the audio of him talking about how he's gonna fucking kill them all the snitches and stuff, and what he's gonna do to them.
Well, find it.
He's showing us exactly the kind of demons we create when we invade and brutalize a third world country for 20 years without any accountability. Now, the funny part is,
just
no one had to know about Ben's crimes. Like all the big guys had his back. All the politicians and the oligarchs and the generals, they were all there vouching for him. He just had to shut the fuck up and live his life. But he decided to spend $40 million trying to force a court to prove that he's the vilest piece of shit in Australia. Like
He
his
is.
cell phone would be hilarious if it wasn't for the fact that after that, nothing happened. There were no consequences. He wasn't punished. He gets to live a normal life. Like, whoopsie, everyone makes mistakes. Run along now, Ben. This psychopathic orc is free to just roam around my city. And then every time I leave my house, I risk bumping into him in his freaky little pants. No one's threatening to put him in jail for what he did. The only person who's going to jail is the one who told us about all this. Our mate, David. This is David's last week of freedom. Our last chance to hang out. After that, the next few decades of his life are meant to set an example to anyone in the future who dares to defy our government and our role in America's wars.
It's not so much about the last war. It's about the next war. And this is why I think the Americans are so worried about it. They need to know people in Australia are not going to blurt out our secrets. Like another sort of Gulf of Tonkin incident around Taiwan, where they say, oh, the Chinese have shelled us. We need to all go to war over something which never really happened. That's why I worry about it. Unless we break that cycle where we don't just say, yes, minister, all the
it's funny. I never even thought that could even possibly be a narrative that could come up. what's possible is that the tankies are just going to say, no, it's just a Gulf of Tonkin incident. And then China's going to have like a day of free hitting Taiwan before people realize. But maybe not. We'll see. Only history will tell, but that's a very interesting query to make, almost like you assuming that China has no intention of doing it, which is very strange.
Time. If nothing else, you've got the soldiers' welfare to think about.
Oh, dude, Australia 100%. Australia is one of the most cucked America nations out there. Oh, any
Sure.
kind of anti-Chinese activity, they're going to be the tip of the spear, okay? Who's number one if not Australia? Canada, England, all of the other, yeah, five.
Also good. China has basically fundamentally destroyed this country in the last 20 years, so fuck you.
Guys, all the Five Eyes countries are like this. Yeah. Australia media has been Australia absolutely loves the Australian
oh my
media
god, bro!
loves,
If the
potential war with
stories
China,
that
which
I just pulled are the same guy that they're like defending, like he did nothing wrong and was totally like a hero for snitching, very funny. But I'm still looking for
Why
the
would
one
you
where
find?
he's
'Cause
like just talking.
I have heard things about him that he's like it wasn't because of things like they're saying. It was actually more nefarious reasons, like he was a bit salty he didn't get promotions and shit. Maybe, I don't know, but that's what I've heard. What'd you find?
I'm still looking for him on the
It's
phone,
hilarious
like
because like
yelling
it's
to
basically
it's like yelling to
like,
his
as far as
wife.
Okay.
capital interest goes, it is hyper reliant on China, which makes it really funny when you think about it. When they're like, yeah, I can't wait to go to war with China, which owns our country. It's like trying to kill your mom because your dad said so.
Just send them to their deaths or just fuck them over. You don't do it just because some political dickhead wants to boost their popularity.
So if you care about any of this, right, go to David's GoFundMe and chip into his legal fund. With your help, he'll have the money to keep appealing his sentence, and maybe we can make his life a little less brutal. Also, we can show the government that people care about this, right? Maybe we could show a future whistleblower that people are going to have their back if they decide to do the right thing and tell us when the government's breaking the law. Also, if you want to keep supporting videos like this, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't give us the money you were going to give them instead. That would be nice.
This one has something about a witness.
Mm-hmm.
This one also has something about a witness. So if he's the key
I'm-
witness, it's got to be the same guy, right? Let's see what I found about him.
Is this what you're sending me?
Ben Roberts-Smith's legal team has argued the defamation against him is based on lies from jealous fellow soldiers. But it's two Afghan peasants from the village of Darwan who this week have taken the stand. One has sworn on the Quran he saw a big foreign soldier kick a handcuffed farmer called Ali Jan off a cliff. Today, another, Mangold, says he heard gunshots. And after the foreigners left, found blood at the foot of the cliff, and then Ali Jan's body across the creek with gunshot and other injuries. Did you see Ali Jan that day carrying a radio? Asked the barrister for the media outlets. No, said Mangold. He doesn't even know how to make a watch work, let alone how to operate a radio. Ben Roberts-Smith has denied kicking anyone off a cliff. He has previously said there was no cliff in the village. He says he and a colleague shot a Taliban spotter who was carrying a radio. He's also denied planting items on bodies to make it look like they died in battle. Given Afghan villagers are unlikely to be motivated by jealousy over a soldier's medals, Ben Roberts-Smith's lawyer looked for another possible motivation.
Is that seriously what they said was the motivations?
What, that they were jelly bellies?
That they were jealous over medals that they wouldn't be wearing in the field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, that's what he alleged.
For the witness to lie. He turned to his Islamic faith. Do you believe, the lawyer asked, your religion imposes any obligation on you to tell the truth to infidels? Yes, it's there, of course, said Mangold. It is, in fact, permissible to lie to infidels under your religion, isn't it? No, said Mangold, one should not tell a lie. Bruce McClintock pressed on. You hate them, don't you, the foreign soldiers? Yes, admitted Mangold, but he denied supporting the Taliban. The Taliban has done injustices to us, and the foreigners have also done injustices to us, he said, claiming it's currently unsafe for him to return home because it is under Taliban control. Another witness will give evidence from Kabul tomorrow. Hugh Remington.
Interesting.
Ben Robert Smith's friendships with ex-colleagues are becoming a line of attack. A former soldier codenamed Person 35 has given evidence backing up his account
Person
of a mission at a
35.
Taliban compound where it's alleged 2 prisoners were executed. The court heard the witness dressed as a white supremacist at an unofficial soldier bar for a 2012 party shown in photos.
Well,
Epic.
that certainly looks like him.
Epic. That's the guy. That's the guy they were just defending. Isn't that fucking awesome?
Wait, who? What are you talking about?
The witness. The witness. The whistleblower in the case is dressed as a white supremacist that they just
No,
circled.
that's Ben Robert Smith.
I know, but they circled another guy who is dressed as a white supremacist.
Photographs published last year. I knew one other person was coming in for a
Where?
20 executed. Evidence back court heard the witness dressed as a white supremacist at an unofficial soldier bar for a 2012 party shown.
That's Ben Robert Smith.
They just said the witness
Yes,
dressed as a
said.
white supremacist.
No, said that he did. And the title literally says.
Oh, so okay, so he's just alleging Ben dressed as a Klan member.
Wait. I'm so fucking confused. What the fuck is going on? Oh, he's saying that he wore it. He's saying that the witness is saying that he wore it. You were correct. Interesting. Why does this come up?
Shown in photographs published last year.
They're
I
just
knew one other
fucking
person was coming
defaming
in
the guy who,
blackface,
like-
so I thought it would be funny, the witness said, adding,
I knew another coming in blackface. Boy.
that it was just a parody, just to make fun of the actual clan itself. Asked whether he was reprimanded, he said, "No, I was not. I actually won the fancy dress competition that night." Mr. Robert Smith is suing Nine Entertainment.
I
over
love that
articles
they call it
contained what he
like,
says
it's
are
the
false
fancy
and
dress party, which is like, you know, that's like the British drag stuff. You know, like
Yes.
that's where it has it's like these war criminals being like, we're having a fancy dress party.
Well, that's just what we call it. We just call it fancy
I know,
dress
it's just
parties.
funny.
of unlawful killings, bullying, and domestic violence. Under cross-examination, Person 35's Instagram activity became ammunition. He agreed that before coming to court, he clicked like on a post suggesting the defamation case involved some fuckwit in a suit questioning your integrity, and has previously liked posts labelling Nine's witnesses as rats and snitches.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real
Lying,
place.
he said. Nicholas Owens SC suggested Person 35 was an utterly...
Yeah, I truly believe that what you like on social media should never be brought into court. Like what you press like on your social media feed should never be brought into for court. Posting, different. Pressing a fucking like button, get fucked. Get that shit out of the courtroom. It should be inadmissible.
partisan witness, whose friendship with Ben Robert Smith is so strong he'd never say anything that might damage the war veteran's interests. The witness denied that and said he's told the truth. Jamie McKinnell, ABC News, Sydney.
Alrighty.
I don't see anything about the I can't find it where he's got the recording about how he's gonna fucking like kill him, and he's so pissed on the phone. It's because they milk this so much. There's so many stories to find the specific phone recording.
Anybody on Twitch, please move to somewhere else. Probably YouTube. You are going. We are watching Destiny. And this will be the last thing. Goodbye, Twitch. Boom. Destiny time. Do we want debate on Piers or Omar and Destiny with more Hasan?
Oh, Omar and Destiny. Destiny loses his mind. He has a meltdown. But we also want to see Crackhead Barry or Crackhead Barney.
I know what that is.
The Crackhead Barney on Piers Morgan. I've sent it. It's in there somewhere.
Do we prefer Benny Johnson, Dave Smith, Destiny, or this one? Because it's only I'm only
new
doing
one where he has a meltdown.
So more Hasan.
Huh? If it's
This
Hasan
one?
reacting to it, whatever. Yes, Destiny having a meltdown debating this Omar guy.
Okay. I'm going to skip all of the Hasan bits.
Yeah, see, it was too punishing to watch. We're about to torture everyone again showing that shit.
I should probably put that on here, shouldn't I? There we go.
Packaged processed cookies. Deserve to have this conversation.
Everything is breaking now. It's all broken.
In Gaza.
Yeah, you tell me.
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel's preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not
Why
motivated by
would cookies be
military.
prevented from going in?
And
What were
potato
Custom
chips.
rockets fueled with?
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah.
With
apparently-
sugar and fruit
This
and
is-
fertilizer. Yes, that's how they
yeah,
made the
so-
early
so
rockets.
we're
The first
gonna
generation.
Okay, I will admit it is genuinely impressive how much.
I don't care what you have to say. I agree.
Like that's how we make the Hamas rockets. It's
Deny
crazy.
Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used.
You know what?
for
First of all,
you know what
they're
they're
not
actually
allowed back in because they use
Stephen,
more
you-
sophisticated
Stephen,
rockets.
you might know-
But
you know-
again, he's not going to admit it. I just want to be clear another time. Another thing you're not going to admit.
you know-
Why does the blockade?
Yeah, why won't Omar? Why won't you admit that cookies are making rockets? He's doing this for clout, right? I mean, this is literally what he loves to do. He's a debate mercenary. Just stuff. The funniest thing is actually the number is
I really don't care what Hasan has to say. Oh my god.
I think
To kill the Amalek, I guess.
Hamas fighters breathe air too. Maybe Israel can restrict air from going into Gaza to make sure that.
But
Hamas
he's
fighters
saying
don't-
that the burden should be
It's
on
so
Hamas,
ridiculous.
not to use.
not,
No, Palestinians have no agency.
No,
They're
no,
just
no.
the, rape
No.
is the language of the
You-
oppressed.
you
Like,
don't-
they can't
you
help
don't
themselves.
punish
I
the
guess.
civilian
And I'm the
population
racist
to
one.
get at military ones. You don't punish civilian populations.
Like
to get
indiscriminately
at-
shooting tens of thousands of rockets decade after decade into Israel, like
The
what
scale-
Hamas does,
the scale of
punishing the
Israeli
civilian
violence-
population, like
Sorry,
selling some of the humanitarian food back to
Because like, there's more rumbling and the chinchilla were freaking out, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go outside and see if it still continues. And I went out there and I didn't hear it. So
Don't know. Residual freaking out.
population. Just want to make sure digging up
They're
tunnels
residually
of
freaking out.
water pipes and using them to fashion rockets.
Just want to make sure I
taking
heard.
all the international
Hey,
aid
Stephen,
that comes in and building
did you,
tunnels and tunnels
did
of
you,
cement.
Stephen, did you say that Hamas is turning cookies into missiles?
My understanding
Is that
for
what
the
you
reason
said?
for the
Is
reason
that
for
really-
restricting sugar-based products was that the first generation, I think they were called
Sugar and fertilizer is what he said, I think. So they're blocking cookies because they have sugar in them. And you think that they're going to use cookies to make rockets? Huh. Interesting. That is some advanced ass technology, my dude.
doofus. Called Qassam rockets were built in really crude shops using combinations of fertilizer and sugars that they would use.
Do you know what the primary component of Hamas explosives is now?
I think I'm pretty sure now they use more sophisticated stuff, but I don't know.
Unexploded Israeli bombs because they've dropped
He's
so
right.
many.
That's
over the last
hilarious.
Yeah. He doesn't think it's true, but it is true. The only reason why he doesn't think it's true is literally because he doesn't fucking read. He only reads Wikipedia pages full of like information that is obviously one-sided so that he can craft a fucking quick, piffy counter argument to what he suspects his interlocutors are going to come at him with. That's the problem. There is a much broader understanding necessary here. Like
Oh, I forgot. I don't care what Hasan has to say.
10 to 20% failure rate. Hamas then digs them up. The Yassine 105s that you see, blowing up.
Make sure you check me, chat. If I'm not skipping Hasan,
Bomberelli.
Call me out.
No, this is a
Shut up.
Himself. So it doesn't like just okay. Funniest part. Argument Harm Finkelstein debate. Stubborn. Okay, counter argument. Hamas has made rocket cookies. Yo, chill, bro. Don't show this. This is actually
I want a rocket cookie.
The funniest part about this is is that ultimately,
Bro, I do not understand it. It
ultimately,
like hurts my brain.
his fan base will then now go and try to find like a singular instance or something that does not actually fit the norm at all, to just be like, actually you were wrong, because here we found one instance where this guy from
Girl Scouts are Hamas.
is being interrogated by like the IDF or something, and saying like, yes, we do love using cookies for missiles. Those interrogation videos are obviously done under torturous conditions. Those aren't real fucking, those are just propaganda confessions that Israel utilizes, and even people inside of Israel don't really believe. And conversation
Israeli explosives, but I doubt the majority of them are.
But there's
I'm sure there's some amount.
It's
but also,
not a
again,
mystery.
just to reiterate,
more so than cookies.
You're not going to tell me. Well, that's why cookies are no longer.
Yes,
Yeah. Why does the blockade exist?
I'm going to tell you why the blockade exists.
Okay.
And the reason, by the way, why it includes banning cookies and soda
Why
pop and potato
is
chips.
Destiny so hard on Israel's side? What's up with this? What's isn't he supposed to be on the left?
I don't know. I think they're moderating.
I'm confused.
Yes, no, I'm sure it's very funny denying.
No. Isn't he supposed to be left wing?
Who, Ryan? Or Destiny?
No, Destiny.
I mean, so is Tim Pool, isn't he?
No.
Tim
never.
Pool says he's the liberal. He's actually
He
left.
said liberal, not left wing.
Yeah, but he's trying to grift that he's actually left wing.
Actually, no, he's actually dropped that entirely. He's completely dropped that grip.
Destiny needs to drop his bullshit too. Also, you
I
can make
agree.
fucking explosives with sugar, and then there is. I remember doing specific reporting saying because of this oxidizer is switched to sugar. I don't remember what group it was, but I want to say it was in Iraq, not Hamas. But basically, like the rockets moved different because they like switched to like a sugar based
Interesting.
fuel source.
Less predictable.
I don't remember. I just remember I reported on it and specifically said that it's a sugar oxidizer in the rocket.
Yeah, well, sugar oxidized rocket fuel is different to making rockets out of sugar cookies and fertilizer. You know, cookies, food, something desperately needed in Gaza, whether it's garbage cookies or not. Food is food. Calories are calories.
Children the ability to eat chocolates and toys because they are Palestinian and not Israeli. That's just so incredibly trivial.
Yes.
Incredibly
A
trivial.
lot of model rockets.
The emotional appeals, dude. I mean,
a lot of model rockets, it says, use sugar as fuel.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. They're model rockets. They're not explosive rockets being launched by Hamas. And also, that he also said first generation, which is what, 60s, 70s?
Mm-hmm.
Eat a dick.
There's better, potassium nitrate is really the one that you would use, though, which is sugar.
it is pretty fucked up. What do you mean it's an emotional appeal? Like, I'm sorry that makes the argument that you're presenting look fucking significantly worse when you deliver what is actually happening and what the impact is on the broader Palestinian population.
Depends on the discussion. In this discussion, yes, it matters.
Yeah, so sugar and potassium nitrate is really what is the
sugar and fertilizer.
But to get them from sugar cookies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like
far
from
out.
Cookies. That's a bit insane.
Now I'm typing cookie missile.
Indefensible. You choose
Cookie Monster. I agree, Google. I would rather watch Cookie Monster.
Be logical. You didn't deliver a logical rocket for these and most.
It's the other way around. If
we're two more virtue signals away from the free Palestinian people. Keep going.
If it was the other way around, if Hamas was imposing a siege on Israel in which Israeli children were not allowed to do any of that stuff, you would not be sitting here making light of it. It would not be trivial to you because you understand that Israelis are human beings and their children deserve to eat potato chips.
Jewish people. Sorry, hold on.
You do.
Jewish people live in Arab countries around the world.
Wow, that's a really good counter, man. That's a really solid counter. Like, what the fuck? Why that one? You just immediately move the goalpost to something entirely honest.
love
Years
the
ago,
silence.
they all left. How many? When we talk about the Nakba and the expulsion of Jews, how many Jews lived in the West Bank after 40?
See, there you go. How many Jews live in the West Bank? 750,000. What the fuck do you mean?
Thank you for the deflection.
I didn't deflect. I'm just answering your.
Let him answer about why the blockade exists.
He's not. He's got to do the 52 different talking points.
The blockade
first.
exists.
Oh my.
I like that he's also. I mean, he obviously is like extra hostile here because the people that he's talking to know what the fuck they're talking about. So he's as a matter of fact to
Mr. Borelli.
I was misinformed and yapped too early. Hamas
because they want to punish the
Hamas uses cookies for rocket fuel.
God, okay.
The blockade exists because they want to punish the civilian population in Gaza.
I'm glad that everybody's hung up on these cookies. That makes me feel better.
Hamas. They're saying as long as we have a government in Gaza that does not play ball with Israel the way the Palestinian Authority plays ball with Israel in the West Bank, the civilian population is going to.
Meanwhile, his suburb is acting like he pulled off some masterful debating. Yeah, because they like him. It's not more complicated than that. They like him. They agree with him. They believe in might is right. They also believe that, you know, Arabs and Muslims deserve less. Open see when you are.
Why would you say something like that?
Over and over again, right?
I'm gonna mark that. That's another soundbite.
At a certain Europe, definitely like his runs where he wanted
to be in power. The evidence for that is overwhelming. Children's toys were not allowed in at the beginning of the blockade, and when Israel came under intense pressure under the flotilla
children's
incident,
toys
a bunch
were
of
Hamas.
activists tried to basically force medicines to be delivered into Gaza.
On the flotilla incident, they were.
Damn, you
what are
hate
kids
him?
doing in a war zone?
I don't want to. There was a point in time when we were.
So what?
Just making up dumb comebacks. So I said, what are kids doing in a war zone? You know, that's something like somebody
Friends.
would say about like Ukraine or something, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, if it's a war, why
You
are
know?
there kids there? The civilian kid gets
It's
killed.
embarrassing to admit, but there was a point in time where I thought that he was a former gamer word saying libertarian who had turned.
You know what he
into a
says,
truly
gamer word?
progressive
Do you know
force,
what he
and I
means
was
by that?
Yes, I know what that means.
What? Go ahead. I
was
don't know,
wrong.
so you tell me.
Many of my oldest subscribers
Ninjas,
in this
obviously.
community also.
That's the word all the racists use when they can't say it right. I'm
You
pretty
ever
sure
play,
that's what they use
you
on
ever play
Rumble.
Ninja Gaiden Black?
No, I've never played Ninja Gaiden.
Ninja Gaiden Black.
No.
I beat it.
Okay.
We're
The like
duped in a
final
similar
puzzle is a
capacity.
maze where you do gymnastics.
Seriously?
Anyone who's beaten it knows I'm right here. And I know that nobody's
over the
beaten
course
it
of the-
because very few people have beaten it.
Past 5 years, he's had like a John Fetterman style change. Like, you know how John Fetterman went to the left? I wouldn't enter his eyes. Yeah, I did the
God, I
it is
don't
the
care.
right now.
He's got a big booby bitch
Be
as a
effective, have
teammate.
come with- if he loves,
God, he
he can.
fucking loves to hear
It's
himself
of 5 of the
Yep,
ships.
yep. I mean, you can just watch
That's
the
an
original one by
insane
Breaking
thing to
Points
state.
at this point.
Were
Bunch of
2
ships.
of
Too
5 of
late.
the ships were empty,
Yeah.
and they were aggressive ships that were designed to fight
Yeah.
against the IDF when they landed. You realize
Yeah,
that
I know,
footage
I
is
know.
available. There's
Extremely-
100 some people on the deck with chairs throwing Israeli soldiers
chairs.
overboard.
Yeah.
and makeshift weapons and everything too. There was
Makeshift weapons.
Yes,
Wow.
yeah,
Just-
I know. Well, that was all
yeah.
they could bring from Turkey with them, I
Yeah,
guess, because
yeah.
they were inspecting the boats. But
Yeah.
those
How-
were not peaceful activist ships. And if you
How
read any of the
dare-
reports,
yeah.
if you open more than a Finkelstein book and read what actually happened or watch any of the footage
My
actually happened,
friends were
then you
on
can
the
actually-
What
Flotilla.
actually happened, meaning anything from the IDF and only the IDF. Because you must remember, the IDF is nothing but the absolute correct thing that everybody should be
Pee pee
following.
poo poo.
You know, this is everything that they say is go. They are
We will continue to
the
be your
truth.
single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Exactly. This is Israel. Israel is the country in the Middle East. Didn't you know? Only they and their video tell the correct story. Any video from the exact same event from a different angle, fake. Obviously fake. There is only one angle, and it's from the Israeli side.
To be fair, I don't agree with this guy. They're
Shut up, Hasan.
to the ISLs ships from Turkey.
Were they?
Listen to yourself.
Wait, did he say that there were makeshift weapons coming in from Turkey? Is he
Yes.
talking about Mavi Marmara?
And makeshift weapons and
What did
everything
he
too.
say?
Makeshift weapons.
Yes,
Wow.
yeah, I
Just-
know. Well, that was all they
yeah.
could bring from Turkey.
Spending your time reacting to D instead of addressing the sex pest allegations against you? Is this the new
What?
thing that we're doing now? We're just like fucking making shit up? That's nice, man. Thank you.
That's
Tricky
funny.
with them, I
Yeah,
guess, because
yeah.
they were inspecting the boats. But
Yeah. How-
those
how-
were not peaceful activist ships. And if you
How
read any of the
dare-
reports,
yeah.
if you open more than a Finkelstein book and read what actually happened or watch any of the footage
My
that actually
friends
happened,
were
then you
on
can
that
actually,
flotilla. I
were
know
they
pretty
were they
well.
part of the fighters
Yes.
or what? Were they?
Listen to yourself. Listen to
Well, listen to
yourself.
myself. What? You can watch the videos.
There were people who, yes, fought back when Israel boarded their ship in an act of piracy in
Wait,
international
why did
water.
Oh, he is defending Mavi Marmara. That's crazy.
What are you
Okay,
mumbling?
Mavi Marmara was a
no,
humanitarian
no.
flotilla ship. I'm just shocked that he even fucking knows what that is. And not only am I shocked that he knows what that is, I suspect that it's because I suspect that he's probably
I am only not skipping because he's talking about Turkey, the one thing that I'll let him talk on.
heard me talk about it. So he like
And now he's
Please
not
clap.
talking.
and therefore he wanted to like find an adequate counter to it. Yeah, the weapons that they found, the makeshift weapons that they found on the ship were like cooking knives and shit.
Oh my god.
Like
Bro,
knives.
I do not
That's
understand it. It like hurts my brain.
There were no weapons on the ship. That's a lie. It was kitchen utensils.
Bigoted fucking
because they
loser.
don't want ships to get to Gaza.
There you go. Because there's a blockade and because they
They
announced
don't
you
get
need
to
to stop.
announce. They don't get to impose that blockade.
They absolutely do.
No more than Hamas gets to impose a blockade on Israel. This is ridiculous. Of course, they don't get to decide what ships get to go.
I
in.
want to reiterate that by the end here. He's saying that the block.
Yeah. So far,
I mean, that's objectively true. It's aid.
I don't know. I don't like if anyone wants
Man,
to argue anything with
Because-
this with me. You
this
know
is-
what I do?
no flotilla. Sure.
Stop
What?
listening.
If yes, you're right. The U.S. didn't block any attempts for an independent UN investigation. Israel should lead investigation into
Like,
attack
boy,
on Gaza
things that I
flotilla.
don't
The
care to
U.S. says.
debate.
So
Genocide. Well,
Yes.
did you know that the Uyghurs were violent at their protest 20 years ago?
Crazy. You know what I don't care about?
They
That-
stabbed one guy.
Whoa.
It's
Better
documented.
genocide
Very
them.
well.
Better
Very well
genocide them.
sourced.
Blinken. That's my argument.
That's
Blinken.
like, that is the thing, though. Have they ever brought that up to you?
What? Them being
That, like,
violent
the,
once?
the
Yeah.
Uyghurs were violent
Always.
first and stabbed some guy.
Yeah. It's like
I
they
never
go to
entertain them long
justification.
enough to get to that point.
I fuck with them so much. The point that I love to get them to is when they start sending me pictures of the British genociding the Aboriginals in Australia. I'm like, what are you showing me? The British doing atrocities? I know about this. I'm Australian. You fucking numbskull.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck are you actually trying to prove here? I'm aware. You're the one that isn't.
They're trying to say you were allowed to do it back in the day, so we should be allowed to do it now. That's all it is.
Oh, I have a bunch of referee memes for logical fallacies, so I just send those now. I just found a bunch of referee memes, so I just red card them with referee memes now.
These fucking
fucking
people,
hilarious.
These fucking people in Myanmar that you're arguing with about China, you know, fucking AKs to the back of their head that they have to argue about China with you online. Awful.
Well, no. These are I specifically go for like
Yeah.
big accounts.
But that's what that's what China's doing in Myanmar. They're like taking slaves to like do these types of things.
Oh no, I know.
They're little techno slaves.
Yeah, that's why I don't entertain the single letter Twitter profile pictures or like the 3 follower ones and stuff like that.
So for the record, everything that the United States is currently doing in terms of running defense for Israel, they have been doing for many, many years.
Sure.
Can we just watch the Breaking Point version?
Look, he's sitting in silence again. No, but we can move on to a
They
different
didn't
one.
even finish it. He didn't even go back to it, bro. We didn't get to the meltdown or anything.
Orselli is operating.
They don't get to impose
changed.
You gotta
They
get
don't
the
get to
original
announce.
one.
They don't
I'll
I
find
might
it.
have to.
get to impose that blockade.
They absolutely do.
No more than Hamas gets to impose a blockade on Israel. This is ridiculous. Of course, they don't get to decide what ships get to go.
I want to reiterate the by the end here. He's saying that the blockade exists because Jews are evil.
That's a despicable thing to say.
Really?
I'm not saying anything about Jews. I'm talking about the Israeli government policy.
What?
Being
You can't.
absolutely
Okay, I'm
horrendous.
curious. In the
So
second
please don't-
intifada,
It's still the same channel though.
I'm sorry.
Bro, yeah. This debate is so long. This is just like, and then Hasan is going to trail off and probably come back to it way later.
On the program because he's one of the only people that will go to the most.
Like, I gotta
He
find
is useless, honestly.
I gotta find a fucking more condensed com.
No, it's fine.
Did you see how long the thing is that I just sent?
Yeah, don't worry. It is broken down.
Oh, I know.
Where does he chuck a fit? The Israeli genocide bit?
Beats me.
Correctly said. It can't be a genocide because
this is why the after Camp David, after the Clinton parameters, after Taba Summit, that was the statement left in rejection of the Clinton parameters, where they said we as negotiators will never give up the right of Arabs
You are wrong.
to return,
You are
to be
wrong.
repatriated to
What was
Israel.
offered in that Arab Peace Initiative, first it was Saudi and then it became the Arab League. It said a just resolution to the Palestinian refugees.
Which is all in the Palestinian territories and in.
We disagree with the firing of rockets. I trust.
Al-Shifa Hospital was inhabited by a fuck ton of fighters a month ago when they did that massive raid.
Inhabited by a fuck ton of fighters. I think I can't verify. And
They were
Inhabited by any fighters?
Yeah.
There were 900
We don't know.
arrested.
I don't know the
500.
Yeah, and there were
scientific
mass
definition of a
graves
fuck ton.
near the Al Nasser hospital that were filled with people who are wearing
The ones that where people had been buried there 4 months earlier.
with their hands tied behind their back, zip tied.
No,
Can you explain to me what threat people who have
The
their
initial
hands zip
reporting
tied
by Al
posed to
Jazeera
Israel
was
to actually end up
completely and totally
mass
debunked
graves?
by people that were
Debunked by who?
analyzing. Geolocator is an OSINT account on Twitter that like has looked at a ton of videos. You can go and you can look through every single video.
So
of people
by
that
Twitter,
have-
Oh yeah, or is it? Does it on
Is that what we're doing, a bias?
Defender? Is that specifically the one who's
Mm-hmm.
doing it? I bet. If we're doing those accounts, that person's so cringe.
Twitter account. You can
No,
look at
no,
all the videos
I'm-
yourself. If you don't trust the IDF, you don't trust the United States, you don't trust. Who do you trust? Just Hamas?
I trust human rights organizations whose job is to investigate these things.
Okay,
That's
well,
who I trust.
I don't think any human rights organizations
Yes,
have said
but-
100%. We found
yeah,
Al
they have-
Jazeera has
yeah, you
re-reported what
don't-
Hamas
yeah.
has said.
They can't say it's 100% because Israel will not let them in and they can't actually go in
Do you
and
think that
investigate.
in a current active war zone, for Al Shifa, do you acknowledge
We
that there
couldn't
was
do
a
the same
huge
thing with
two-week
Assad's
fight there
chemical
between the
weapons.
IDF and militants?
Yes, near Al Shifa
yeah,
Hospital. I
very
think there
loose
was a fight.
evidence
And
in
Al
a
Shifa
lot of these
Hospital.
Yeah, I
chemical
don't know that it
attacks.
was inside the hospital. Certainly, there were,
No,
there
and
were
that's
horror
what
stories
gives
of what was happening inside the
horror
hospital.
stories.
by
It was a
Israeli
two-week fight.
soldiers.
I think there was fighting.
But yet they go for the one that we have the most evidence on every single time. Every single time.
Civilians?
There's
2
a,
weeks?
there's a very clear, I think, disconnect here.
Yes.
That is probably a good point to not start getting to, but like if we want to wind down here. Stephen, you said that Palestinians fundamentally don't want peace. It sounds to me also, Omar, like you think fundamentally the Israeli government, as it is right now, does not want peace. I think we can both agree that there's civilians in the Palestinian territories and in Israel that would like to live in peace.
Can I amend just real quick? If I've said that, it's not peace. Nobody wants peace. That's a thing that we say in the West because we have no concept of what anybody's looking for. People want justice, right? In Ukraine, they could end the war right now for peace.
Come on.
They want their territory back. They want justice.
Right,
Palestinians
right.
could say, listen, we're going to go with the whatever plan where we're
But they
broken up into
don't.
20 enclaves and have peace. They don't want peace. They feel like they've been expelled from their homelands with international support for Israel for no reason. They want justice. So to be
Ukraine, if they sued for if they achieved peace, it would mean that they would be subjugating tons of people to live under Russian torture.
Yes.
There is no peace there. That's a terrible argument for the justice argument. like the United States going into Afghanistan, maybe they saw justice there or something, but like,
be clear,
So
everybody
you
wants
think
justice.
right?
Yes.
So they don't
yeah.
want peace.
Yes. Well, but what is the MLK quote? Like the
God.
right moderate one that everyone says, where some people prefer an uneasy peace or whatever to an uncomfortable tension or whatever. There's ways to make things peaceful, but people want more than that on both sides, and they should. I just think that
And I think
tell me
if you in the end agree with the point that I was making earlier, because I haven't heard a counter to it, that the way to defeat the ideology of Hamas is through peace, not through war.
It's now I will sound racist. I don't want to sound racist, but there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the way that Arab states and Arab people in the Middle East view Jews and Israel, and to just assume that being peaceful, as in there is a whole mythos, a whole mythology. This would have been super fascinating to listen to Finkel.
You fucking absolute moron. Oh my God.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
Expand on if he was capable of more than insults and ad homs, but there is a completely and totally different.
Like, come on. Like, Israel is one of the greatest partners in many of these countries. Like, they're totally like, come on. What? Maybe, and if anything, the one that is the most outwardly anti-Semitic state against Israel is the one that has the people who are the most pro-Israel, and that's Iran. Like, come on. Turkey backs them. Fucking Azerbaijan backs them. They have military shit with them. Like, come on. Are we serious right now? Maybe history with Syria, and Syria is right there, or Lebanon and Hezbollah, but like these are not like, these are like different things. Like, what are you talking about? How they view Jews, the Arabs, because the Arab states are all hate Jews, you see. Come on.
Retelling of history.
I think this whole interview is just his mental breakdown.
From that region, from the 1880s and onwards. And as long as those histories are separate from each other, there is no reconciliation that can ever happen.
I shouldn't even take this seriously, but if Arabs are just fundamentally racist.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. I mean the citizens that live in these places.
Okay,
and like
if the citizens that live in these places are just fundamentally racist, why is it the case that when peace is close at hand, support for Hamas and armed resistance plummets?
Well, because I think that
if they're fundamentally just opposed,
I'm saying they're fundamentally, when they look at Israel and the Jewish people there, the view from a lot of Arabs is.
But why does their view change when peace gets closer? Wouldn't it be the opposite if they fundamentally just want to fight with Israelis? Wouldn't they actually be more bloodthirsty as peace approached? Yet opinion polls consistently show that support for armed resistance plummets as peace becomes more possible. That is the reverse of what would happen if they were fundamentally a violent
racist. There's two things.
people.
So one, you said it correct earlier, that even though countries have foreign peace, a lot of the Arabs in these countries still don't like Israel and still don't like the Jews. So that's one thing, that even through peace, that opinion has remained consistent. You said that is true.
They're chomping at the bit to normalize with Israel.
The what?
These Arab countries are chomping at the bit to normalize with Israel.
So you're going to say it's the.
Ryan Grimm's talking about governments to defend. Destiny's talking about the people.
Right.
The leaders.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, that's true.
And in your case, also the contradiction is quite palpable.
Which is
on the one hand, everybody in the region is just fed up with the Palestinians and they're just eager to make peace with Israel. And now it's like the problem is that the people in the region just don't like Jews.
See, it's
like, which one is it?
Well, it's both. I think that over time, yeah, sure. So one is sometimes brave leaders are the people that are needed to make progress towards peace. This might come in the form
towards justice or peace.
Towards justice, whatever. Towards like bilateral.
You haven't answered that question though.
Which
when peace becomes closer, in the moments where there's news that a deal is getting closer.
Yes.
Support for armed resistance among Palestinians goes down.
I agree.
That's
this
the
is true for everyone.
reverse
Yes. No.
of what would be the case if they just fundamentally hated Jews and just wanted violence.
What are you going to do?
When I say that they fundamentally have these opinions, I don't mean that they want to fight and go to war forever. I'm just saying that there is an Arab mythos around Jews that all of them basically believe in.
Bro, have you been to the Middle East?
Is he Jewish?
No, I don't think so.
No. So okay.
He eats peanut butter sandwiches with Nick Fuentes. I know he was in like a throuple and his wife left him, so he's got like 2 divorces now. He's like double divorced dad.
Oh my god.
with his fucking goatee, double divorced dad goatee man.
Okay, let's have a look.
You know what I'm saying?
American.
No.
Hold on, where's Nebraska? Okay, so he's from Nebraska. So what we're saying, what we're seeing
Also, his
right
mom,
now. Don't
his
interrupt
mom
me
was-
right
his-
now.
No, his mom says that they had a slave plantation in Cuba.
Wow. Wow. So what I'm currently gathering is what I'm seeing is a white, maybe fascist, maybe liberal, probably just a general cunt of a human being,
Mm-hmm.
advocating for a genocidal
Beth.
ethno-state. Advocating for a genocidal ethno-state while talking for an entire
Zanga.
group of people numbering over 1.5 billion is what I'm getting right now. And he expects us to take him seriously?
Bro, it's
Does he seriously expect this? Like, what the fuck is happening? Shut the fuck up.
And remember, you know how when you get the gremlin wet, how little popules spawn off of it?
Mm.
So, like, he got wet, and that's what got us Vaush, right? Like, Vaush is like
That's
the striped
hilarious.
character in Gremlins. You know? Like, you have to admit, Gizmo is like a total cunt, too, you know?
Yeah, a little bit.
Total cunt.
He's the best one, though.
Stripe is the best one.
Mm-mm.
In
'Cause
terms
they
of their
fucking dunk that little kid, the little fucker's head in the toilet and give him a swirly. They bully him and they beat him around.
That is true. They do bully Gizmo.
I just love
The
that. So,
European
like, there's this the one of the plots you could open up your sci-fi mystery movie was you got it from a Chinaman. You know, like you have
Yes, always.
the what's the singing plant?
Audrey
2.
Yeah. How am I forgetting the name? It's such
Little
a good
Shop
movie.
of Horrors.
Little Shop
You
of
know?
Horrors, and
They
it was a
got that from
remake.
They got that
It was
from
like a remake
Chinaman.
of a remake.
Well,
Yes,
so the
they did.
original is like a serial, like a black and white serial shitty movie.
Yeah.
And so the musical is it's not a musical, the original one.
Yeah.
So they did a musical based on that, and that's why it's got like the old-timey type of stuff to it. Because it's based in that period.
Right. So
You know,
it's
you got
so
the
was
Breakfast
it
at
a
Tiffany's
musical?
neighbor.
Yeah. So was it a musical then a movie? With
No, it was a movie. It was like a shitty, like
because I knew it was
shitty.
a remake, but I wasn't sure if it was a second remake or like a remake after a
I
play
think
was
there's
made.
been multiple versions of it, but the two main ones is one was a garbage one that was like in the 50s, you know, with bucket of blood and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And it was just one of those like, what if we made a plant that could be blue? And then they
Yeah.
made a musical, but the musical is based off of that.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's two
'Cause it's
different
great.
movies. It's two different movies,
Yeah.
two different plots. The original one really is nothing. I haven't watched it, but it's got nothing to do with the musical. The musical is more of like taking that story into essence and making like a musical in that period. I just love the
Like,
fucking
everything.
S&M dentist. Like, it's so good.
Yes. Everything about the movie is amazing. The cast, amazing. It has Bill Murray, right? I always forget his name. The dentist. Who is he?
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin. The main dude is great. I always forget his name as well. He's the little
Honey, I
goblin
Shrunk
man
the
in
Kids guy.
Ghostbusters. Yeah, the little goblin guy in Ghostbusters. You've also got
I am the keymaster.
I don't know.
The gatekeeper?
That's him. Yeah. The chick. I don't know. I've never seen her in anything else. I've never seen her since. But she's great in that fucking movie. The blonde chick with the really annoying voice.
Well, actually, so I think it was a stage musical, then a movie musical.
Ah, okay.
So the stage musical was based on the film, I think.
The main point here on this almost very last tangent is if you haven't seen Little Shop of Horrors, you should go and watch that movie.
You can
have it on
if you're in
DVD
America,
with like a
you can
little.
watch it on YouTube right now, I think.
I have the paper fold out DVD of it. It's very old. It's like the original Harry Potter DVD sort of thing, where it had the fold out cardboard shit. I think we're
transplants that
almost
have
done here
unlimited
anyway.
support from the West for whatever action they want to do, and they don't belong there.
So
And then there's like a
the
different
lady
type-
who plays Aubrey 1 is
Mm.
actually the singer who was in the stage play. So they just kept her on as
Really?
the role. Yeah. So
Oh,
she's actually
okay.
from
She's a
the
stage
actual
performer.
stage play.
Huh. Well, there you go.
Rick
That's why I had to
Moranis
think
is the guy's name.
Rick Moranis, that's his name. Also, whoever played the plant was really good as well. Great casting.
It's Frank Oz, maybe. I don't know.
telling of historical events that have happened. That doesn't mean that peace is impossible. It doesn't mean that there's not ways to work out. We've seen peace treaties have happened. They just require very strong leadership, and sometimes those
there's an
leaders even
alternate
have to pay
ending?
the price. So, for instance, when
I do, yes. I did know that.
Sadat made peace with Israel, he was assassinated because they thought he was a Western sellout. And it happened to the Israeli leader as well, who was also assassinated by a far right Zionist for that peace deal. So peace is possible. It takes really strong, brave leadership to do it. Arafat was never that leader. You should feel that, especially
I'm not
coming from
I'm not a
Kuwait.
fan of Arafat,
Yeah,
but
so Arafat was never that leader. And Abbas isn't that leader either.
He certainly was not a
Let's-
rejectionist as far as.
Here's
the
what I want to do. I want to toss to Omar for closing thoughts.
Okay, we're not doing closing thoughts. We are done.
Now go to Crackhead Barney to finish. Bro, oh my god, you're not gonna
Well, the war in
believe
Gaza
this.
is-
Okay. So I looked up the guy
What part am I watching?
with Crackhead Barney. Just
I
I looked up the
I
guy
didn't
who
realize-
did it, right?
okay.
So I looked at the
Yeah.
guy who played the plant,
Read my
right?
subs.
And there's
Mm.
this movie here. It's called Captain N.
Oh my god.
Why would you name it that?
Censored.
Hey, Pierce! I've been waiting for you, Pierce fucking Morgan!
Okay.
I wore my diaper today for you, Pierce. Do you like it?
What
not
is
particularly, no. Do
happening?
you want to sit down?
It's Crackhead Barney.
And Pierce, can you bring me to Buckingham Palace? I would like to meet the Queen.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I'd really like to meet the Queen.
I don't think the Queen, if you mean Queen Camilla, she is probably tied up with royal engagements at the moment. If you meant the Queen who
Yo, well,
died.
get me in, Pierce.
Yeah.
Get me fucking in, Pierce. I want it.
Okay, can I take you back, if I may?
Can you
to
bring
what
down
did
her
to
levels,
Paul?
audio guy?
Explain why
Put
you
him
did
as
it.
just put the slider at the bottom.
Pierce, do you see the damage that Alec did to me? Do you see the damage? Look at my arms. Look at my arms, Pierce. Look at my neck. I was maimed by a white man on Monday. You're telling me what I did?
No, you weren't maimed by Alec Baldwin on Monday, were you?
I was maimed.
No,
my
you weren't.
hand is broken. My neck is broken.
No, it's
my
not.
legs. Look at my legs. My legs don't work. Look at this. Pierce. Pierce, are you another white devil? Pierce, Morgan. Don't do this to me, Pierce. It's too early in the morning.
Do I hear people laughing in Pierce's studio?
Your wig's come off.
They are laughing in Pierce's studio. Look at him trying so hard not to laugh,
I'm a
bro.
white woman. I identify as a white woman.
Let me ask you seriously, if I may, for a moment, because you're trying to make a serious point,
Yes.
I presume, with Alec Baldwin. He was getting a coffee. You run
Serious
in,
point,
you call him
yes,
a killer.
Crackhead
I was getting a
Barney.
coffee too.
Okay, but you
I
decided
was
to.
getting a coffee
Okay,
too.
you don't have to shout at me as well. We can have a civilized conversation. I want to know seriously.
I'm very civil.
I wanted to know seriously why you did what you did and what you hope to gain by it.
Pierce fucking Morgan. You're asking too
Just for the
many
record,
questions.
my name is actually just Piers
What's
Morgan.
wrong with saying free Palestine? Pierce, can you say free Palestine for me?
I think
Pierce, can you say free Palestine for
if
me?
you stop shouting, yeah.
I want you to say it.
Yes, I'm happy to say.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not going to shout.
If you just
Mr. Pierce Morgan,
if you just
please
keep
say free
quiet, I can answer your
Palestine.
question. Yes, I'm very happy to
I'm
say
never
that.
quiet, Pierce.
Sorry, you're still talking.
I'm never quiet.
Okay, but try.
I'm never
Otherwise,
quiet,
I can't.
Pierce. I cannot
You asked me
shut
to do
up.
something. If you don't shut up, I can't give you the answer.
Oh my God.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'll shut up for you.
I
Pierce.
absolutely believe that Palestine should be free. Yes.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, and how are we going to do that, Pierce? Give us the answers, Pierce Morgan. Give us the fucking answers.
Yeah,
How are we going to make Palestine free?
Yeah, if it was as simple
How are we
as
going
me,
to do it?
if it was as simple as me just giving a simple answer now, it would have been done by now.
It's a very complicated issue. But let me ask you again, why? Let me ask you again, seriously, why did you do what you did to Alec Baldwin, and what did you hope to
Can
achieve?
we see the video?
Alec Baldwin.
Yes.
Does he show it?
Probably not.
Okay.
No.
Look at me, Pierce. Honestly, Pierce, look at my body. Look at this. Look at me, Pierce. I was maimed by a white man.
Listen, I understand you're a performative artist. I understand you're trying to make everybody laugh. You've made your joke about your terrible maiming.
You're lashing me.
Right. Okay. I'm not lashing you.
This is the third. This is the third white man to beat me this week.
Right.
Third white man. Yesterday, my white boyfriend beat the shit out of me. This is the third white man. Monday was Alec. The second day was another white man. Third day, Pierce Morgan is beating me up on international TV. Oh my God.
Okay, you want to see her video?
Mm-hmm.
So it says, "White Devil Alec Baldwin attacked me while I was trying to get coffee." Community notes: this person filming this video was not trying to get coffee. They repeatedly and visually harassed Alec Baldwin and refused to leave the establishment when asked by the staff. There's evidence they were attacked.
Alec, can you please say Free Palestine one time? Why did you kill that lady? You killed that lady. No jail time, Alec. No jail time, Alec. You're putting innocent people in jail, Alec Baldwin. Free Palestine, Alec, just one time, and I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone. I swear. Just say Free Palestine one time. One time. One time.
Call the police.
One time, Alec. You know he's a criminal. You know he's a fucking criminal. Free Palestine one time.
I support this
One
action.
time. Just one time.
Make this a normal
please,
thing.
And I'll leave you alone. Free Palestine. Fuck Israel. Fuck Zionism. Please say it. One time.
Could you do me one quick favor?
Alec, can you... Now.
You see, here's my problem. Here's my problem with your performative art, crackhead. Is I don't see what good you're doing the cause of Palestine. All you're doing is turning the whole war into a joke.
You're really hurting me. This war is not a joke.
Well, why are you making
It really isn't.
why are you making it such a mockery? Explain to me.
How am I making a mockery? How?
Because you're making it all about you and your silly pranks, and you're trying to have fun.
All of you are like
and actually, behind all this is a very serious war going on.
I'm always serious. I'm always serious. You're hurting me right now, Pierre.
All right.
Like you're hurting Pop and your kids.
Are you going to explain? Are you going to explain why you did what you did to Alec Baldwin or not?
I got hurt. I'm a victim. I'm a victim, Pierre. Like a fucking Zionist, I'm a victim. All of you. You're hurting me. Another white man.
Okay. You know, you see, the trouble with this performative art is it's not funny.
It
You've
is
got one
fucking
gag
hysterical,
that
my
you've
man.
made, Alec Baldwin, which you haven't.
And
What
you
you
know what's
haven't
even funnier is if he just played into it a little bit, just for this first segment, it would have been hilarious. Would have been hysterical, just to like lean into the character.
Oh my god, I can't believe Alec Baldwin did that to you. How long have you been
exactly. Just
addicted to crack?
completely play into it. It would have been fucking hilarious because I don't think she would have expected it. So to see how she took it from there and see how much of a performative artist she is would be very interesting.
This
and
is
like
really all it
push
is her screaming. That's
I
pretty much all
figured,
she ever
right?
does. And then she
It's-
rolls on the ground and screams.
Play into the audience, and I've given you the chance repeatedly, is why you did what you did and why you think what you're doing now does anything but make a mockery of all these people dying in Gaza. Because that's what you're doing.
Look, Pierce, you're trying to spin this into some bullshit. I know exactly what you're doing, Pierce.
No,
I
no,
know your tactics.
you are.
You're
You
British.
are.
You're fucking annoying. You eat tea and crumpets. You have your pinky in the fucking air. You salute the queen. Fuck the crown. Fuck fucking hand out. Now I'm getting angry. Because Pierce, that's what you do.
Now you're getting angry.
You set people up for shit.
Now you're getting
Yeah,
angry.
you set people up for shit. I know exactly.
Oh, you've insulted the monarchy. It's on now. You've triggered him. Pierce is gonna storm out.
Pierce. I think that's because I do it too, Pierce.
Yeah.
And I have a fucking audience, Pierce. You think you could set me up, Pierce? Listen, Pierce.
I think you know what I think. I think you're frankly.
Say it, Pierce.
I think honestly, crackhead, you are honestly pathetic.
Yeah.
This is
And
one of
you're
the
calling
most
a black woman a
pathetic things I've ever had to endure
And you're calling me a
in
crackhead.
the long, illustrious history
You're
of
calling a
uncensored.
black woman a crackhead.
That's your
I
name.
thought you were white.
That's your name on
Am
your
I a
Twitter
bigger bitch
feed.
than-
You call yourself
Pierce, am I a bigger
crackhead.
bitch than Megan? Pierce, am I a bigger bitch than Megan
Are
Markle?
you
Please,
I'm going to give you a final chance. Are you going to actually answer the question of why you did what you did to Alec Baldwin?
No, Pierce, I have a question. Am I a bigger bitch than Meghan Markle? Because Buckingham Palace was complaining about the black girl, and I want to be that black girl.
Okay.
I want to be that black girl.
You know what,
I'm not
crackhead?
just
I tried to give you a hearing. You're not going to take it seriously.
No,
I actually
Pierce,
think
you
you're
didn't
doing.
try anything.
You may want to
didn't
shout.
try anything,
Yeah, you may
Pierce.
want to shout and scream at Alec Baldwin. All right. I think we've heard it.
Why did he why did he do that though? Like he really just they didn't have anyone else to put in that slot.
I don't know. And like if you're gonna do that, just like do something with it. You know what I mean?
America,
like,
we're the Mujahideen. We're the Mujahideen.
Obviously willing to make a fucking idiot of themselves. That should be exactly what you fucking want as a host of a TV show, right? And you would lean into it. Any late night show worth their weight would have played along with that completely. Think like imagine if it was Eric Andre. Imagine how much chaos that would be.
And you definitely
and how
have a
hilarious
really,
that would
really
be.
large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
I love the movie Kung Fu Panda.
All right.
Mr. Kirshner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
Goodbye, everybody.
So we can start killing
Thank
the
you for
Protestants.
watching.
No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
Have
I'm
a
going to
good
wash
weekend.
your beak now.